it please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and ready for another day. We're fired up and ready to go. Rick and Bubba on their way. Adler as well. They'll join us at top of the hour, next hour from right now for the main show. Greg off this week. He'll, Lord willing, be back on Monday. And talked to him yesterday afternoon, by the way. He's doing well. He was able to escape Puppyville and run some errands. We'll explain a little bit more. But first, over to my left. That's right, not my right, but to my left is Mr. Helmsy.
Hello.
What's up, big guy? Let me hit that again, and then now that.
Hello.
Michael Helms.
Funny, I hadn't talked to Greg all week, not spoken to him at all.
Yeah.
And last, I don't know why, I laid down in bed, and I was about to go to sleep, and I thought, you know what? You need to send Greg a text. And so I'll show you what I sent him in the commercial break.
Okay.
How we start talking to each other.
God,
quite
good.
comical.
Yeah.
Can't share it. But I did reach out, and he said that he misses us. He told me. He said, I miss y'all. I miss being there.
You sound like a robot. I missed y'all.
Well,
I miss
again,
being
you
there.
never know the tone with text, but it was almost like it was a kind, sweet text.
Well, I think with what he's going through,
Yeah.
he really does miss us because I
And-
think he'd rather be here.
He said he missed us, and he couldn't wait to get back next week and ready to get made fun of. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Well,
So-
that's a look. We learned it from him.
Yep.
That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, he called me, and it's never good when you hear, "Hey, look," and we've talked about that
Sure.
before. But that's a Burgess thing. They really get to what they called for, and he just started riled the guy. "Hey, man, what you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, man, what's going on?" "Hey, look," and he was alerting me of an issue that we have with the weekend show, and we had to correct.
Yeah.
And it's a kind of a weird little
Big
thing.
handle you've been in there with.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a nothing we can't. Matter of fact, it's
No.
already fixed.
Yeah.
And so we started talking about some different things, and he said, "Well, yeah, I'm running some errands right now." I said, "So you mean you're free?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm in my truck, and I'm actually don't have any puppies around me right now, and Mama Millie is back from surgery and doing well and nursing."
Yeah.
So he said that has helped a ton, as you can imagine. But he said, I really volunteer for errands because just leaving and riding down the road sometimes with no radio on, and I do that too, just the windows down, and it's just you.
Oh, yeah. I did that yesterday.
He said, I'll run whatever errands Lisa needs to get out of the house. I said, what if you didn't know it, but she had moved everything to the back seat of the truck? And you got down the road, and all of a sudden you started hearing, Mama Millie and the puppies in the back seat. He said, well, that'd be a good one.
Yeah.
But he's doing well. Lisa's doing well, but the puppies are doing well. And the Mama Millie, is doing well too.
I've noticed when we come in the mornings, and, if the door we enter, the first thing we see is the phone screening production room.
Yeah.
And I've noticed anytime you walk in, you can't see on the other side through the glass, you can't see the body of a person,
Right.
but you can see their head poking up
Sure.
over a computer screen.
Mm-hmm.
And so I recently, and it's been going on probably the last couple of weeks with some changes going on.
Right.
If you walk in that door and you see somebody's head poking up over that screen, it's usually not a good thing.
It's not.
So when I walked in this morning and saw you, I was like, oh goodness, I see a bald head peeking over the
Right.
screen. What's going on? I immediately went to something's wrong.
Yeah.
So
Well, I don't know if you're like this. I know some people can know that something's got to be done, a task or whatever, and they just move on and they can wait, and they'll just get to it. I've got to get it done,
gotta
or
check
it
that box.
drives
I'm the same
me
way.
crazy.
I'll be thinking about it. the
And
entire
knowing what, all right, so on Thursdays for I don't know how many years, Greg would have to sit up here
Yeah.
and manually run and feed the weekend show that you hear on all of our great affiliates across the country on Saturday mornings. Well, we finally have figured it out for a number of reasons. First, they had been asking us to try to upload it during the week to where he doesn't have to physically sit here, but also because of just the time we're in and everybody's cutting back on people in offices. their manpower where we feed this up in Colorado is diminishing, and so they're like, we need this because when y'all have to feed it manually, we have to be here too, and so it'd just be easier if. Well, because of that, it's growing pains, and there's different things that every week. I think this is about the third or fourth week we'll do this. It'll be the fourth week actually. We try to upload it early in the week so they can catch problems they might find. And yesterday they found one, and so I had to re-upload all the audio segments. And so that's what I was doing, but I couldn't let it rest. Yeah. I had to say, no, I got to come in early before anything starts and let that be done. And is that weird about me? I mean,
no, I do
if
the
I'd
same
have sat
thing.
here during the show, that's all I'd have been thinking about.
If things like that, I have to check the box and move on, or I'm going to sit here. That's all I'm going to think about.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I got to get it done.
Isn't it funny how the evolution of that just particular task, because when I first started, Greg had to do this on Thursday nights from 7 o'clock in the evening to 11 o'clock in the evening. I mean, that was his window that he did it. And then after a few years, recently, I guess, over the last few, he's done it at a better time.
Yeah.
Like 12 to 4.
Right.
And so now moving into that where he doesn't really have to do it at all.
Yeah,
so
yeah. It's just
it's funny how technology has we've just seen it in that form.
Yeah. It's kind of a Monday to Thursday task now where we have to capture the commercials and then upload them the way they want in like each stop set or commercial set has to be uploaded, and it has a certain code, or in the radio business it's a certain cart number or whatever. That's old school there, and then segments as well, so just the coding of it all. But hey, it worked out. But I thought it was funny as I was coming in a little earlier than normal, going, so you just woke up early to get this done so it's off your plate.
Yeah.
Versus hanging on you, and then I knew too. After the show, we've got the podcast and all that, so that'd be on me. But anyway, that's just some behind the curtain stuff that's going on. But Greg's doing well. I guess as we started this segment, just giving you an update. He was doing well and headed to run some errands yesterday afternoon. But the puppies and mama dog Millie is doing good too, back home and nursing. So there you go. All right, you mentioned something yesterday late about an idea today, which I laughed about. I know I see over there. I see a little pad with you writing on it, so there's no telling.
There's potential.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar. Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
Leaning on 21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. To my left, Helmsy. Greg off this week. He will be back on Monday. We gave you a Puppyville update from the Burgesses. Talked to Greg yesterday. Puppy and Mama doing good. Mama Millie, the dog, is doing well after surgery, back from the vet. Everything seems to be going good on that front. It's just he's worn out, and worn out, exhausted, put out Greg, to me, is my favorite. And I told him, buddy, I apologize. But what you're going through, unfortunately, is really good for the show. But we're glad you're okay. He said his son Taylor, it calls him, and he can hardly talk to him because Taylor's laughing so hard. And so I know the kids are enjoying that. But he's doing good. Bubba back today. I know he about midway through the show he had to leave yesterday for a tornado rebuild recovery meeting with all the insurance adjusters and contractors and
they were
all that
supposed
kind
to
of
start
stuff.
building back tomorrow.
And
hopefully yesterday.
Yeah. So we should have an update from him too.
Yeah.
And this weekend we're going to have RBU with Andrew Parker. Now, Andrew Parker is somebody that Bubba met, and some of you might know. I'm not really sure, but he is from Pelham, Alabama, and that's the Birmingham metro for those of you around the country. And turned kind of a YouTube influencer, and you wouldn't believe the followers he has. Now lives in L.A. when I talked to him yesterday, he was reevaluating his decision as he was stuck in L.A. traffic. And his quote to me is, "I will be here for hours." And I'm like, buddy, I'm so sorry. But it's going to be an interesting conversation with him in this week's RBU. That's today we record that, and that will publish on Saturday morning. And also today is the last day to Fix Mama's Mouth registration for you at contest at rickandbubba.com. Went to Dudney yesterday for my 6-month cleaning. No cavities and everything's good, so that's a win, I guess. I turn into a little kid. Like, how am I doing? Am I doing okay?
I know.
You know, yes, son, you're doing fine. Just keep it up. But talk to the staff; they're so kind. Every time I think I'm nice, I go in there and I go, I got a lot of work to do.
I know.
But they said that the entries this year have been, I mean, wow, the amount. But they're going through them, and they even complimented all of you. Said you're following the instructions.
They really are,
and doing a really good job. But we'll break it down to the top 3 after today. That'll hit the website. You'll have about a week to vote on those top 3 and get a winner. And he'll be with us on Tuesday, May 16th. That's the Tuesday after Mother's Day to announce the winner. And today, I wish Greg was here because it's May the 4th be with you.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Well, just 2 questions. One, question and a comment. Question is, did they say anything about me coming in?
They did not, and I knew they'd probably go there. So for you, I kind of just kept the conversation going a different way.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
The other thing I was going to say is I was thinking, I don't know how much longer we're all going to do this show. Is it 15 years, 10 years, 5 years? I don't know. There will be an expiration date at some point, and I hope we continue for a long time. Mm-hmm. But the good news for you, Bubba, Rick, Adler, however long that is, we can take off for anything.
True.
As far as like take vacation days and not be made fun at all, no matter what we do with that vacation time.
Yeah, that's a good point because if you're talking about what Greg's
going through, what he had to take vacation day to go through. I can't think of anything else that Greg can make fun of me for taking off for.
Right, gotcha.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, hey, Greg, I don't know if you know this or not. Amanda and I are headed so-and-so in July. He can't make fun of that.
No, he can't. He can't. He said, too, hey, look, he said, the emails that are pouring in of people that are saying, Greg, you've done such a good thing or whatever. He goes, I just want to tell the audience, if it wasn't for my wife, he said, now, I've grown attached to these little things too, and really doing good. But my wife she's the angel out of all this, and I'm just following her lead. And Lisa is, but you're right. And that's the good thing about this show is, hey, handle your business. If you need off, go. We got us a good crew here. So that's always been the case. But for Puppy Patrol, that's a new one right there.
Please look what Bubba is holding. Bubba has just come in.
Bubba, can you show that to the camera? Just hold it up.
Not yet. He
yet.
said he wants to hold off.
All right. He's holding it in his hand like he's a puppy.
Which I understand. I would want to.
Bubba, you don't need to grab the teat, okay? That's for the dog.
The timing of him walking in, what we were talking about, was precious.
It really was. He ordered for Greg. I don't know how to say it, but it's
a feeder with teats on it.
It is. And
for dogs.
And in the middle, it's like it's a cup.
You pour the formula in there.
Yeah, and then they all gather around and grab a teat.
I'd like to see you and Adler try it out today. Right there on the rug. We'll put one of these power drinks, fruit punch maybe, right there that Coke supplies us with.
Boy, I tell you,
right there, and you and Adler, y'all lay on each side of it, and y'all give it a test.
Just give it a test. Just lay there and just go to town.
Wasn't expecting him to walk in with
and all that is because Mama Millie had to go have her little surgery post when they realized she was having some issues and full hysterectomy or whatever. I don't know. We got uterus out and all that, and
there was an infection at one point.
Yeah, and but all's good now.
Her milk didn't
There was
dry
about
up.
2 days where Greg and Lisa were the source, and they had to have a little syringe because a little puppy that can't see and the eyes aren't even open, they don't want things messing around with. They just they blindly know what to do.
Yeah. You're talking about force feed.
Yeah. So with 8 of them, and he said, how many times do you think I count to 8 a day? He goes, every time I go out there, I have to count there, make sure there's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's a lot.
All right. So yesterday, we had a game back when we did the Sports Czars and even the kickoff hour. We haven't done it in a long time, called What the Helms, and this is when you would take a contest and we thought we would know the rules but you would change them sometimes as we were playing the game for a prize from the Rick and Bubba store or something. Mostly things we weren't authorized to give away, but we just did and asked for forgiveness. We called it What the Helms because we never knew what you were going to come up with, and then you would always change how the contest would work in the middle of the contest.
Yeah.
And yesterday you said, hey, Speedy, I've picked up something, and it's made me want to bring it back. So what happened?
Well, I made a promise. Before, so there was about a 2-week period where I was out for over a week, and we had our conference tournament. It was in Houston, and a couple weeks before that, well, somebody had given me, Brady Nelson, had sent me a book.
Okay.
And y'all were convinced that he has gotten it wrong. He thought that I really liked Mike Greenberg. And
Greeny.
Greeny. And y'all are thinking that he bought the wrong book, should have bought Colin Cowherd's book. I like Cowherd better than I like Greeny, but this gentleman, Brady, thought I'd like this book.
Okay.
And I thought, you know what? It's a sports book. It's the greatest sports legends and the numbers they own.
Oh.
And I thought, okay, that's right up my alley, but I don't have time to read it right now. And I promised you guys that I would pick it up when I got settled. When our season was over and I kind of had some time,
right,
I would pick it back up, I'd dig into it, and maybe come up with some things for What the Helms.
Okay.
And so this is the start of that. And I know I texted you last night. It was random. I think that was before I text Greg to ask him how he was doing. But I just thought, you know what? I think I can do something with this. I picked it up yesterday and I looked at it. And then I'm looking at it this morning. I've been looking and reading, and I thought, okay, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can do this. But I do want to ask you one question when we come back. Do you like the direction that I'm heading with this? And if not, I'll, of course, change it. And then I want to ask you about something that happened to me yesterday in a compliance meeting and happens to me more often than not.
All right. Well, you act like we have a say in What the Helms. We don't.
That's true.
But you can ask it anyway.
I'm going to ask it.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show next hour. And we thank you for being with us. Don't forget RBU this week. Andrew Parker, he's someone that Bubba met through friends, and I have gotten to meet after booking him for RBU. It's going to be an interesting RBU this weekend. He's a YouTube influencer and done a ton of different stuff. From Pelham, Alabama, in the Birmingham Metro, where the show is based, and now lives out in L.A., and hey, wow, you wouldn't believe the followers he has and the subscribers and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to jump into that world today. Going to be a great conversation with him. Don't forget, today's the last day you can register for Fix Mama's Mouth. rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and that is there for you. Greg off this week, back on Monday. We've given an update on that. As we went to break, a listener had sent Helmsy a book on Mike Greenberg, who we know is Greeny from ESPN. You remember Mike and Mike Forever? He is he's the little one. If you're trying to visualize who he is, most of you probably know who he is. But anyway, he sent us a book on that, and you've jumped into it.
I thought
now.
I could turn it into What the Helms.
And you think you could bring it back from what's in the book.
Yeah, and so here's what I'm thinking. We're not going to do it today because I want Greg to be here when we do it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
And he'll make fun of it, and that's fine, but that's part of it. That's what makes What the Helms good.
Well, he's making fun of it, and I'm trying to understand what the Helms, like, what the heck
I know.
are you doing?
And of course, as I describe this now, it may change because that's What the Helms. But here's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about, because this is a book about stats and jersey numbers, and here's the quote: "Not all numbers are created equal. Some are accomplishments, others are identity." and you have all these different facts about these different just legends in sports.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm thinking about doing is like starting like I give clues. So let's say, for instance, I start off, and again, we hadn't asked him, Rick, who just walked in the door, or Bubba, what we can do. What we can do in the store for this,
right?
But I think this is one of
you
those
rarely
things
have
where
asked.
I know. I think this is one of those things where we just ask for forgiveness and not permission,
right?
And so let's say that we start off with a $40 value of anything in the store that's $40.
Oh wow, you're going there.
Okay.
So this is what the Helms does. Start y'all.
And what I do is I read a stat or a fact about this particular person, and you can either make the decision to see who it is and get the $40 value if you get it right, or you can say, I need another clue, but that takes me down to a $30 value.
Helmsy.
Then you have that decision. So now you got 2 clues and a $30 value.
Helmsy.
Well, if you still don't know it, but you're still looking for something in the store, you don't want to take a chance, we'll take you down to a $20 value. I'll give you another clue.
Good night.
And then the lowest value would be 10. And then at $10,
can you get anything for $10?
At $10, yeah, we have a couple things in there. I think there's a pair of sunglasses in there you can get. Maybe they're not 10.
No, I don't think
know.
they are.
We got a sticker. I know that's
a sticker.
Like $3.
A sticker.
There's things under $10 in our store.
Night alive.
So get that, and then that's when you have to answer the question. When you get down to the $10 value, you have to answer the question, and if you miss it, you get nothing.
This is your idea.
That's my idea. That's what I was thinking in the break. At first, I just I had written down some pages of some ones that I wanted to do, and I thought, but you know what? There's a lot of information in here that you can kind of take this to a whole different level.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm thinking. Now, I know.
Look at it. He's so proud. I wish y'all could see him. He's so proud.
I just think I think that'd be fun. We're a little negotiating on, with the
trying to figure out what they've won and stuff, and go through the prices with them. That's a handle.
It would be, but I'm sitting here thinking, like, I want to look in the store. Maybe I need to do that.
Right.
I'll go through the store.
Oh, you think?
And so, or maybe here's the deal. Oh man, we got plenty of stuff. $10. There's a 34-ounce bottle. There's a T-shirt. Oh, plenty of T-shirts. Sunglasses. Sunglass strap is what I was thinking about.
What about if you said, rather than a $40 value, up for grabs right now, and it's like one of 3 items that you know are valued at a high?
Okay.
Or something like that. Okay, up for grabs now is one of our new staff shirts, or you know what I mean?
I wanted the audience to be able to pick something out, but you're right. I like your idea better because it doesn't put us in a handle.
Well, no, not necessarily a handle. It's just, okay, they've won. Now what do you want? I don't know. What's $40?
Yeah. Well, if they can win what the Helms, they can search a store.
All right, then let them do it.
You know what I mean?
That's fine. And then just email us what they want. There you go.
All right. So just know that I'm thinking through this.
Okay, buddy.
And what the Helms may be back within a week or so.
Just thinking out loud, huh?
That's all I'm doing.
All right.
I got a question for you, though.
Okay.
What makes you nervous?
What do you mean?
Like, what makes you nervous?
Conversations like we're having.
I mean, truly, what I mean is
road shows like Regions.
Something. Okay, all right, that's a good one. So I'm just kidding.
Whatever.
Here's why. There's not many things that makes me feel nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there. Look, old Helms, there were plenty of things that made me nervous.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm like, unless a police officer pulls up behind me,
oh yeah,
that makes me a little nervous.
Okay.
That's one that I can come up with.
Right.
That makes me nervous. I get nervous when I see a police officer pull, because I think, oh, you getting a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't got one in a while, which is good. So, but when they pull off, I'm relieved. I'm like, they weren't getting me. So that's one thing.
Okay.
The other thing that makes me nervous is compliance meetings.
Okay.
And here's why. And I wish they would I wish they'd change this.
Good night.
So I'm in a compliance meeting yesterday, and at UAB, I coach tennis, and there's rule changes and legislation from the NCAA, and as far as academics, and as far as financial aid, and what you can do and what you can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time I get in one of these things, and they throw this, okay, here's what you can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And I look on the list, and as the lady starts talking, I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Don't say you.
I
don't say
no,
it out
listen.
loud.
No, I'm going to give you this because you'll understand it. I mean, so I'm thinking, well, crap, I've done that. Well, crap, I've done that. And I get nervous, and I'm like, do I self-report this? Do I do this?
Sometimes you know you're
then
talking
no,
out
but
loud.
listen, but then, do you know what's on the next slide?
What?
Exceptions.
Oh.
And so once they get to the exceptions page, I'm good because it's accept this and accept that, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, and
now
so
I'm good, but for a while you were nervous.
For like
Right.
4 minutes. I'm a nervous wreck. So here's what I want to ask the compliance people. Can we start with the exceptions?
Okay.
Because
all right.
for 4 minutes yesterday, I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around the room. I was thinking, is anybody else having this issue? Or
Right.
are they thinking what I'm thinking right now? Is everybody's heart bouncing right now, nearly out of their chest because they've done something wrong? And then it's like a trick because I'm new to this. Like there's people in these meetings that, you know, it's not a big deal, and
they've
they're
been
just
doing it for a long
they've been doing it for a long
time.
time, and they don't think about that. All this is just second nature to them. But I'm a newbie, and I'd like to see those exceptions before you throw the first page up, because I was a nervous wreck for like 3 minutes.
Or just say, look, we're about to go through this now. I want to let y'all know there are some exceptions, and we're going to
Right.
go over that at the end.
Right.
However, just in general, here's the topic.
Yes.
And then that way you know, well, maybe I've got an exception.
And there was a couple of things, and this has nothing to do with there was a moment where I was like, do I self-report myself here, whatever? And then I get to it, and you don't believe the relief I had was the same relief when the police officer pulls away from me and going to get somebody else.
Okay.
It was that same
when
relief.
you see the lights, but they pass by you?
Yes. I was so relieved.
Wow. You were pretty nervous.
I was. Then the other thing I noticed, and
do you scream what you normally scream when you see the cop turn around? Do you?
Yeah.
Be honest.
Yes, I do.
Huh?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I do. I still do.
All
I
right.
admit it. It depends on who's in the car, but yeah.
Okay.
You know what, Helms? Jesus is always in the car.
He is. And that's when you know you just need to got a lot of growth.
Yep.
Continue.
So the other thing that I noticed yesterday too was listen, anytime I'm around compliance people, I feel like honestly, I'm an average guy, okay? But I feel like after living on this planet for 45 years, I've got a little wisdom, and I'm smart when it comes to a lot of things. But when I'm around these people, I walk out of the room feeling so dumb.
Really?
So dumb. They're just brilliant. And I'm just thinking, golly, I'm an idiot. But
Is this your way of complimenting them so y'all don't get in trouble?
Here's what I noticed yesterday too. One of the things they would say, and this was stuff. Then they kind of moved into organizational things, university thing. Hey, this is our policy and procedures, and we need y'all to stay in this lane.
Okay.
And they would always say things like, "Now listen, before we get into this, I want y'all to know we're not talking about anybody in the room." But then when
they are,
but when they would get into what they were talking about, I'm like, they're talking about us.
Yeah,
we're clearly doing that. And it's and it's not, and it's one of those, it's a communication thing where they just want us to stay in a lane, because if we go outside of that lane, it gets confusing for everybody.
Right.
And so, but a couple of times, the person who is so sweet and just does a good job with these.
Okay, you said that, buddy. You said that.
They would say, "Listen, please understand, we're not talking about any of y'all. Y'all are fine. Okay, some of the other groups we have to deal with, they're not in here.
Right.
Y'all are good."
And they say that when the other groups
probably
are in and you're out.
And so when because there's two different meetings at two different times, and you come to the one you can. It fits your schedule and practice and all that. And so, but it seemed like every time she said that, she was talking about us.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Was she looking at you a lot?
There was one time when the International Admissions Office was brought up that she glared at me, and I thought, oh gosh, she's talking about us. She's talking about us. She's talking about us.
Well, I love when they, for some reason, a lot of people don't make eye contact.
Yeah.
But if you engage whoever's talking and they realize, oh, you're paying attention and looking at me, they look at you a lot.
And when you say that and look at me and smile, you're probably talking about me.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it,
That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Get top deals on everything you need to freshen up your yard, like the Cobalt 24-volt string trimmer and leaf blower combo kit, only at Lowe's. Was $199, now just $149. Plus, get your lawn in shape with up to $15 off select Scott's Easy Seed Lawn Repair Mixes. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Scott's offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Boot Barn honors a Western legacy built by those who persevere through resourceful determination. Ariat honors that same legacy by bringing innovative technology to classic pieces. Driven by a dedication to the craft, Ariat blends timeless Western artistry with advanced performance features for the modern cowboy and rodeo athlete. Out west, ingenuity is second to none. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We got 8 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. I am Speedy. To my left is Helmsy. Greg off this week, back on Monday. Adler coming in. Rick, Bubba here. They'll all join us at top of the hour. At this time of the kickoff hour, I want to remind all of you that are out there and you run a business or you own a business and you want to help get the word out. Maybe our audience, the Rick and Bubba Army, they support the businesses that we advertise and promote, and you want to be a part of that. The SSI team wants us to remind you that this show and another popular show that they syndicate can help get that word out and maybe your goals accomplished. I know we've been doing a lot of endorsements and advertising for years, and we've really so I will say this: some of my good friends were advertisers at one time that started with the show, and some still, and so you can be a part of that. You can email our national sales team, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com, or call them at 203-431-0790. Of course, you want to thank the over 60 network radio affiliates as far as how to do that. But we also have the YouTube, Blaze TV feeds, the 247tunein.com digital radio channel, also all of the social media platforms, rickandbubba.com opportunities, podcasts that we've been talking about, RBU this week. So there's a lot there. And so you can email us, rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com, and we look forward to sharing your message with our fans and Rick and Bubba Army members here at some point and creating another successful alliance that we've been doing for right at 30 years now. Excuse me. I never thought.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I never thought we could say that, but we're a blessed group, man. It's to do what we do. We were talking yesterday. I bumped into somebody, and they were like, y'all were talking about, your wives don't think that you work or whatever, and they started laughing really hard at that. And they don't. I mean,
they really don't.
They know when we get up, and that's our hardest part.
Yeah.
And I've said that we get paid to wake up and get here, because once we're here, we do have a blast. It's a very rewarding job for sure. All right, so there's a couple of different ways. I don't know where you want to go with this, but we got all kinds of different ways we could go as far as the next topic here. Today is May 4th. So for all you Star Wars folks, it's May the 4th be with you. Yeah. I got that. And then tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo.
You want me to do my little dance tomorrow?
Yes, I do. Yes. I mean, we're going to be hitting this throughout the day tomorrow.
Cinco de Mayo.
And so I cannot wait for you hopping around right there on the rug, if you don't mind.
I will. Adler just walked in. I don't want to put him on the spot, but I do have a question for him.
He's walking like he's still sore. I wonder why.
Well, I want to, and listen, haven't been going through these stuff this morning, Adler, but I do. Adler brought out something yesterday, and I think it's a game changer for you and I. Mm-hmm. And that's the band, the workout bands, the stretch bands, the get loose bands that people have. And
I wonder why he brought that out. Do you know?
He tied one to the golden ticket seat, and he started using it, and I was so excited. Mm-hmm. And I thought, man, this is a way I can actually get some stuff in during commercial breaks and stuff like that, stretching, and really take advantage of that time. I don't like to waste time. I like to be efficient with my time. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, this is great. And so, but then I noticed something.
Okay.
I was using it and hogging it, and he wasn't having the opportunity to do what he ultimately put it out there for, and that was for him to do something in the break.
Yeah.
Well, then I noticed this morning it was gone. And so I want to tell him, I'm sorry I hogged it yesterday. You can bring it back out. I'll make sure that I'm going to bring a few in myself. And so I would like to see one like on every other chair.
Yeah.
We'll just all do it.
It was just because of the Bible study.
Yeah.
That was the only reason.
Kind of a little bit in the way. I saw that.
I didn't want the Bible study guys to be using it.
Okay.
Who would want that?
It's ours. Hey, staff only. Okay.
When I came in this morning and didn't see it, then we had to run in there and change the TV deal, and I didn't see it in there. And I thought, has he took this back home? I really hope he left it here.
If you're wondering, it was on the back doorknob of the door.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but that's where I keep it.
If it had been a snake, it'd have bit you.
Yep.
I have one that I can bring in. I don't want to be, but it's pink.
Oh, don't
Are y'all
do that.
okay with that?
No,
I mean, his band's yellow.
I like his band a lot. I got a green one and a purple one and a blue one.
Yeah, let's just have all colors.
And I meant to bring it in today, and of course I forgot.
I need a short. Okay, I need a short week one. Is what I need. A short week one. So
Right.
save your jokes, all right? I need a short week one for a certain exercise.
Right.
We're gonna have all kinds of colored bands in here for exercising.
I got a medicine ball back here too, if you want it.
Saw that. I thought this morning. I thought would probably be laying by the medicine ball.
I should have put it there.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
That's
it's
the
fine.
That's clearly the equipment zone.
Listen, it was on me because I was mad at myself because I thought I had ruined something. I thought, so you ruined it the first day. Adler will never bring the band back because he never got to do it.
Right.
You were out there the whole
you came
time.
in too hot.
No,
I did.
I'm in.
Okay,
Right,
cool.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
liking this a lot.
Well, you look. There's. I brought in the little PVC pipe.
Yes, I use that a good bit too.
Yeah, and
you just brought that in recently, didn't you?
yeah, I brought it
Okay.
in. Well, because I don't know, my left shoulder's all jacked up. This is old man talk time for those of you that are wondering. And you can do all kinds of stretches.
Yeah.
We learned that
I
over
used
at
it yesterday.
OTM back in the day. And so we had about 3 of them in the garage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let's just take one to work. Why not? And so we put it in the production room / call screening room, and that's where we hang out a lot, have free time. And so I'm like, while we're in here, let's put it in here. So hey, you know what? We're some stretching fools now.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot,
I like
too.
this direction we're headed in, man.
Yes, that's good. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Don't forget that a week from yesterday, that's May the 10th, we're going to be live at Regions Tradition. That's the Champions Tour with the PGA. And it's a major event on that tour. And right here at Greystone Golf and Country Club, they host it, and so we'll be broadcasting live from the Coca-Cola porch right outside the Coca-Cola VIP area, and known as where we eat breakfast. And so that'll be next Wednesday. Next Monday, Gene Hallman, Mover and Shaker, is going to come in and let everybody know who I'm playing with, and Bubba's going to be with, and all the other groups as well. Yeah. And the highest bidder, +1, has kind of an inside the ropes experience for the day, and it doesn't have to be with our group. It could be with if you
can pick anybody.
Yeah, if you hear somebody else mentioned, you're like, ooh, that'd be kind of neat. Yeah. And so just kind of be aware of that and be ready for that on Monday, May 8th. We'll do that. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba, join us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As Jim Carrey continues to turn into complete bonkers right before our very eyes and ears, when we saw the release of the special, when he played the Man on the Moon, what's
Andy
that guy's
Kaufman.
name? Andy Kaufman. Oh, my gosh.
Night. Look at that.
And then he's been doing weirder interviews. It's almost like that's when he kind of...
These paintings, weird paintings.
Weird paintings and weird stuff. Even when he did the Comedians in Cars with Jerry Seinfeld, just a little off. And now he's gone on Bill Maher, and it is interesting. We'll let his video speak for itself. He's saying that we need to stop apologizing for being pro-socialism, and we need to, as Americans, just go ahead and say yes to socialism. And here is Jim Carrey from Bill Maher in his own words.
Right, and you're going to hear Bill take up a lot of this video, but Jim Carrey comes in at the end. Take a listen.
I've always said that
Courtesy of
the
HBO.
United States has been a quasi-socialist government for 100 years, for crying out loud. It's not
There's plenties of subsidies for oil companies,
well,
and
but also
everybody else
Medicare and
needs
Social
a
Security,
handout, right?
yes, of course. There's nothing more socialistic than some of the Pentagon programs that are just jobs programs. The Pentagon says we don't want these tanks, and they build them anyway. If that's not socialism, I don't know what is. Yeah. But that word, if the Democrats need to get a plan to fight this slander of socialism. You're going to be living in Venezuela.
Well,
and I don't see it yet.
We have to say yes to socialism, to the word and everything. We have to stop apologizing.
I am.
Okay, Jim, thank you for the crazy eyes to go with that crazy statement. So, Jimmy, look, you're a funny guy. You certainly have given us. You've certainly given us laughs. But the thing about, first of all, Jim Carrey is like a lot of celebrities. He has no idea what he's talking about when he talks about socialism. In his mind, and I understand the mindset, it's just not correct. In his mindset, socialism is the place where everybody's taken care of. Everybody will be fine. These people that I see that don't have anything that bothers me, and good for you, it should bother you. But he thinks that socialism would just be the way that there wouldn't be super wealthy people and then super poor people. Somehow socialism will resolve that. People will have health care when they want it. They'll have whatever they need. They'll have a college education if they want it. All this will be provided somehow being grabbed out of someone's rear end somewhere. And it just appears, poof, out of nowhere, and people have it. Now, he says now, of course, you look at all the places where it's gone bad, and we need to quit using those examples and find examples of where, Bill Maher says this, where socialism actually works, like better examples than Venezuela. Now, the problem is you can't find that, because if they could find it, they probably already would. Don't you think? And so
they'd already have a poster up with that country.
And Jim Carrey is saying we should say yes to socialism. Now, I did see Comedians in Cars, which is a pretty recent presentation of Jim Carrey's current life. Now, it did not appear to me that Jim Carrey is living like a socialist. It didn't look that way to me.
No, he's not.
Now, Jim may be choosing, which would be not so much of a courageous choice. He may be choosing to say, well, I want America to be a socialist country, but I want to live like the ruling class. Well, now, if that's the case, I'm in for that as well. But that's not really going to be the case for the majority of the people. We will now go into a world of all of us trying to be equally mediocre. And what they're talking about are these things where we've moved away from the founders' original intent. We talked about our representative from Nebraska trying to talk about that with the branches of government. I love how they're saying we're already dabbling in socialism, and I agree, and that's what's wrong with our country. we don't need to do more of that. We need to do less of that and get back to the original intent of the free market and small, tiny government. The handouts we're doing now are detrimental to our country. They don't make our country better.
If you are part of the uber rich in our country, and Jim Carrey would be one of those, I don't know what his net worth is today. I mean, probably upwards of $40 or $50 million.
Probably not what it once was.
No, but if you're that wealthy and you're pushing socialism, shouldn't you be required before we even give you a turn at the microphone to give away 90% of what you owe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because
150 million, Bubba.
If you believe in socialism, it should start with you, Jim.
Yeah,
and there's nobody keeping you from giving away your stuff. I've noticed that socialists always want to give away somebody else's money.
That's right.
To justify everything and to equal everything out. The problem is, Jim, it won't work because when you take people's money and you start taxing them at 70, 80, and 90%, they quit working. That's why they ran out of bread in Russia. You remember that? The old Soviet Union, the bread lines, you remember that? You remember Nicaragua and Venezuela, Cuba? The only thing that even remotely you could point to as successful is China, and it's because they changed from their communist socialist system to a more capitalistic system, just with dictators overseas.
Well, the beauty about being capitalist in a dictator tyrannical government is you get to benefit from capitalism, but you refrain from letting the people that you're ruling over having any of it.
Well, it's like you were talking about a minute ago. The ruling class does fine.
Oh,
There's
sure.
still mansions on the hill. It's
they
just
do
by the
great.
people leading the party.
Well, I wish somebody would ask Jim Carrey this, because this would be important. This would be an important question. Number one, and other people have said this. This is not my original thought. Trust me, it came from people much more intelligent than me. They say these celebrity socialists, they're trying to, even the examples they find, they don't understand these are tiny, tiny countries. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour is upon us, starting with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Hey! We are ready to take you on another journey through all the stories that have happened, updates, new stuff within the show, within our country, and around the world. And we'll put it through the old Rick and Bubba filter, and we'll talk about it in the only way we know how. And hopefully you can enjoy that with us as we go through it again today. Our number I just gave you before the national anthem, that's 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's how you'll join us today. Greg's still on vacation as he is taking puppy paternity leave. He shall return to us on Monday. Speedy, Adler, and Helmsy here. Helmsy and Speedy have given you a kickoff hour. Adler now joins us as he enhances the YouTube experience, both live and archived today. If you are watching us on YouTube, welcome. Or listening to America's boldest radio stations, welcome. On the TuneIn app, welcome. And if you are catching us on the various archive options, including our podcast channel, welcome. Glad that you are here. So we are missing one. Let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors?
Something happening here. We stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Bubba, welcome back.
How are you, sir?
Well, I know we'll have an update. I know that as you left the show yesterday and headed to some meetings, and so hopefully we'll get true today.
Yeah,
tornado relief update.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. That's quite a process. It's been a learning process.
Yeah, sure
for
it
us,
has.
and
sure it has.
We're enjoying going through all the mini steps of that.
Yes,
and we'll get you an update on that. Thank you guys for letting me do that, and hopefully those will be a minimum in the coming weeks and months and year.
Yep.
And we've got a lot to cover today. I was just thumbing through the stack of stuff for today, as Rush used to call it.
Oh yes,
and
God rest his soul, Bubba.
Yeah, and the picture of King Charles with Queen Camilla.
Well, you know the big coronation
Saturday. Yeah, that's the big throwdown. Got that, and that'll be something.
Yeah.
We have updates on several stories, and I caught bits and pieces yesterday after I left.
I've got good news for you, sir.
And I understand you were building bridges.
I was building bridges yesterday. I have really good. Let me go over here, right here. Mend relationship with Sean Hannity. Check.
Yep. That's a big one.
Hey, check. Yeah. Some other things did not go as well, but I will tell you that it's one of the things.
Well, you got to start somewhere. Right?
One of the things I think that helped me the most yesterday, and it was one of our precious listeners who sent me an email and said, Rick, no matter how much they give you a hard time, Jerry Reed loved you till he died.
Yep, that's true.
And I thought, well, I'm gonna cling to that today. I mean that right there.
Has Paul Thorne, did he reply to you?
No, it's
okay. That's one of the great mysteries of our time.
I fully expected to get a text on that one, and I did not. Everything. The Zach Brown thing that didn't. We just couldn't get it. We just didn't get a number. That number we had is old. But the thing that I think is most important, because I know for you sometimes when around, I know there's certain people that you don't want me to embarrass you in front of, and Sean's one of them. And so Hannity yesterday, the building of that bridge, I felt like if I didn't do anything else to get back in your good graces on that particular topic, I did that yesterday.
Rick, that was one that that I shared with you, and it kind of went downhill because you kept texting about his fighting and all that, and
just a little fun.
You building that back was huge.
Just a little.
You haven't texted him, right? Because we gave you till tomorrow.
I can do it tomorrow.
Okay.
And all I'm gonna do tomorrow is say, hey man, I'm glad I have your text, and just press on and keep fighting. And FYI, and for your information, we pass it on to Bubba, and we'll keep it tight and locked. And oh, by the way, are you glad Tucker Carlson's gone?
No. We told you 6 months before you go start making fun or picking at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No martial arts.
No
no Tucker Carlson.
No. It's just get back in and get settled.
Okay.
And on the other front, is it Paul Thorne? Mm-hmm. He's going to be in Alabama in June, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I got those emails.
I got to tell you, that's the one, Helmsy, that bothers me.
Well, I think
one of the most, not the most, but it's on up there that the last time we saw him, it was in studio, smile and see you later, and then now it's like.
Well, as I've said 1,000.
I do remember that.
Every time we recap this, I've said it 1,000 times. I know what happened with Sean. I know what happened with Brett Favre.
What happened with Brett?
Well, I came in a little hot. You know what I mean?
He shared a little details,
right?
Some details yesterday.
Yeah, and
when you ate his ice cream
sandwich,
it's never changed since then.
And then I also struggled with something that I shared with the guys yesterday that I'd never shared, and they got it out of me.
Right?
Is that the last documented text I had for Brett Favre? He put emojis on there. And
he gave Brad a pass on it too.
Yeah, and I was keeping that secret.
I'll emoji you every now and then. I have to be careful. I have to fight.
Well, Greg was here. You can see how I didn't want anybody to know that Brad of all people had emojied me.
Right.
And matter of fact, it must have affected me so much because I honestly have not texted him in 2 years. It was 2021.
But that's not a bad thing. I don't think.
No.
It lets him know that you're not abusing the number or whatever.
I try not to.
Yeah.
Also,
and sometimes I have things. If you give me your number and I hear you, I want to add. Like if I'd have had Sean's cell phone, I would have corrected how he was saying Tommy Tuberville. I would have simply texted and said, "Oh, by the way, love you. It's Tuberville."
See, that's probably not how you use that text message back and forth.
No, I think he'd want to know.
Wouldn't you want to know that?
Not during the live show.
By the way, a lot of people emailed yesterday heard the same thing Sherry heard. They said he said it wrong 4 to 5 times.
Yeah. Also today, my package that I ordered for Greg came in.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
It's the Suckler 4000. And, we'll break it down. It doesn't. It's not exactly. When you see a picture on Amazon, it doesn't exactly.
Isn't that so true? I thought the same thing when I saw it.
It's a little. It's not quite as robust, maybe as I thought it was going to be.
There you go.
But we'll break that down today. But there she is. You can just fill her up and.
Can Speedy try it out today?
I'd like to see him try that.
Yeah. I loved your
on
idea.
One side, Adler on the other.
That was my thought.
I thought that was a good idea, Helmsy. We go in there and we get one of those. I think because there's a soft drink that Coca-Cola's kind of wanting us to try. We hadn't tried yet.
That's it.
Pour that in there.
You thought that was a good idea?
Yeah, I did. 16 minutes past the hour. Probably won't be as cute as Puppy's doing it.
Rick and Bubba.
In this economy, where is huge. These things are too big. The numbers are too big to do health care for everybody in America, and it just come out of nowhere. So that's part of it. But I would like to ask him a question that is something that I just thought of. I would, and nobody will do this. I would. If he was sitting here right on guest mic number 2, I would ask him, Jim, so what you're saying to us, you wish that you had not achieved the wealth you have achieved, and you don't want anybody else to have a chance to do that. Because if you right now could be king of America and you said it will now be a socialist country, you just robbed anybody else in this country for being who you are. You're just saying you want to be able to do it, but you don't want anybody else to be able to do it. I understand you might feel guilty because you made this kind of money by being able to put your arm over your head and do funny faces. I got it. But this country afforded you an opportunity that you want to deny other people because you've already got yours. So you don't want anybody else to be the next Jim Carrey? Because you could take your funny faces and your weird arm stuff and all your impressions and all that and go to a socialist country, and I assure you would not have accumulated the wealth you have now.
No, because they don't have money to buy tickets to come see your movies.
Right.
They don't have the money to make the movie.
So I mean, I don't have any stomach for. I've already made my $150 million that I now have. I'm worth $150 million current day, so I've made much more than that. But I want to now have a form of government that would deny other Americans the opportunities that I was afforded in a constitutional republic and a free market and capitalism, and I just find that hard to stomach.
Did you see this story? This is bizarre.
Which one?
The Connecticut.
The lady that mistaken,
yeah.
she thought she was picking up a candle, but it was a stick of dynamite.
Yeah.
Picking up a what?
Look,
a candle. There was a power outage. There was a storm, and she went to go light a candle, but it was a stick of dynamite, and it blew up in her
lady
hand.
was hurt. Okay, windows blown out.
I
all
bet
that.
she was
I mean,
hurt.
It's not funny, but when I saw that, I thought, who in the world keeps dynamite and candles in the same box? I mean,
Who would mistake dynamite for a candle?
No,
She ain't very smart. I know she's one-handed now, but come on.
No, I got this. Who has dynamite, period?
Right.
When you lit it, it went, that's not a candle.
When it went what?
Now, Rick, yeah. Hey, throw it out the window, honey. Firefighters found another explosive device in the home, and as a precaution, they had to evacuate the homes on either side of her residence. And the
Who has
state
dynamite?
bomb squad was called in. Well, I mean, what all
don't
did
bring
they,
that. I meant the candle, not the dynamite.
What all did they have in their house?
Well, I got
baby, go get me a candle. Don't get the dynamite now.
yeah.
Who has dynamite?
Well, Greg brought up a good point earlier.
Let's just say you do have it. Keep it in a separate drawer from the candles.
Yeah, are they renting the house or something that they didn't know? What I mean, still, you hold a stick of dynamite, you know it's not.
How do you
a candle.
know? How you know it's not a candle, Greg?
That's the first sign.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucker.
Because if it's your house, you
Have
know.
you ever lit a candle and done that? Honey, you light that good smelling candle.
They must have had a short fuse on it.
Yeah, I'm like, tell me that they were renting some house didn't know had dynamite.
Right.
I mean, because I don't know who keeps. And if you do, Bubba, to your point, if you have dynamite, it's got its own box with dynamite written on it.
Yeah. Take just a few
explosive, danger.
common sense precautions. Don't store that in the drawer with a candle.
baby, go get Daddy some dynamite. I mean, when do you ever ask for that? When do you ever call for the dynamite?
If you think you're lighting the candle by pushing that T handle down, that's not a candle.
No.
Minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. So, Bubba, you're not all fired up about the coronation coming up Saturday? You're not going to be watching? I mean, King Charles, you got used to saying it yet?
Rick, I think I've got to watch dandelions blow in the breeze or something.
Yeah.
If I'm by TV, I'll probably flip it on just to see what ridiculous pomp and circumstance is going on.
Yep.
But this picture today, and I really don't even want to get into it yet.
Well,
you're going to. I don't want to start.
You're
with
going
that kind of mood.
Well, can I say something funny then to you to give you a little lighthearted thing? So because this is a big adjustment. This is a big adjustment for the English. So you remember the two London pastors that dropped by to see us?
Yes.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. About a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And so we kid around, like we all do, wherever you're from. Like if they would say to me, hey, y'all, and y'all come see us.
Yeah.
If they were saying goodbye, well, to them, what I kept saying, and they kept having to change it, they go, all right, now, God save the Queen.
King.
God save the King.
Yeah.
And so they're having to adjust back to saying God save the King.
Yeah.
And Bubba, look right there. I want you to stand up and stare at it. There. Huh?
Oh,
there
gosh.
It is.
That's
sure.
something else, isn't it?
It is.
So
that's
a clear sign you need to have more branches in your family.
Well, there it is. See, there's the switch I was trying to flip. It's been flipped. so anyway, but
no, listen. If that, that's their thing, and that's all good.
Sure.
And look, we have our version of it here. We have the same DNA as the Brits, and we do it with sports stars and. Music icons and to some degree political people. So we'll see how that, and I'm always interested when we talk to them about exactly how the king fits into the modern government setup of the British throne and the British people and the parliament and the prime minister and all that. And if I understand it right, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the king is still actually in charge, but he has given the people permission to govern themselves.
Bubba, can I break it down to you?
Now, if they tried to take that back, they would be thrown in the street and beheaded. But that's kind of the technical way they got to that point.
Yeah.
And like when they get a new prime minister, they have to go meet the king or queen, which is actually the king or queen saying it's okay for this person to serve. They've never turned any down, though, of course.
Well, you know why that started. Is because
they were about to overthrow.
Correct.
And they made a deal.
Correct. Yeah.
And wisely they have said, we give you permission.
It's actually in reality the opposite. If the king or the queen decides to make trouble, they're the ones that would end up in the streets with their heads cut off.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. If they ever tried to take that power back.
Yeah. The people run the country, and as you said, really the people have allowed the monarch to stay there because they think it's
the monarch gave the peasants permission to govern themselves.
Right. And we know that's not the reality.
Just like the king, the king gave the United States permission to become an independent country after we beat their military twice.
Tyranny is a bad thing, but you look even to Scripture, and you did discover that after the fall, the experiment of us governing ourselves went really, really bad.
Yeah.
And then God established governments. And for really no other reason than to keep order.
Yeah,
and so the and we're he preferred that we would have, because he did design us to want to worship, and what he wanted was for us to worship him,
right.
and live under his statutes and his commands and trust that he knew what was best for us, and we gave him a no thank you on that, and then when we fell, then we attempted to govern ourselves and do what was right in our own eyes. And that went really, really bad. And so then governments were established to really keep order because we can't behave.
Let me ask you this: King Charles is the heir of the throne.
Correct.
He is married to Camilla.
Mm-hmm. I know how excited you are about that.
She is going to be called Queen Camilla.
That is correct.
So when we had the former queen, was her husband the king? The guy kept wrecking the cars everywhere.
He was not.
Well, how is that?
Well, they get to do what they want to do and rename and say and elevate and so this expert here claims, and I can't believe he used one of our phrases, that they mean business. Now
this is the reason I'm asking. It says that Queen Camilla will be crowned alongside her longtime love on May the 6th.
Is that princess? And here's why, because it wasn't Philip.
Queen.
So it does say Queen.
Yeah, straight up Queen in the headlines. It says Queen Camilla isn't afraid to call the shots at Buckingham Palace.
And it says you can see, and this is the key, Helms, that Charles always determined that she would be queen. It is the king's call. So the reason why the reason why the other what was his name, Philip is that side of the family, and they said we're not going to call you king.
So the former queen said I'm not going. Philip, you're going to be.
Yeah, you won't be. And I don't think Philip wanted to be called king.
I don't think
Philip really cared because it's one thing. It's one thing for Philip to be out, cutting up, and it's another thing if he was king. So it's a weird thing when it comes to these monarch people. Sometimes when you're married, you get elevated to the male or female version of who you're married to, and sometimes you don't.
Okay.
That makes sense. It said when they got married in a low-key ceremony in 2005, she was the new Princess of Wales, a title that had belonged to Diana.
Oh, well. Everybody loves that one.
She styled herself as Duchess of Cornwall instead.
Your favorite. You've made many comments on that. Many.
I don't know why, but there's something about saying Duchess of Cornwall.
I know
that it just seems a little.
It almost
humorous
feels.
to me.
It almost feels like you've won the championship of the tailgate party. I am the Duchess of Cornwall.
Well, let me say
I
this.
am the champion.
Other than me getting banned from Talladega. And then going back and being Grand Marshal, which
good.
I thought was a big step.
That was really big.
Camilla has gone from being the other woman all the way to queen.
Yes. And there's another scandal brewing. Y'all seen that with Prince William's affair scandal?
No.
Oh, yeah.
You mean the
Rose Hanbury? Y'all heard that?
I haven't heard this.
Yeah, that's a
little royal mud.
Which one?
Oh, yeah.
A little royal mud.
Kate Williams?
Oh yeah, it's out there.
A little royal mud.
Hey, don't know what the truth is and all that, but I'm telling you, it's out there. You go look for yourself.
Yeah.
Rose Hanbury too. There she is, right there. The one in the look at her.
Watch out.
You throwing that down and leaving the room?
I'm just telling you, that's a big topic of conversation right now with the Royals. It's a big handle.
Yeah. We'll take your phone calls on this next.
Rick and Bubba.
Baby. There it is, Toby Mac. I just need you.
You know, as many hits as he had, that may be my favorite.
Well, let me tell you, it's one thing to have to live off your old stuff. It's another thing for people to care about your new stuff.
The video.
Everybody take a note of that initially.
The video is excellent.
Oh, yes.
I think by far his best video.
I haven't seen a lot of his videos, but I love it. I don't know that he's done videos with me, so.
Yeah, he's been very innovative in a lot of the stuff he's done, but that one, I mean, there's some simplicity to it, but some real depth, and I really do like it.
It's good. It's good.
Awesome.
His whole new album is really good. He's got a number of songs, but that is it's funny. Sherry and I were dancing that in the kitchen last night.
We talk about different music styles, but Toby Mac is right in my sweet spot. I mean, it's right. It gives me a little bit of everything I need.
Well, I will tell you this. I think that Toby
got
Mac's
enough of the funk, know.
I think Toby's one of those places where all the different musical tastes in the room for a minute land together.
Yeah.
For just a minute.
Yeah.
Other than the country music people, there's nothing there for them. But you know. Not a lot there.
Maybe if you like some of the more upbeat,
maybe so.
Perky country music.
Maybe. You know what? Wait just a minute. I'll take that back. Who's that kind of new country artist that always sings like he's got his hands around his mouth? I'm going to come here with that. What is it? Sam, what's his name? Something? Used to be
Sam
quarterback
Hunt.
at UAB.
Sam Hunt.
Is that what it is? Yeah. He has a little bit of Toby Mac in there.
Yeah.
I walked in the bar, and I'm looking over. We got my truck, and I was riding through the neighborhood. Yeah. So anyway, so there's a little bit of that in
hips
there.
it up a little bit.
There's a little bit of that in there. So we do have a lot to talk about. 9/11, 17 years.
Wow. Remember that morning like
yeah.
it was yesterday.
Yeah.
What a day.
Yeah. When we look back, for those of you that are new to the program, we were on the air live when it happened. As a matter of fact, my wife speaking of that, told me just the other day she met somebody and said the day that they found the show, they were riding along on 9/11 and they heard us talking about what had just happened. So a lot of people remember listening to this show on 9/11. We'll play a little. It's kind of a montage of all the things that were going on live here on the show and around the world all at the same time. 17 years ago today, when America was attacked on our own soil by terrorists, and of course it's changed so many things.
Well, yeah, it really has. The way we look at the world, the way we look at ourselves. You know, during that show too, if you listen to it, you go back and it's kind of like how everybody else was dealing with it. There was a lot of confusion. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of speculation. We were trying to understand, then we kind of realized what's going on.
Yep.
And start trying to deal with that and the unbelievable devastation. It's just it's incredible that it's been 17 years. I mean, it's something that's burned in your soul. You know, I think for our generation, it'll be that moment of where were you when that happened. You know, for our parents, It was JFK's assassination.
Yeah, Pearl Harbor for them.
Pearl Harbor for a group before that. Yeah. So I think that really was our moment, if you would.
Well, we've got we definitely will update you and look back at that because we don't need to ever forget, just as we don't want to forget the other things Bubba just mentioned. Then, of course, also we talked about Hurricane Florence could strengthen to a Category 5, and a lot of folks, over 1 million people, being asked to evacuate. We'll try to find meteorologist James Spann for an update on that, and of course, we'll update you on the stories that are available to us as well. So there's a lot to cover. And we'll jump right in the middle of it, and then there's other stories, too.
Yeah, a lot of the interstates are going to be turned one way at noon today, Rick, Eastern time, if you're in the Carolinas in that area. So be mindful of that. Have you seen that when they do that? That is a strange-looking thing.
I'm aware of it. I don't want to be in the middle of it, but I'm aware of it. We'll be back. Things in the sports world that we have found to be unacceptable. This one seems to be, I don't know. You know, when y'all told me we even found out that they faked people on social media complimenting her, you know, because here's the problem that we always have as human beings. We always go too far one way or the other. We can't seem to be level-headed about things. And I knew something was up when they acted like there was a man claiming that Beth Mowins was, like, better than some of the legends of play-by-play, some of the legends. And I thought, well, that seems to be a kind of over-the-top compliment. Somebody, what? It was one thing to say, hey, you know what, that's not bad, or hey, man, yeah, I don't. But to say like she was going an instant legend in her own time, I thought, and then we find out those were all manufactured. I started. I wasn't watching any of it. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Dose number 1 of Relief Factor. Check. Relief Factor, 4 botanicals, they're outstanding. I take it every day, and I absolutely love this product. And if you're like me and you started realizing you were getting a little bit older and you realized that when you started to be injured sleeping, I just woke up. I was fine when I went to bed. I don't know why I'm hurting, and I don't even know what that part of my body means. Why is it hurting? Relief Factor is and no matter your age, if you've got something that's tied to inflammation, this could be exactly what you're looking for. And the fact that it's all natural with none of those side effects of overuse of the over-counters and, of course, the addictive properties of the opioids. Go to ReliefFactor.com right now. Get a 3-week supply for $19.95. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you or not. And the majority of people that order it order more because they see results. And we get your emails and we get your comments. And so get yours now at ReliefFactor.com and let us know how it's working for you. All right, so Royal Family, Bubba, always, if you need to understand the Royal Family, and you and I don't really understand it, and one of the main reasons we don't understand it is, I'm not trying to speak for you, but I think I can on this one, I don't really have a desire to understand it. But when we're talking about it, I will say this, Camilla, if she gets this title, Queen, I will say that she will say to all out there who have made fun of her, who didn't like her, this is her day Saturday when she says to everybody, cram it, clowns.
Yep.
You know what?
Cram it, royal clowns.
Let's go to Charlotte. If there's a woman named Charlotte, she likely will know. Charlotte, what's going on?
Well, enjoying the program for one thing.
Thank you, Charlotte.
But I had some information for you about calling Camilla queen. She is not what we would consider queen like Queen Elizabeth was. She is known as Queen Consort. Just like Philip was Prince Philip Consort. He was not king. And
that's
so
kind of
this
how
is
she
just-
got this job, was consorting, wasn't it?
I knew that was coming. I want to
You
say
got
this.
it.
I want to say this, Charlotte. But Prince Philip, you mean he was king consort?
No.
He never got that title, right?
Right. Well,
He never got
so
that
she
title.
is getting an upgrade. She is going to be queen consort. That's bigger than prince consort.
Well, yes. Well, he was royalty from Greece.
Uh-huh.
He was never royalty.
Uh-huh.
And
Outsider.
he was a Greek prince.
All right, so
But,
let me ask you this, Charlotte. Let's play the what if game. When Prince Charles dies, then William will become king, correct?
Right.
Then what will Camilla's title become then? Because at that point, Kate would become queen consort, right?
Or Rose.
Now, I'm not exactly sure how that would work.
Have I stumped her?
Yeah.
Duchess, she probably just hangs on to the same.
Probably
title.
goes back to
The
Duchess.
Duchess of Cornwall?
Because she doesn't move and she can't be queen if her husband dies. If you were a straight
No,
up
no.
queen, if
No,
you were
no.
a straight up queen, you just take over when your husband does.
That's right.
But
But Kate, I'm not sure about.
yeah.
I
Or what
think-
happens to Camilla? Does she go back? She can't be queen consort if William's king.
No, she would. Once again, I think she once again be a. Do you say commoner?
Do you find it strange, and we see this in America too, that when people become powerful and they become the ruling class, they tend to go and drift more liberal.
Oh yeah.
You always see that in Supreme Court justices. And like with Prince or King Charles, he's pretty far out there to the left.
He is. But Elizabeth, she stayed pretty.
Yeah, no, I would say she was probably the exception to that.
She was. All right, who do you think knows more about the royal family? Jason in Alabama, or Chris specifically in Alabama, but Scottsboro?
Oh, Rick, that's a toss-up.
That is a toss-up.
Yep.
I'm going to go with Chris simply because under his name it says ranks and royal family. Like he knows some specifics. Do you think?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay. All right, Chris, go ahead. Thanks for listening to us on 101.7.
No problem. Real quick, just like I said, I just know the ranks. Like with Charles, he's the rightful heir to the throne, so he would be King Charles, and it would be Queen Camilla. But with Elizabeth, she was the rightful heir to the throne, and she is queen. But there can't be a king that outranks her. So Philip was Prince Philip.
Yeah,
I still don't see that. I got that there's one in the bloodline, but then their spouse. I mean, if I'm Prince Philip, and I mean, when I lay down at night with the Queen, don't I go, can I have the title king?
Right.
If I want it, I don't think he wanted it. I don't
think in that situation he might.
But it is odd because
you just played out.
If you hear all these things, how many times do you hear this phrase? And I heard this phrase all the time.
I got a great line. I want to use it. I don't want to.
But we've heard this phrase over and over again. There will be a single king, and he'll have no wife. And what did they all say to him? You need to go find you a queen.
Right.
And of course, what they love to do is go, well, let's go make somebody a queen that is a daughter of somebody who's real powerful in a nation that we need to really become partners with. And so if we get her to marry you, now we got both of us.
Right.
But they would literally say, you need a queen.
Right.
And so,
Rick, from email here, Leslie Monk. Leslie, thank you for this. She says, I want to nominate Camilla for Fix Mama's Mouth.
Golly, that's good. That is such a good one.
That is, thank you,
That is
Leslie.
so good. But I'll tell you one thing. You think I'm going to lay down at night with Sherry, and she goes, I'm not queen? by in the morning, I'm going to be queen. You think she was going to not? I mean, you're not going to. I'm like you. Can I not lay down and go, hey, how come I can't be king? You know?
Why have I got to be a prince?
I have access to you that nobody has.
Yeah.
You know? So, Jason, or at least
I want to be called a king.
Right. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey. At this moment,
Hey,
I feel like the king. All right, go ahead. All right.
So talking about the Royal Rough Patch here, the Queen, her husband did not want the title as king because if
Typical.
you think about it, as a deck of cards, the king overrules the Queen. You know, you got more points there.
Yeah.
And I'm also thinking the Duchess of Cornwall.
Can I tell you this? Thank you, sir, for calling because you have really cleared this up.
That's clear as mud.
Okay, so now we're saying that Prince Philip couldn't be King Philip because of a deck of cards. Am I hearing that right?
I told you not to go to the Alabama guys, only go to the women. Kelly, you go ahead.
No. Okay. I'm one of these.
Were you groaning?
Were you howling?
She was frustrated with the last
Did
caller.
you have an Afghan dog, Afghan wolfhound that was howling in the background? What was that?
No, sorry.
All right, Kelly, go ahead.
I've always been one that's kind of hung up on this royal history, followed it, watched a lot of documentaries.
Yep, sure.
There is no king consort because you think about it, Queen Victoria was married to Prince Albert.
Right. So he was in a can, wasn't
he? You better let him out.
Anyway. Yeah. Make sure you let him out.
So you're saying you can go queen consort, but the option of king consort does not exist.
And it's all based on a deck of cards.
The queen will still keep the title as queen because you think there's Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and then the Queen who was Elizabeth. So they'll still keep their titles, even though they're not actually.
But will Camilla keep hers if Charles goes on in and she's still alive and William takes the throne?
She'll be like Queen Consort or Queen Camilla, the Dowager Queen.
Okay.
Her husband will be dead, and they'll move her out in some little house.
Rick, let me ask her this question. Let me ask you this question. Let's say that the Queen has a brother. And that he's good at a lot of things, but not real good at anything. Do they call him a jack?
Wow. I'm missing having the radio on right now because this is just too great.
Well, it's all based on a deck of cards.
It is. Paige, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Paige.
The whole reason that Kamala doesn't want to be termed the Princess of Wales was because that was Princess Di's title.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, kind of...
It's awkward.
So she went with Cornwall.
But yes.
What other towns were available? What finished second?
I understand it's awkward to take the same title as Diana, but just go find another town other than Cornwall.
Yeah. What were the other choices there?
I mean, can you not be the Duchess of Bessemer? I mean, something.
Birmingham. They got one of those.
Birmingham? Huh? Yeah, something.
Birmingham?
Yeah. Let's go to April. April, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was going to try to clear the mud with Chris and Jason. So, yeah, it's kind of like a deck of cards, but the problem is so Queen Elizabeth was the direct line, so she was considered the sovereign. Right. So, they couldn't be anybody ranked over her. So
right, but so giving somebody the name King would rank over her?
Yeah, it would.
Why?
Yeah, right. Because he's a man, so he would rank over her.
Mm-hmm. Does this go back to the deck of cards?
Who is the ace of spades then?
Yeah. Cause if there's one guy really good at everything, is he the ace? Is he over the king?
No.
Or is that the government?
And what about the Joker?
I tell you who holds the big card, and that's the people. They're just allowing you to play this game. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
There were 2 Monday Night Football games last night, and
because one's just not enough,
right? And my wife and I were just kind of spending some time together, and actually listening to music and just having a great evening together. And I mean, my phone literally, the battery, I would try to play songs, out of my phone, and it would. And people screaming, Beth Mowens is doing Monday Night Football, Rick, do something. There's nothing I can do. And then my favorite was somebody who said, I've turned over to ESPN2 to hear the Spanish play-by-play. I would rather hear a language that I don't even understand doing the game than to hear Beth Mowins. And then Bubba tells me that there's a group of women who are trying to stop it as well.
Well, Rick, disclaimer, don't know Beth Mowins. I'm sure she's a fine person.
I'm not speaking to,
This is nothing other than preference.
Bubba, there's people that I'm sure are fine people that when I hear them sing, it's not my favorite.
Right,
Okay,
right. Probably like when I would sing.
Correct.
You would go,
When we sing.
love Bubba, but that's just not his gift.
but
Is a preference thing.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the problem with Beth Mowins. You and I don't sing very well, but they're not letting us sing at Carnegie Hall. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you want to hear us sing, you have to hear us singing on top of other songs a few times during a radio show.
Right. Or sneak into my bathroom while I'm in the shower.
Yeah, Beth Mowins, if she wants to be, an announcer that is over here, but they're trying to make her to be a premier announcer.
It's from a group called Chicks on the Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the story says the female Monday Night Football announcer is driving everyone nuts. That's the name of the story.
Yeah.
Let me just give you, this is kind of funny. It says, all right, guys, this might be controversial, but I don't care. I started watching Monday Night Football, the Jets and Lions, and there was something different about it tonight. What is that, you ask? There was a female announcer. I think it was Beth Mowins. I know I'm supposed to be, like woman power, females fight the good fight, but I hate her voice. I really can't stand the sound of chicks commentating on an NFL game. I feel like I'm being nagged.
Well,
okay,
those are women. I told you the only people who may dislike her more than some men are women.
They say now this woman actually has a lower voice, but it's not low enough to be to not be totally irritating. I like low male voices commentating during football. But before you feminists try to tell me that I'm a self-loathing jerk, please know that there's a whole bunch of people on Twitter who agree with me, and they list some of that here.
Oh, I couldn't. Now that it's just like something is just being forced that doesn't appear to have merit. I mean, of course, that's the society we live in now. I mean, if she's the best play-by-play person and everybody loves her and fans are drawn to her and she's got ratings through the roof, okay, fine. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like it's something that's been being done just so ABC can say, look, we have a female announcer. Look at us. We're not misogynist and we're not part of anything mean. I mean, it's just crazy.
It's bad enough trying to watch the Lions and the Jets.
Oh, my God.
That makes it tough enough. There was some good storylines last night, but
were they?
Well, we saw the new quarterback for the Jets who was, highly anticipated, the kid from Southern Cal. And I'll be honest with you, you hear this so many times. He got in, the very first pass was a pick six going the other way. But then he actually played a pretty good game.
Well, it won't be long till there'll be a team forced to have a woman at quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's going to happen. And you'll go, well, is she any good? No, but look, we have a woman at quarterback.
I just don't know.
She just got cut in half by defensive end. Well, yeah, because he's
I'm trying to be nicer.
Because he's an evil male. That's football.
Rick, I'm trying to be nicer than you, but it's just tough. It's just tough to listen to. It's just I
have to admit something. I had to turn the volume down. I was just tooling around the house, and
did she say it like this? Jets.
With two things.
We got the Lions and the Jets.
Every time she spoke, I heard you. Okay,
right.
And so I finally just hit the mute button because I couldn't take it anymore. And it just was. Besides it being her and the history she's had with the show and you. It just didn't sound good.
No,
I mean, it just didn't sound good, and
it's not a good experience for anyone. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Guys, if you take Jets versus Lions with Beth Mowins on play-by-play, that's Guantanamo stuff.
Yeah.
I mean that's
yeah.
Are you calling waterboarding, Rick?
I mean what is this, torture?
Oh, it was just awful.
You know what I don't
Tonight
understand?
I'll be giving you Lions and Jets.
What I don't understand.
Somebody's got to get a timeout.
They've got all these sub-channels.
You really do have
that they put the other languages on. Why not give us some other announcers? Just
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Come on, say. You're sexy. All right, things you need to know. As we work our way back, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be out this weekend. It's going to be an interesting conversation with a young man that we're going to introduce you to, if you don't already know him, named Andrew Parker. And we're going to walk into this whole world of these people that are creating these YouTube channels that have, millions of views, and what are they doing, and how did he do that, and what's going on. So we'll talk to him. Also, this is the last day for you to register for Fix Mama's Mouth. Last day. So if you haven't got Mama's information turned in, and as one of our listeners kindly said, maybe Camilla should get turned in. Fix Mama's Mouth. Today's the last day. So if you don't make today, don't come back here tomorrow going, oh man, I missed it. It's going to be too late. Okay. There's still rules and things goals that have to be met. Okay. So get it turned in. We're giving you plenty of time. Today's the last day if you haven't done it. And then also yesterday's Bible study is now archived on the YouTube channel and on our podcast channel. We finished Revelation chapter 9, the 6th trumpet yesterday, which is a doozy. So that's out there. All that is available to you. Now, Bubba, you mentioned it when we started this hour, but do I have this right? So we had May Day Monday, and all the good socialists get to
that's where all the commies celebrate.
That's where all the commies celebrate a strong, tyrannical central government where the ruling class lives the life of Riley while the rest of us suffer equally.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Well, it's sold as everybody's going to be equal, but it doesn't. No. After they get the guns, it doesn't work that way.
And I noticed that the ruling class, they don't quite live like the rest of us.
No.
So anyway, also. Today is another, and tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo, which we'll go nuts on that, right? I mean, we won't be able to just stand it tomorrow.
No,
we'll be celebrating so much.
This is another.
Hey! But that's tomorrow.
That is another international holiday that the Americans have taken and actually made it a bigger event here than it is in Mexico.
And you know who runs these kind of celebrations? All the alcohol industry. Hey, can we come up with another reason to tell people to drink? Anybody got an idea? Didn't they do something in Mexico on this day?
But before that, we have today, May the 4th, which has now been called Star Wars Day.
Oh, so what does that mean? Like what am I supposed to be doing?
In the movie, well, you know how it got the name.
Understood.
With,
yeah, I got that. Yeah.
May the 4th be with you.
Understood. Yeah.
I think it's just a day for all the Star Wars fans to,
gather in unison.
Celebrate their, all their movies and all that stuff.
Day of celebration.
Right. So so would people get together and watch the trilogy?
What Speedy? What is?
It's like if you're searching for top information, you have a little story on why it got its name. If you need
they just celebrate
you're pretty much
everything
explaining
Star
it,
Wars.
but
yeah, they're going to watch the movies. They're going to talk about them. They're going to dress up as the characters. It's just the full celebration.
This is their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're Daytona 500.
But like it says,
they're masters.
But like it says here, if I'm into a movie so much I know this day and have it on my calendar, it's likely I watch Star Wars movies all the time.
Right. Yeah.
So how's today special? Like I do a party with it.
We gather together.
Yeah,
Rick.
do a party.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick. Let's all have a party.
Okay. So
we cook out, Rick.
and we celebrate mysticism. Is that correct?
You get extra nerdy on it.
Yin and yang.
Dress up.
Yeah.
So if
extra nerdy.
Let's say Adler was hosting a Star Wars cookout with the staff here,
right.
But he's demanded everybody has to show up in character.
Mm-hmm.
What would everybody show up as?
Oh, I'm Darth Vader.
You are?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm Jabba the Hutt.
You beat it. You beat everybody to it. You weren't gonna let anybody have that, were you? That's so smart. You're gonna get a Shatner on that. Okay.
That's good.
Wait, you're mixing Star Trek and Star Wars.
I know. I shouldn't have done
but
that.
it's. I mean,
you're right. But I was giving you credit for being wise.
You're Yoda, Adler.
Oh no, I would be like your leading man. You're Han Solo.
No, you're R2D2.
Maybe
and
Darth
you know
Maul. A big impending.
You're the only one that can fit in there. You're R2D2. I'm sorry.
Maybe the bounty hunter. I forgot his name.
Right.
Cool guy with the jetpack.
Yeah.
I'll know who I'm talking
Who
about.
got his own movie?
Got his own show on
got
Disney
his own
now.
movie.
Yeah,
Right.
Mandalorian.
There it is. You got
That's
it.
What's his real name? Boba Fett. Somewhere.
What?
Someone.
Yeah.
Now why are you
I
saying?
think-
One
Don't
of
be
them.
mean.
He's
He's
one
sitting
of
right
them.
here.
He's one of them.
Who's Obi-Wan? Speedy?
Oh yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi's definitely Speedy.
I think Greg's got to be Han Solo.
With Han Solo though,
I wanted to be
Of
Han.
all the characters, I think he.
But would he syringe feed puppies?
Probably not. That I mean,
but you're right.
Rick,
on surface, on the surface,
this has spoiled a lot.
Yeah, on
it
the
really
surface,
has.
I was
this
going
week
with you.
has turned the corner big time.
Wait, Greg is Princess Leia.
Or Leia.
Yeah. Picture us on
Whichever one.
picture us on Adler's deck dressed like that, standing
so
around,
cool.
standing
I'll tell you
around
what,
the
I'm
grill.
in.
That'd be awesome.
And a shocker, I'm in. If I can be Darth Vader,
I want to be a
Darth Vader.
stormtrooper. I want to be a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
That's where I will.
They're not very good shots, and there's been many jokes about that. But they
Yeah, boy,
but that's a
have
cool,
they ever
cool
held,
costume.
Have they ever held any line
Right.
at all?
It's a very cool costume though.
They get beat back by everybody.
Look, apparently Darth Vader's idea was I'll overwhelm you with numbers because they weren't very skilled.
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
Wow, they
think
can't
of
shoot.
think of the whole main crew, of Luke and Princess Leia and the robots and all that. I mean, none of them were ever shot dead by the guys in the white helmets, right?
No.
Not that I ever saw. Never.
Did they ever even get wounded, get winged by them?
It's almost like it's all like they were a
did.
pest, but really the only shot of you being killed is if Darth Vader ever got you personally.
Yeah, now if he got a hold of it,
he
take care of it.
That's a game changer.
Yeah.
But it's a. And I told you this before. I never watched Star Wars movies till I was like probably in my 40s.
That's weird, Rick.
Wasn't that weird? But
are you an American or what?
Right, but I ended up enjoying them when I did. As a kid, I wasn't interested in this as a kid.
I
for
think
some
they're
reason.
all done pretty well. I mean, Hunter enjoys The Mandalorian.
Is that the
one
spinoff
that's
on
out
Disney?
now? Is
yeah,
that the one that's out
yeah,
now?
that's the spinoff.
And
I need
I've
to
seen
jump
some
into
of them.
that.
They're good. I mean, they're well done.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, and this is I agree with you 100%. But it's my weird quirk like puzzles. If you and I know it happened with both of us when you start doing prequels and mid and other.
Right,
if you throw too much at me, it gets too busy and I back away.
Well, not only
it's like
have
if I can't keep up with all of it, and now you're cranking stuff at me so quick I can't keep up with it all. I just back away.
Did you know not only going, forward, which normally is what you do with movies, they went backward.
See,
now they're going sideways. See, they're doing branch stories off the side.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
Did you know when the original Star Wars debuted, though, George Lucas thought it was going to be a flop, and he didn't even go to the premiere. He went on vacation in Hawaii so he wouldn't have to hear about it.
I saw that documentary, and he and his wife were talking about when people walked up to him and said, "Have you seen what's going on with your little science fiction movie?"
I called Chewbacca actually. Chewbacca.
Rick and Bubba.
Let us, the consumer, decide who we want to listen to.
Yeah, Bubba, there's an odd concept.
Just have a slew of just studios.
I mean, have your pick. I've suggested this to the people that cover or that do the college games and things. Give us choices who we listen to.
Well, I'll give you a choice. I'm going to do play-by-play, and I know my football. The Jets. Jets.
Rick, I have to tell you, as funny.
I bet it was over.
As funny as your impersonation is, because it's dead on.
Yeah.
But the fact that she's annoying kind of makes the impersonation annoying too, and it makes it tough to listen to.
I get that. I understand that completely. I don't enjoy doing it. People scream, "Rick, do it again."
Don't
stop. Right. This is the way it felt in school when people would say, "Please, one more time," and I'd be like, I think I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't want to do it anymore.
Now there's your podcast right there.
Beth
Rick
Mowens
doing Beth Mowens for about an hour.
Hi, here's Beth Mowens on the Rick and Bubba podcast.
Download that, baby.
I like Bubba. Today's guest, Chandler Cox. Right. Gus Malzahn. Jets.
I had a range of emotions
Lions.
because I turned it on and went in the kitchen, and so I didn't see it first. I heard it, and I was like, "You got to be kidding
Yards.
me!" Spent about 7 or 8 minutes trying to come up with a voice and making fun of it, only to end up doing what Speedy did. That was mute it.
Yeah.
Yards.
Brian Gracie even sounded disinterested.
I know.
Yards. Greasy. Yards. Timeout.
Send it down to Laura Rutledge, Rick.
Let's send it down the sideline to Laura Rutledge.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back. You got the Rick and Bubba show. I be Rick.
I be Bubba.
All right, I told Bubba, we did have some CRTV people yesterday that have asked us not to eat on camera our breakfast. But
Sorry about that.
The only problem is I don't know how else I'm going to get to eat. But so I'll try to eat in the kitchen, but then I worry that I'm in there too long and that we've come back from the break and I'm not in here. You know, I understand that there's no desire for anybody to watch fat people eat. I get that. Hey, look at there. There's old Chub. He can't even wait. He's shoveling his breakfast right in his big fat face. Look, I get it. I know, but it's just so difficult with only 5 minutes to eat without – and I'll try not to eat. Like yesterday, I didn't realize the camera was so close to me, and I was eating right in the camera.
Yeah.
We'll try to see if we can't keep from doing that. But and those of you that –
Rick, one of our favorite eating experiences, and you recapped it a minute ago. I wish you would tell it again.
Can I tell you what? It's when I laugh because stereotypes.
We got to laughing so hard I could not breathe.
Bubba and I were getting on an air. I don't even know where we were going. We were getting on an airplane going somewhere. Well, of course, you know, fat people. We can't go any amount of time without having food somewhere near us.
Right.
So we're getting. They call us to get on the plane, and Bubba and I had just gotten ourselves a piece of pizza. So now we're having to get on the plane with our carry-on, and we're wrestling our carry-on because we don't want to drop our pizza. And as soon
we got one of those little personal pan type boxes.
Yeah, you know, it has that triangle. Yeah. And so we're coming on, and Bubba goes, "Don't you know everybody's going, here they come. There's old Chubbalicious." I mean, he can't wait. He can't even wait to sit down. He's got to bring pizza on the plane. Can barely even hold his carry-on because he's got to get that piece of pizza in his mouth. And
I'd have dropped that carry-on and let it fall down multiple floors before I let that pizza go.
Yeah, but keep in mind, there's been people listening for years because I usually leave everybody's mic hot in case because our show isn't scripted. So I don't know when Greg or Bubba or Speedy or somebody may want to say I have a comment on what was just said. So the mics are usually left open. Now I will pot them down if the smacking gets too loud, or the chewing. But sometimes you can just hear.
Hey, there's nothing more irritating than that.
Right. And I know how pleasant that can be.
I love smacking.
I love to see you dive at the control zone when one of us we don't have our headphones on.
If I hear crunching or smacking, I let it go for a minute, and then I realize, okay, if I can hear that, everybody can. Horrible. I'm gonna pot that down.
My favorite is when we have like 45 seconds to the break, but we just can't wait.
No, we can't. So
especially we used to have ribs here. It's like I just got in a zone.
Yeah.
So we'll try to do better on that, but I got to warn you. In January, we've been doing it for 25 years,
and
it's going to be difficult. But I'll manage it. How about that? Let's try to manage it.
And Rick, here's my favorite.
Let's just try to manage it.
Here's my favorite, and I am the king of it. Okay. You cram that last bite in that you're trying to get in.
Because Chubb can't wait.
And then you get choked trying to talk.
And then you breathe.
And
something
I get
goes
choked enough. It's just sitting here,
All right, so I want to be clear before I take this next phone call.
Oh, my gosh, that's funny.
A woman called the show. A woman, a female, Pony Green. She called the show, and she said, not only do I not like to hear Beth Mowins do play-by-play, I don't like seeing females involved in football at all.
Now, that was Pony.
That was Pony.
Opinion.
Pony said that. Now, I know some people are acting like we said. I didn't say that. That's what Pony said. And so Sherry. Six minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. We are back. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all in the mix. Thank you for being with us. Hey, Phoenix City, Alabama, what's up? Coming Saturday night to Somerville Baptist Church. Hey guys, let's pack this thing out. Let's pack it out. It's free. Let's get together. And guys, looking forward to bringing the message on Saturday night. Thank you for trusting me with that, and look forward to seeing all of you there. Details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Monday, be listening for your chance to donate the most money to the region's tradition Celebrity Pro-Am. If you do and donate the most to the charities, you'll be with Speedy and Bubba and their group. We'll announce that group on Monday's program. We're live from the Pro-Am next Wednesday, so pay attention for that. And speaking of that, let's welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, we got a couple things we need from you today, my friend. And one of them, I know. Look, you don't enjoy these updates. I know it's not fun what you're going through. But yesterday, you left the show early to go because look, when these people that are doing the work, if these people like say this is the time I can come and you're not there, I mean you lose a valuable window, and then I can come back in about 4 weeks. So you made your way to try to get an update on going forward. This is our true update. Is it now tornado relief update or tornado rebuilding update?
Or was it tornado recovery update?
I can't remember what we called it. I know
one of those.
I know we said true. I know that.
Right.
So any of those work. Riding the storm out, baby. Ride that storm out. Bubba's Lake House pounded by a tornado. What happens now? The latest update. Ride in the storm out. All right, so what did they say, Bubsy?
Rick, meeting yesterday, and we're moving forward, and the final report is probably a week or two away. But it takes a little time to get all the wood in and get cranes reserved.
So much to do, Bubba.
We have decided that we are going to take the entire roof off and rebuild that. So that will be, I tell you, that will be something to watch because it's on a pretty steep incline.
Oh, boy.
So they're going to have a crane at the top of the hill in the cul-de-sac, reach out and basically take the roof off, just pull it off.
Just yank it off.
What's left of it. So that may be pretty entertaining to see.
How big a crane?
Well, it's going to be a giant one, Rick. I mean a big one.
Did you tell me the reach on it has to be how big?
200 foot at least. Yeah. Yeah, that's a biggie. So we'll see how that plays out, but we're moving forward, and it's going to take. There's going to be some prep time and all that. So we're probably 2 weeks out, maybe 3 weeks from beginning the process because of getting everything lined up, ready to go. So, but we're moving forward, and so far, I mean, everybody's doing a wonderful job, and.
It's just such a process.
Yeah, it's this particular situation is what we call a first world problem. But over the life of the show, we've helped to raise money for people that have been involved in tornadoes and hurricanes. And
are you about to ask everybody for a GoFundMe?
No, none of that.
Right. But we got to do that for Greg.
And I've visited some of these sites that have been hit by these F4 and F5s, and you feel such pain for the people because you see the utter destruction that's involved, and you think, how in the world are you ever going to get all this back together? And you never really think maybe that's going to happen to you, and when it does, you see how it it does affect you.
Well, you said this already, and it's worth saying again. And this is bad. Don't misunderstand me. But as you said, but I want you to imagine, what if this was the only house you had?
Yeah. I mean, that's
and now
you had all of your your kids' pictures. All the things that are really personal items, not a picture on the wall. Of somebody.
Imagine what you're going through now, and the place that you're having to. You have to go find somewhere to live, like straight up. Your main living place.
Right, and then try to keep working. And everything.
My goodness, can you imagine?
Boy, my heart goes out for those folks, and we have them. It seems like every week or month, somewhere in the country, because you're going to have that in a big country.
I know,
but it's just I don't know. And you get I've noticed too with our family now, we're very. We always paid attention to warnings. Okay, we've never been one of those families that go, I ain't worried about it. But man, I mean, now you talking about uber sensitive to all of it. You really start paying attention. Where's that at?
No, when you,
where's it headed?
No,
Which way's the track going?
No, you're right. Look, where we live, and same thing. And when I was in Nebraska, and they were talking about, there you can see them a long way off. Right. And they were talking about you guys in Alabama, you're still in the tornado alley, but we got hills and so many trees and all that. You can't. And Bubba, to your point, I kid you not. And I know some of you out there that don't deal with tornadoes, this will seem weird to you, but to us, like to everybody in here, everybody's going, yeah, absolutely. Sherry and I are thinking about moving, as you know, and to where we've had land but we've never lived there full time. Did you know one of the things we sat down and discussed? Now look, where we live right now, tornadoes really have not impacted us.
Right.
We had one that got pretty close, but usually every time there's warnings, we look and they're either going above us or below us. And what we said, this place here, where we're moving, it seems to get in that line a little more. Do we want to do that? I mean, you think we really had that conversation that weather-wise, when tornado season comes, down there likely will be more active than where we're moving from.
Storm shelter to you.
We're doing that. We're building that in the house. But when this time, since we're building a house, we're making that part of it.
We're talking about that right now because we have a place underground, a cutout that would be on the right side underground because of the rotation of a tornado.
Yeah.
And we were talking about, trying to build basically a steel box in this space.
Yeah.
And custom make it for that. What is funny,
customize it.
There's a company that sells storm shelters at Lake Martin, not far from us, and it's out in a kind of a pasture, and they have a nice tourney in there, and they have 7 or 8 different models out there, and occasionally you see somebody out there looking at them, right? Well, like the day after this tornado hit us, there was a line of cars turning in. I mean, I'd never seen so. It looked like it looked like a lunchtime down at Chick-fil-A or something. It was crazy.
You ever heard Greg give the speech on that? Because they had a similar situation where he lives, and he said, of course, all I can think about the whole time is the odds of us getting hit were already low, and now that it's happened, the odds of it ever happening again. I'm spending all this money on something that probably will not happen again in my lifetime. I hope.
Yeah.
But when everybody gets scared, they.
Yeah. Speedy, didn't you get in one and they ran cars?
You wasn't with us.
I didn't go on that trip. I was actually with the show.
We
but
tried to blow it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, tried to blow it up. Then we put a jet engine on it. Then we shot it with all kind of guns.
Yeah.
With Speedy in it.
Were you scared? Like, talent fee
were you scared at any moment? Like,
I was looking at how you always look at the guide, and if you're going on an excursion, and if they're worried, and the guy that was with that storm shelter. Valley Storm Shelters, he was not concerned, so I wasn't concerned. They ran a car into it.
Oh my goodness!
This is them shooting at me right now. They're shooting at it with the shotgun. They're shooting, and then
that's when the car hit it. Right? Full of explosives.
The car just hit it, but as you can see, it didn't go anywhere. And they even put a jet engine on it at one time.
Well, we had a dragster with a jet. See, that car hit it full of explosives. It's remote control hams. They're driving it remote control, trying to blow it up into the.
I just realized I was in that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were.
I was in there.
Here you come.
How about that? It worked.
Well,
wow.
You were scared the gasoline was going to blow up. You run away.
Yeah.
I would be scared too.
They had a dragster that had a jet engine in it that could produce winds like 300 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And they had it chained trying to blow it down with that.
I know.
Hams, it was so loud. You couldn't hear yourself think.
I know you enjoyed shooting at JT with the paintball gun during running of the goobs. But y'all with shotgun shooting it. Y'all were really grinning a lot.
It was a lot of fun.
Speedy's in that box.
When we come back, the Suckler 4000. We are. It's Rick and Bubba on location. We're with Valley Storm Shelters.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Bubba, we're going right out of the gate. We're going to put Speedy inside of this shelter there. Speedy, it's all right. Look, Speedy look real nervous. I mean, right out of the gate, we're going in. And, Bubba, we're going to start off right. I mean, we're going car right out of the gate.
And to show our support for Speedy being hit by a car going 65 miles an hour loaded with gas, we're going to stand about 200 yards that way.
Monty with Valley Storm Shelters. I talked about it. Put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, brother, that's right. Exactly what we're going to do. We're actually going to put Tim, the owner, in here and Speedy in there. We're going to put our money where our mouth is, brother. I tell you, you can huff and you can puff, but you can't blow our house down, and we fixing to prove it.
All right, so Valley Storm Shelters puts one of the owners in there. We put the producer.
That's right.
Well, I mean...
All right, Adler, it's time for us to take our position up way over here.
The car stopped. We were running. We were making sure nothing happened.
Yeah, Speedy, I've done some initial calculations. Rick and I need to be at least 200 yards from impact.
Right.
I think I just came out, and I promise I saw you run around that truck like you were peeing or something.
I was about 200 yards that
we
way.
were 200 yards away. You don't ever know where that car's going to go.
Yeah, y'all saw the outtakes from the other test. The car went totally out of control and missed the storm shelter. And I don't want to be run over by a remote control car.
I mean, let's face it, we don't want to be hit by the car. Sorry, Speedy. I guess you are trying to get hit by the car.
Monty, talk about why I'm so safe in that thing right now.
Here's why. Number one, our shelters come with a solid steel floor. It's one completely encased shelter, all the way welded top, sides, and bottom. But the main thing is the way we install this shelter on a regular home in a garage area. The way we install that shelter is with a 7-inch Hilti bolt. This is a carbide steel bolt, zinc coated, and there's 23 of these bolts inside that shelter. It takes 10,000 pounds of pressure to pull one of these bolts up out of the concrete or shear it and break it. So you got 23 of them holding that shelter to the slab. And then on top of that, we believe in going the extra step further than anyone else. What we do is we take this core drill system, and what we'll do is we'll drill a 7-inch hole out of your garage area in 2 places. After it's been bolted down with the 23 bolts, we're going to go through the shelter, inside that wet concrete, and this is the system right here. Boom!
Speedy's going to get hit by a car going
Okay?
65 miles an hour. We're eating donuts. The car's about to start. We're going to start right out of the gate, crashing the car. And here it comes, by the way.
Go.
Look at Bubba.
Here he comes.
This is it.
Here it comes.
Wow! Wow!
Here it comes. Okay. This is definitely it.
Wow! Wow!
Let's go. 21 minutes past the hour. We're back. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. So, some updates. Let me ask you this, Bubba, as we move into the Suckler 4000. when you're in the middle of all these handles yesterday, is it unnerving a little bit for you to start getting emails or texts going, by the way, the guys are calling Hannity? Does stuff like that make you nervous when you're not here? Because people are like, Bubba's usually here to help y'all to make decisions like this that lean more on the conservative side. Hey, let's not do that, guys. And of course, did it make you nervous? Because I know there's certain relationships it bothers you that they're damaged, and Sean would be one of them.
Right.
Did that make you? Was that unnerving, or did you say I just got too much on me? I can't worry about it. And hopefully the damage.
There's a touch of that.
Yeah.
I just can't go there. But I was glad to see any attempt to rebuild that bridge that you had burned down, Rick. So
Do you know what I say today to you? You're welcome.
Yeah.
Because you now have Sean selling in.
Yep.
Unfortunately, so do I.
Yeah.
The guy said that I had to agree that I could not text anything for 3 full days.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
Yeah. So and it's all good. And Sean,
and just I would stay away from challenging him to physical bouts.
Right.
Things like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that
maybe
alone.
compliment him on something. That would be good.
Yeah, that would be good. Of course, I guess I shouldn't start with you calling him Tuberville either.
I just let it go. I'm sure somebody else.
James laughed real hard when I told him. I said, "You realize he's calling him Tuberville?" And he James could not have been kinder.
Yeah.
He acts like he actually likes us.
Well, he's a super guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, and this is going to make you feel really good. He said, I will ask Sean, does he want me to just be a go-between when y'all need him or for guests or for information, or does he want y'all to have the sale, which was very straightforward.
Yeah. It was. Yeah.
And he came back and said, Sean said, yes, he wants y'all to have it.
Well, great.
Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, I feel a lot better about it because
Okay.
I thought you had probably damaged that relationship.
He did not
beyond
say
repair,
this.
so.
Let Bubba have it, but not Rick. He didn't say that.
He didn't.
All right, so Bubba, what you got there, buddy?
Well, Rick, with Greg's problems
Yep.
that have been documented now, and I thought Adler really put it in perspective yesterday.
Boy, he did.
When he said Greg has been out longer with these puppies than he was when his son was born.
That's good.
And as of Friday, if I'm not mistaken, that Greg will have been out longer with the puppies than I was with liver cancer. So we feel Greg's pain, and
that's some perspective.
That is.
I saw
that's
this.
good.
I saw this
Right.
thing online, and I
Right.
thought, this might
Yeah.
really help out.
Yeah.
It's not quite as robust as what the picture
I
looked
know.
like.
Yeah,
I'm telling
but
you, it's not the same.
It's an all plastic deal, and it's a little bowl, as you can see there, and you fill that with milk, and it has 4 teats on it here.
Mm-hmm.
That the little puppies can. It's even got little paw logos over it, so it's made for dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the official name is. I have called it myself the Suckler 4000.
I think that's a
because
great
it's-
name.
I
It's
like
got
it.
4 teats on it,
Oh,
that's good.
I thought that would work out good. So you see that they're right here. You get let me see if I can hold it up against my black shirt. You can probably see it. A little
Oh
better,
yeah,
so.
I can see the teats.
Yeah, you don't have to hold it like that, though, Bubba.
Why
You
not?
can-
Well, I don't have it up there.
It almost looks like
I'm
COVID.
showing-
It looks like COVID.
It does, a
and
little bit.
Yeah, it
and
does.
then, you got the little
Yeah.
lid here. You fill
Or
it
a
up. and-
spaceship.
Yeah.
All right, so I know that some of us think,
Or a
and
button you
by the way, you'd be incorrect on this. Some people think, well, Greg's crossed that bridge now. You know, the mama's home, the puppies are nursing. This is not needed anymore. It's needed because Greg and Lisa will just do this again.
Sure.
I mean, because there's not a stray dog they won't put down a paper plate for. So it's going to happen again.
The paper plate really brings it
And
on.
how about this? Until they're weaned, Mama could go south again. I mean, you don't know.
Yeah, we
know.
really
You
don't know
Right,
how
really
this dog erectomy, hysterectomy,
Dog
what did you just
erectomy?
Canine erectomy.
whatever you call it. I don't know what
It's not that.
It's not dog erectomy.
the medical
That's
term.
actually when a dog noses you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, you're erecting me.
hey!
I don't think that's
I don't even know
You
you.
don't have to scream it out, JT.
You said it.
So well, that's the beauty. You let it breathe.
Would you stop? Is that your new thing?
I'm sorry you missed that.
I think you
I
heard
looked over his shoulder like it changed again, and his head whipped around.
Hey, you hurt my neck. I think I turned. So.
His head whipped around.
I got whiplash.
Sorry, that's an inside joke. I'm sorry.
All right, Dan.
Something Bubba is enjoying.
So, where were we at? I forgot what we were
We were
saying.
saying,
Where were we at?
Dogorectomy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't know whether that'll last. Yeah.
Well, the medical term is hysterectomy, but it really shouldn't be herectomy.
It should be.
And
right.
But
I don't like that either. Really.
Break that down.
Right.
Well, I say
but
we test
hopefully,
this baby
you know,
out.
He's had his hands all up in there.
You know, I want to be part of the solution, Rick, not part of the problem.
That's right.
That's part of my
Are you
goal.
willing for us to put a soft drink in there and you get a pull?
You know, I don't think I'll be taking a pull off that. Since
Speedy said he would.
I think it's a team effort. I bought it and got it in here.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
You've had your
Job well done.
You had your hands all on them teats. I'm not putting my mouth on those.
Well, we can
teats.
wash them.
I can wash them.
I would be
Go
more
get one of those
concerned.
Clorox
I'd be
things.
more concerned with the factory that it came out of than my hands.
Well,
but,
probably so.
you know, so
It's for puppies, right?
It'll help your
since
immune
it was
system.
somewhere in China.
Strengthen it.
Bubba, let me ask you this: have you ever seen a product look more different in the pictures than it does when you get it?
You know, I like to use the term robust.
Yeah.
It looked more robust in the picture. It's made out of plastic. It's not, you know, real sturdy.
Anybody willing to get a pull?
I guess it would work for the process.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Won't we
how
fill
the
it
holes?
up? Won't we fill it up? Speedy, you milk it and see how it works.
Hey, how the
can do
holes?
that.
How does the holes look as far as the suction?
You mean
like as they
How hard
big
to
or-
pull you got to go?
Yeah. Are they tiny or are they pretty?
It looks
Animals
just like
pull
a-
pretty
it looks
hard.
Like a little
Now you're touching the
You know, they
teeth.
put their
like
little
a
hands
puppy teat. You know?
I mean, they pull pretty hard, huh?
Speedy, let's get this new.
Hey, why do y'all keep saying y'all gonna have to wash the teats for me to put my hand on it?
Is it
I mean, my
Barnes?
finger on. I mean, my
Red cream soda.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's a new soft drink. I really want to try
What
one.
can we wash the
needs to be-
teats
It
with?
needs to be white. Whatever we're putting in there needs to be
No.
white to simulate milk.
No.
We have that in there. We've got that
Yes.
vanilla.
Yes.
I'll
what's it
do
called?
this.
Yup.
If you allow me in the break to go wash the teats the way I want them,
Okay.
Okay. Done.
I'll get me some.
Done.
Yes.
That is a line that I never thought I'd hear on the show. If y'all allow me to go wash the teats, I'll do it.
Wash the teats.
Wash the teats. Wash the teats. Suck 'em. Wash the teats. Suck them.
Speedy's having problems.
But you're right.
Is that not what I'm gonna do?
We've got that. We've got
That's
that.
what I'm gonna do.
Something else.
But we have that milk product in there.
We do, yup.
Yeah.
And we
Hey.
get there's a vanilla flavor.
Y'all know
so
I'm
it'll be
Get
white.
the name right. It's not called that anymore.
It's not called Yup.
It's like that fair.
Fair Life.
Yeah, Fair Life. Yeah.
Did I make that up? Is that
No,
right? Is
something
that
like
right?
that. Something like
Y'all
that.
know I'm a person. I'm real. I got a heartbeat and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Because this could.
You're one of our favorite persons.
you something else.
Is that not what I'm gonna be doing to
Yeah,
them?
but I wouldn't shout it.
You're gonna go. We'll go scrub them up real good. When we come back, we'll let you see if it'll work.
You're
Because we
gonna
don't want to
suckle
get.
it.
We don't want it to frustrate the puppies.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wow, that was amazing, man. I could hardly even feel the shock. I know. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Hey, where's Rick and Bubba? What are y'all doing way over there, guys?
Speedy, I have to tell you, y'all were a little late. It seemed like getting in the shelter.
Yeah, I mean, y'all watched the car come a long way.
Well, no, the marker. I don't know if you can see the marker there with the yellow. When it gets to there, then get in because there were so many dry runs.
Did you feel anything off that hit right there?
Well, you could hear. You could hear the thum, but you didn't shake or anything like that. I mean, that thing's
Did
unbelievable.
you feel anything at all?
No, not really. Not hardly.
Just a loud noise?
Yeah. What did it look like from the outside?
Well, it looked like a car that came to a very abrupt stop.
I mean, that thing didn't even move.
No, it's for the comedy factor, it was great. But I will have to say this: Valley Storm Shelter proved their point, and Speedy, you put your life on the line to prove it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tim got in there with me, and he said, we're not going to do anything that we don't believe in, so we're going to get in there with you.
Look again.
Unlike y'all stayed out here, and for
well,
some reason was hiding behind a trailer.
Speedy,
I don't understand that.
Did you see it nearly hit my truck a minute ago?
That was a designated broadcast booth area. Wow, it took the impact, didn't move a bit.
Yeah, it's the results are awesome. We're very happy.
Now, is this the remote control operator here?
You have to get him in here.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
XFAerials.com. Is that your company? What's it like?
Right here. I know you're having. Yeah, we shook a minute ago, but not on camera.
How about controlling a car? How tough is that?
It's touchy when it gets to speed.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
Well, well done.
You know, we were curious.
Right.
So do we have a pretty good guess on impact speed there?
I'd probably say 50, 60, somewhere in there.
Yeah, because I was behind some 40-mile-an-hour drivers coming up here, and it was definitely
It was faster than them. There was no question about that. Bubba, this should be an interesting test coming up. Will Adler's camera and these microphones be able to handle the sheer force of what we're about to hear and see?
Creating velocities of over 700 miles per hour.
700 miles per hour. I cannot hear myself.
Bubba, we're here at the test facility for Valley Storm Shelters, Bubba, somewhere in the middle of rural Alabama. We're not sure where we are. The last community we were able to identify was Grant, and we don't know where we are now. But I will tell you this, this baby right here can withstand a lot of power. I mean, we have already put it through the ringer and are about to shoot at it.
Rick, we have crashed into it. We have sent 700-mile-an-hour winds and extreme heat against it. Last but certainly not least, we get to shoot at Speedy. That one you have to. There you go. You're hot now.
I'm hot now, aren't I?
You are hot.
All right, I'm about to shoot Speedy in the storm shelter.
I'm actually in the storm shelter as we speak, and I guess we'll know when they start to shoot.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes now, past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, as we work our way back, would you like to have a customized mattress that was designed with you in mind and the way you prefer to sleep? Well, that is actually possible. As a matter of fact, little Greggy, back when as soon as his puppies started nursing with mommy again, and he did not have to provide that for them, he went back to sleeping soundly. He and his wife on the HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress that was customized just for the puppy-loving Burgesses. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there now. They're going to ask you a few questions, okay? They're going to ask you, do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach? They're going to ask you, do you like a soft mattress, a medium mattress, a firm mattress? They have 14 unique mattresses that they build from. They even have one tailored just for kids and another one that's tailored for big and tall if you need a little extra room. So they then personalize that mattress. They ship it right to your door free of charge. Okay, and then you get to sleep on it for 100 nights to decide if you want to keep it. Okay, I mean, you'll know then. And if you don't, then you get a full refund, and they take it back. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They made right here in America, and they come with your 10 or 15-year warranties. It's all on which one you pick, okay, depending on the model. So right now, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get a mattress customized for you, and you can start getting a much better night's sleep sooner than later. So get this done. Bubba, we have Speedy. Apparently, it looks like he's going to attempt this. Speedy, can you tell me how many teats the Suckler 4000 has? 4? Boy, see, he'd still be 4 short.
Well, he could have 2 shifts. You know?
Right, 2 shifts. Or get 2 of them. I mean, they're not that expensive, are they?
No, about $19.
Yeah, about $19. All right, so Speedy, because we don't want to give Greg something that doesn't work.
Right.
And that's all we're doing. Speedy, we're not doing this to put you in a bad situation or make fun of you. We're doing this for the good of puppies. So know that. You're being sacrificial here, and to help Greg and Lisa out at their puppy farm. So now Helmsy's pouring in, and this looks just like milk.
Yeah. What is it called?
It's a protein shake from, what's the brand? From Fairlife. You're right, Helmsy. Fairlife. They have these. What's that kind of milk they do to it? What do they do to it, Adler? They do filtered. It's filtered milk.
Yeah, ultra pasteurized.
Yeah, ultra pasteurized milk. This is vanilla here.
You touched the teat. I've washed them. Well, I accidentally touched it trying to get the top.
Just don't
go
suck
to
on
the
that
one he didn't touch.
Yeah.
I am
You got 4.
Can I
Suck
hold
on
it
a
or
different
I
one.
have to get down?
I don't.
I'd be very careful with it because the milk's going to go everywhere.
Okay.
Really?
So find a teat that Helmsy didn't touch.
I touched this one.
Okay, and then will you get in there and give it a pull and see if you were a puppy if it would work? All right. So.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, however you want to do it.
However you want to do it,
Yeah.
Speedy.
Yeah, that looks good.
I think you've done more than enough. All right, so we
He's really doing it.
Adler, don't overact it. You might spook him. All right, so
Speedy is going to test out the Suckler 4000 here.
I don't think I can watch it, so that's good news for you. I think I'll have to.
Look away.
I think I'll have to look away. Okay, so I don't think I can watch it. I honestly don't. Can you watch it?
This is for the puppies now.
Absolutely.
This is for the puppy.
It's for
the puppy.
It's for the
I'd like
puppies.
to see you bark like a dog.
It's
and then
for the puppies. Okay, right, Bubba?
Yeah, just we will make sure it works. Because I don't want Greg to load all
Are you?
the
Oh my
goodness.
I'm not looking. All
Oh
right.
my goodness.
All right,
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead.
He's about to do it.
Go ahead.
5.
He's really doing it. He's really doing it. I don't know. There's a little gap he can't get through. He can't quite. He can't quite do it. He can't quite do it. He can't do it.
All right, just slow down. I don't have to close my eyes, do I? Just think about something else.
He's about to do it.
Gosh, Speedy, I don't think you should have done that. I think everything you've done up to this point makes sense. I don't know about that one. Adler can't believe it. Adler can't believe it. Look, Adler can't believe it happened. You can't either, can you? So, did he get some milk?
Oh yeah, it came out.
Did it?
Pretty quick.
The first nothing really came out.
Uh-huh.
But after you go 2, 3, 4, it starts to come out.
2, 3, 4. Golly.
And now me sucking on this one here has caused now there's milk coming out the other ones now. So it's almost
So it works.
Oh.
So it works. It works. Thank you, Speedy. It works.
Oh my gosh! I don't know that should have happened. We may get fired over that. I mean, that's one of those.
I'm crying.
Uh,
I'm crying.
I don't know. I think I need a counselor.
I know it's
Y'all didn't
early.
watch me do it.
We
did
just
you?
go to break.
I couldn't watch it. I heard all the
Well,
noise.
it's like when my lips got close to it, they wouldn't. They couldn't lock on.
At one time, out of the peripheral vision, I think I could see the action, but I wished I hadn't.
Well,
I don't know
and
when
the
there
only
was
reason why I gave it more than one is because when I gave the first, nothing really came out.
What if Greg
Well,
was
you got to
here?
get it started.
Are y'all thankful Greg wasn't here? I mean, there's a thankfulness.
Oh gosh!
I need some water. I got that taste in my mouth again.
Well,
I can't breathe.
You got a little vanilla taste, or the rubber taste of
a little bit of both.
Yeah,
I found a little bit of detergent in there and washed them, but
You
I
got to
don't
break
know.
it in.
I don't know. You ever look back? You know what it feels like. It's that time that it felt like
I just
they,
need to go
one
to
time when
break.
I was a little kid. There was this kid in our neighborhood, and it was on me. I shouldn't have done it, and I knew because I'd learned that those elephant ear plants they're poisonous. You're not supposed to, And so he said they're not. I said no, you really. I said I dare you to bite one, and he bit one, and his tongue swelled up, and he said it felt like it had needles in it, and I thought to myself I probably shouldn't have dared that, and I just feel that way again. I shouldn't have.
I'm so glad we found out it works, though.
Yeah, you know what?
Puppies.
That's the key.
Adler-
For the puppies.
Well, it's only going to take one puppy to do the work, and the other ones can kind of just enjoy it and just barely do it.
Thank you.
Because
Somewhere,
if the other ones start
somewhere,
working.
Helmsy, the fact that your wife worked in lactation,
I don't think she's very happy with
You
us
got
right now.
you got splaining to do today.
Yeah, well, no, it's so funny you bring that up
Yeah.
because of the last segment. I got a text message saying, "Hey, y'all need to stop."
Well, she ain't gonna like that.
And I said my final because I just said, well, I can't tell you everything I said.
Right,
but
right.
I,
Did it look as bad as it felt?
you know what I said, Rick? I said, my first text. I said I used Rick as a guide on this.
I know.
He was shouting.
I know.
Now Speedy should have said what he said at the end.
What did I say?
But
I said take a pull.
And I know,
Yeah.
and so my final
clear.
text to her was this: if you can't laugh at what just happened, you're not living.
No, that's true. Now there's a lot of truth in that.
Yeah.
Adler, you have worked for the show 13 years.
Something like that.
I've never seen you laugh like that.
I was
And we've had some. I've seen you laugh pretty hard.
Yeah.
That's the biggest laugh and
What
the
did
longest
I haven't
laugh.
seen him pound the desk in there. Like
Right. I mean that one.
What did it look like? Because
Well, the good
to
news
Rick's
for
point.
you're going to get to see.
Yeah.
Because I promise you, that guy in there with the long hair, he's going to make sure that everybody who missed it gets to see it, including you. But I want to warn you, if I was you, no way I can watch it.
Right, I don't think I can ever watch it.
don't think you
because I
should
wanted to close my eyes and not be here, but then if I thought if the picture is me closing my eyes doing that, then that's going to be real bad. So I just
didn't
need
think
to
of that.
I need
That's
to
a good
leave them
point.
open.
That's a
There
great
was a
point.
moment when I was standing over you and you were about to do that. I thought to myself, should we really be doing this?
Right.
The answer was I came to the agreement that in my mind as my two. The two guys that sit on each shoulder
Sure.
and talk back and forth. It was absolutely yes. But there was a moment where I was questioning.
There was a point in there, Speedy, and I felt it with you. There was a little, just tiny gap, and there was a gap between you and actually doing it. And it's almost at one point you couldn't push past it.
Yeah.
No.
It's like there was an invisible wall.
It's
that was
like you were on a
stopping
cliff
Right.
diving
Yeah.
You
or a
remember-
bungee jump, and you just didn't
Yeah.
want to go.
Right.
You remember when Evil Knievel would do the jumps and he keep running up to the ramp and Speedy kept kind of doing.
Well, no, it's like
But couldn't you feel that barrier?
Yeah.
Well, it's like my lips had little arms going. Don't you?
I
They were
know.
pushing away.
Right.
I couldn't do it. But
But you know what? For puppies and people who
we
take
know
on
it works.
for puppies
It works.
and people who have puppies with mamas who are sick or unable to nurse them, you today, sir, did that for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this Core Power's pretty good, by the way.
It is, by the way.
It's a good drink.
good.
Better out of the bottle.
Chocolate's good.
Of course, I picked up everybody likes the chocolate better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they are good.
It's sweeter than you think.
Yeah.
It's sweeter than you think it would be.
Right. All right. Dare we do phone calls next? Dare we?
We can.
Rick, you've already jumped the ramp. I mean, what are you worried about now?
A buddy of mine just said I'm done for the day. I have no other energy for anything.
Yeah. All right.
I've laughed so hard.
Phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
A little nervous. Just realized I'm not getting a talent fee for this.
Can I tell you something? Shooting, knowing that Speedy was in there just then, I can't. It didn't. It felt better than it should have. And if you notice, it just hit that and didn't even. I mean, it didn't do anything. I mean, you got the pattern of the shot, but I mean, it didn't phase it at all. Bub, would you like to experience that joy?
Look, okay, here we go. I think I just heard him say we're ready. There's one. Wow. Ooh. They're shooting at me right now.
Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole. How did that feel?
That's good. We're empty. We're safe.
Yeah, we're safe. Safe gun. Speedy, we need to find out Speedy's okay. There we
There you go.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. How y'all
Right
doing?
in there. How did you hear it hitting?
Yeah. Was that fun for y'all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in your world of here, it was just you could have just continued to have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, big, just boom.
That was it.
That was it.
Did you harken back some bad memories?
I did. I thought about college.
Yeah.
And a pair of shoes.
Right.
So that's it. I don't know what they just said. I heard Adler scream. It's the anticipation is what. Okay, that's a shot. I need one of these things.
Anything?
Good. Unload it.
You good? Okay.
Go ahead, Rick.
I got to tell you something. The power that feels right there. Speedy, how's it feel in there? Could you feel that?
That.
Yes. I'd like to shoot that one all day long.
It's got a good feel to it, doesn't it?
We want to see if Speed's okay. He's been fired on by both Bubba and myself now with the Benelli shotgun. He's now been fired on with the 38 Special pistol, and so far you see a little bitty dents on the outside, but I mean it has done nothing to the storm shelter, nothing at all. This storm shelter's been through a lot today.
You want me to go check on him, Rick?
Yeah, go check on Speedy, make sure he's okay.
This isn't just some trick to get me down range, is it?
No.
Okay.
We're going to be very safe with guns. Always be very safe with firearms.
Okay.
Can you say you've been shot at? Shot at. I literally was shot at. Are they enjoying this out there shooting at me? They are? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. A lot of jet fumes in here. I'll be in here if you need me. Getting shot at. Hope you're enjoying this, guys. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Honey, Adler is upset that he doesn't get to drive your car back and that I survived the Valley Storm Shelter testing today. Wow. No heads up. I'm currently getting shot at, and I will hopefully see you a little bit later. If Adler tries to call you, please ignore his call. Okay, send.
Slug. We're going to try slug now with the Benelli, the big black mamba. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Catch yesterday's Bible study archive. It is out there on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. A new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast will be recorded today and out this weekend. We talked with YouTube influencer Andrew Parker. So catch that coming up this weekend. All right, so... And it's the last day for Fix Mama's Mouth. You need to get that turned in today. No more will be accepted after today. There we go to the phones. I will say, Speedy, once again, some of you have talked about Speedy, and as we gotten older, I think we got that Speedy that we know and love that says, I'll take any dare, I'll do anything for the show.
Yeah.
He has done that. We also have to say that, and you
How's
said,
Ryan? Have we heard?
If Ryan, there's no way he knows about it because I haven't heard from him yet. I will let him know to not miss an archive today. And he'll be all over that. Also, as you said, indirectly, Greg continues to provide great material this week.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yes.
So to the phones we go. Chris in Georgia. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to. My ribs are still hurting from laughing. But I want to nominate Speedy for Employee of the Month or the Year.
Employee of the Month.
Y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all. I'm a YouTube watcher.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
First, y'all put him in a storm cellar.
Yeah.
Shoot at him, run a car into him, and then y'all get him to drink milk out of that thing.
Look, he can't even think of it. Well, I mean,
Speedy, it hurt me. I mean, I had just finished breakfast, and
my buddies are already sending me still shots.
Oh, man.
Look, some of you that didn't see it, but you're going to go back and catch it today. I got to warn you, it's more. Listening to it, I know was gold, and you may just want to stay there. But if you dare, to the phones we go. Let's go to Christy in Gadsden. Z93. Christy, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
You know how through the years y'all have held on to stories at that contract renewal time?
Yes.
This was for 2023 what the Barney outfit was years ago. Congratulations.
Thank you, by the way. We thought we knew the name of this year's CD, but that was until today. It may change now.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Did you have something, Speedy?
No.
Were you about to say something right before I went to her? Did somebody send you something? Okay. Because I know you're getting pummeled over there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to tell you, some of the great still shots we're getting from this.
Oh gosh. Hey, thanks for that.
Beth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey guys, I've been listening to y'all since y'all came on the air, and listening before Adler was on there. And Adler, you laughing right there just made my morning. I think I might have laughed harder at that.
I have never seen him laugh
Speedy,
that
thank
hard.
you for that gold. That was gold.
I kind of blacked out. I didn't hear anything. I was just kind of trying to get
you
through the
weren't
moment.
the only one.
But
Speedy, thank you so much.
Adler clarified in the break because I said, "Tell me, did you laugh as hard when Greg was defeated by a man with no arms and no legs?" And you said, "Rick, that was in my transition. I really didn't get to experience that as an employee."
Well, you need to clarify that, Rick.
Yeah,
his transition.
Well,
right.
Nowadays you can't say that.
It was between being an intern and a full-time employee.
So he wasn't able to enjoy it like he could this. So you can't really compare it, can you?
No, I think that's the hardest I laughed. In 10 years, buddy. So thank you, man, so much. I'll buy you lunch or something, man.
I'm not going to turn that down.
Grant has a great idea, by the way. Grant, go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Grant.
Hey,
go ahead, buddy.
I'd like to see Speedy stick that thing on the bottom of a table.
All right. I just didn't feel good about that.
I thank you for that.
I thought what Grant was going to say, which I think was a good idea. I thought, Grant, which would have been a brilliant idea, this may open up a new segment, Speedy Test Products.
Right. I agree.
Now, see, I like the sound of that.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we order products and then Speedy tests them to see if they'll work. It's not a new idea. Others have done it.
Oh, yeah.
But us doing it, I think, I know they all won't live up to that, but I think it opens up the door for some potential great moments, don't you?
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
Especially if it's a weird product. It can't be something normal.
Yes.
Speedy, I like got a cramp in my chest here because of breakfast. When it was hurting for a minute. You caused pain over here.
Right. You did.
I just don't know what it
You know what you're saying? Like, there's people. You said you got one who said, "Well, their day is over." I mean, they won't even be able to function.
Y'all, I couldn't help it. I had to text that picture to Ryan Greenwood. I just couldn't wait any longer.
no, you did?
Yeah. Look,
I couldn't wait.
Right. Here's one person who saw what happened, and this is said what he's had to do now. Look, this somebody said. This is a YouTuber. It says this is what I have to do now. He's washing his eyes out after seeing it.
I didn't know what that was.
Right. I'm hoping my wife didn't find out about this.
I think she probably will.
I just don't know what it looked like because I was.
It didn't look good, buddy. But it was for science.
It was for puppies. And for
the
puppies.
puppies.
I mean, if
for science.
when you do something for
You got
puppies,
in there and
nobody
got
can
after
be
it
mad
for
at you.
puppies.
Can't
Yeah.
nobody be mad at you if you do one for puppies. Nobody.
No, this was a legitimate.
Anything you do for puppies cannot be argued.
That was a legitimate science experiment
So
for
that's
puppies.
that's
right
me
there.
right there.
Yeah,
That's
you.
me.
It is.
Have second hand on me.
Scott in Mississippi. Scott, go ahead.
Me. Hey guys, I got your title for your CD this year.
Oh boy.
It's Through the Eyes of a Pup.
Okay, Through the Eyes of a Pup. Whew, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Jack, welcome to Rick and Bubba, Decatur, Alabama, listening to us on 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a theory on Adler's laugh because I've never heard him laugh like that. And I think he's been tormented and just tortured over the years so much it just all manifested itself in that laugh that he had.
Yeah.
And after watching Speedy go through that.
Well, Greg's in duress, so he's already having the time of his life.
Sure.
And that was like Greg's duress then resulted in this. It's almost like everything he's wanted to laugh about, he laughed about it at the same time.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
I mean, it was a laughter explosion.
I couldn't stop myself. I was like, I'm going crazy right now. I'm losing my mind.
You couldn't stop, could you?
No.
I got lightheaded.
Yes.
Let's go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, what's going on?
Hey guys, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, as soon as Speedy's lips latched onto the teeth, I screenshotted it because I'm a YouTuber, and I emailed it to y'all. And the subject is perfect teeth shot if y'all want to look at it.
Yeah, I think we may
thank
have
you
it.
for that.
We got it, buddy.
Yeah, I think we got it, Jordan. Everybody, there's one going around.
Yeah,
that
there's
is-
several that are.
and I
coming
won't.
along
I
there.
couldn't look at it live, and I can't look at it captured. I mean, it just.
I just wanted y'all to look away.
Well, I did.
Good. Because I mean, the way you were smiling.
Yeah. I have a lot to do.
Yeah.
Left today.
Thank you.
Yeah. No way I can do a podcast on a day like this if I look at it. You know it?
Oh.
Well, we know it works. We can tell Greg that.
Yes, it's for the puppies.
That is for the
Yeah.
puppies.
You did it.
What if we did a play off our kids CD and this one was called Hey, It's for the Puppies? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you hear that sound? I bet he could hear that one. I bet he heard that. Woo-hoo-hoo. That's got a little thump to it right there. Phil, it's got a little ditching in it.
It should.
Wow. Now that's got some power right there.
Your first one is a turkey load.
Okay.
It's gonna have a nasty kick to it.
Okay.
Hold it tight to your shoulder or it's gonna hurt.
All right.
Your other two are gonna be the slugs.
Okay.
So you got 3 shots.
Okay.
All you gotta do is push that way and it's ready to go.
Okay, I'm gonna do 2 shots and leave 1 for Bubba, or do you want to just do a separate whole round?
No, go ahead, because we're going to be up against our time.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, tight to your shoulder. Wait a minute. You gotta push that with your finger over when you're ready.
All right.
Wait, okay, go ahead.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Okay, am I go? Am I good to go again? Okay.
If you want to.
Fire in the hole! Woo! Woo! Last one, here we go! Oh, yes! Feel like my shoulder got dislocated on that one.
Hey, did you see how that thing ricochets off and hits over there, man?
Woo! Valley Storm Shelters, baby. I'm talking real loud. I had my earplugs in.
Wow. Speedy, I want to present you with a gift. These are just some of the shells that were fired at you.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
You got to make you a necklace out of that.
Oh, wow.
Speedy, it ended with the crazy wild man firing on you with a desire and a vengeance, like made us all uncomfortable.
You know, that was Adler firing at you at the end.
Was it really?
Yeah. He actually screamed out, Terry, this is for the best.
Did you really? You crooked little man.
If you
For
could
what
have
it's
seen that
worth,
Benelli
his
shotgun,
shoulder is hurting so bad right now, he wishes he was dead.
if you'd have seen that Benelli shotgun take his 140 pounds.
Is that what y'all laughing at? Because I couldn't hear. I just heard mania. That's good.
Well, what a great day.
Yes.
What a great day here at Valley Storm Shelters at their testing location somewhere in the middle of rural Alabama. And what a great day it is. I mean, Bubba, I can't add anything to this.
No, Rick, I can't either. The only thing that would have made it better if I just had to
Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Hey. It is a brand new hour from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Let's sing. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Hey! Everybody singing. That won't stop us. Sing it, Travis. Sing it.
They'll make you laugh.
We'll make you holler. Hey, where's your fact to follow, baby?
They'll turn back to follow.
Everybody!
Talk about Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler all here. Greg out. He'll be back on Monday. He's vacationing this week. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
You know, a lot of people don't know how famous that little song right there is.
Did you know that we got a call yesterday from someone in Florence, Alabama, that was telling, thinking about that we've done it on the air, but he said if you're looking for future podcasts, another good one would be to go back and revisit the musical history of Muscle Shoals. And I said, I said, Travis, somebody actually did a song for us. He said, you know about Travis Womack.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. He goes,
Yeah.
You realize he's a legendary musician.
Yeah, he's
and,
played on some of the biggest hits of all time.
And so he said we ought to try to find Travis and do a podcast with him. And I thought, you know what, that's a great idea.
Yeah, it is. That's
and that reminded me that we had that. That's why I played it today.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
That's good stuff right there.
Amazing.
That's a nice little toe tapper, isn't it?
Yep.
Some things that we've done, because I know a lot of you are warned. Bubba's done it. I have as well. This is the text that I text to Ryan Greenwood. Buddy, I must warn you, when you see what Speedy did today, you will need medical help. Please have your huffer handy.
Yeah.
See, I think that's just a safety tip. You know, some people out there said, wish I'd have gotten a similar heads up, and you didn't. But we're getting all the feedback. And again, if you did not catch Speedy's testing a product that Bubba got for Greg,
the Suckler 4000.
The Suckler 4000 to help take care of puppies when their mommy can't.
Yep.
Speedy tried it to be sure it worked, and it was a successful test.
Yes.
I'd like for you to say nominated to try it, just because I don't want anybody to think I just jumped on it.
I don't know how to follow that. But
how's that taste in your mouth?
Pressured.
It's gone.
I like pressured.
Thank
the
you.
best.
Yeah, maybe pressured.
That's on me.
Yeah. Nominated. That doesn't sound good,
Nominated
you just
almost
turned it
sounds
down.
like you went ahead.
Okay, pressured. I like that.
On your
I
own.
like that. Let's go with pressure.
Now nobody made you do it. Close.
Close, but
yeah. Right, but it was. But you were.
Right.
You did it for puppies everywhere. And if anybody wants to be mad about that, they'll just have to be mad at that.
I'm concerned because we're not getting return texts from Ryan, and I know several of us are texting him.
He could be.
And he
out.
could be laying on the floor with a huffer just out of arm's reach.
Rick,
anywhere.
why don't you cold call him on your phone?
You and I, over the years, have worried about Ryan Greenwood's health, and this one is another one. You know, of course, the Dolphins usually are involved, but this time, because he is the biggest fan of Speedy and Duress, and and this one may be the end. I mean, I don't know.
He was at a softball game. I know it's early, but
I know it's possible. Should I cold call him, Bubba, and just see what happens?
Rick, I think I'm scared for him right now.
You're right, because I just it's not. This is you remember the time.
Did anybody send it to Greg too? By the way,
well.
I did, by the way.
I got
my first text.
Did you really?
Absolutely.
Okay. A lot of things going on I don't know about.
I sure did. I started to send it to the group. I thought, no, I'm just going to send it straight to him.
Okay.
Where do you rank this on? Are you made you're calling. Okay. I didn't really think you were doing this.
Yeah,
awesome.
This is my new thing. I didn't realize I could do it this way. It's really opened up a whole new world to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure he'll answer it.
He may be coaching third.
Yeah. He'll coach.
Yeah, boy.
He coaches more than you, by the way.
I feel like he's passed
I don't know about
out
that.
in the floor.
I don't know about that.
It doesn't ever stop. Well, yours doesn't either now?
Mine doesn't either.
Okay. These year-round sports, they're hard, aren't they?
Yeah. Especially when internationals are involved.
I hope he has like a formal
the
voice.
Internationals add a whole new.
Please be a formal.
Okay. All right, it's fine. Nobody panic.
Hams, are you?
That's a terrible voicemail. He's got to change it.
I know. I don't like it.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Ryan, first of all, you got to change that voicemail. Wow. I mean, what a phone-in.
Ryan, are you okay?
Ryan, are you okay? This is Rick and Bubba, Speedy, Helms, Adler. We're live on the air. Of course, Greg's not here because he's nursing puppies. But listen, hey, are you all right? Guess
check your text.
Right. Check your text.
Let us know if you're okay.
Do you have an updated huffer? Do you have one with you?
I hope you got it refilled at the first of the month.
I know you have asthma, and I know from time to time you'll get the weight on. I don't know what your current status is there.
Rick, see, there you go again.
But here's what I want. Here's what I want to say. Do not watch what Speedy did on the show today.
Pressured to do.
If you're not ready and medically ready. I mean, and I do mean that, but I'm not exaggerating. Medically ready. Yeah. Okay. All right, buddy.
You didn't say pressure.
See you, Ron.
Speedy was.
Rick, if this would have been Sean Hannity, you would have failed miserably.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
You can't help it.
I'm sorry.
I know you hear that a lot from Sherry, but you can't.
Yeah,
I know. I got a few speeches yesterday. Sherry and I, we're so happily married, but us when we have to work on a project together, it's wow. I get in trouble every single time.
What is it, Bubba?
Huh? Yeah, no, he's going.
Wait, are
down.
you down again?
He's going down.
Is it rising back up or is this new?
Oh, it's Ron.
Are you thinking
We
about
saw Ron at Greg's son's
Don't bring
wedding.
this up. So this you're
And
right,
I
Hams.
said-
I'm not so
I
mad.
know.
And I said, hey, that's Ron. And Rick said, there's no way that's Ron. And the closer he got, he goes, that's Ron.
Well, you
From
know,
straight man to straight man, he looks great now. He's done a good job.
No, what I'm saying is, and I'm a person of weight.
I don't think you need to comment on that.
I'm a person of weight. But what I'd like to talk about in our community of people of weight, and I've struggled with my weight. Look, I'm there. But then there's people that struggle with their weight, and they kind of stay, what I would say, in a pretty tight area. They'll fluctuate a little bit. And then there's those people that you'll see them and think, man, they've really dropped the weight. And the next time you see them, you don't even recognize them because there's so much weight. There's a wide jump.
Or the other way, where
Yeah.
they've lost so much you don't.
Right.
You're like, wow. Okay.
What did I tell you what happened to me this past weekend?
Yeah, I've had it happen.
But
to
I
me
think that was a
before.
good question to be asked to you before commenting on
yeah.
it.
But that made me almost kind of think.
Well, but I mean,
Right.
it was. I thought it was a veteran move by the person, and you could share it so others could do the same thing.
Well, I'm trying to do a little bit better, and I certainly am not ever going to be accused of being lean. I'm not sure I can accomplish that in this life that I've been given. And it's just probably not an attainable goal, but we're working on it. I'm doing as good now as I've ever done.
Yeah.
But again, I'm still in that community. But a person, because of, I guess I'm getting in a different category this time. A person at church Sunday said, "I want to ask you something, but I would like to ask you another question first."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "You're not sick, are you?"
I got the same thing, Rick.
And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Like you're not." Like you didn't get some bad news
Yeah.
or anything like that, and I said no, I feel fine. He goes, okay, hey man, good job on the weight loss.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
I had
so,
somebody ask Amanda that
but I
question.
thought that's smart on his part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah.
Somebody asked Amanda. They thought something was wrong with me.
Right.
But I think that's a good move. That's a great question to ask instead of, why
Is it though?
Well, you're dressed up. You're going to a funeral.
Hey,
Yeah,
no,
actually,
no.
I am.
Is it though?
but
Because
Rick,
what if you were sick?
It's not.
Then you got to go down that
It's
path.
not quite like asking somebody if they're pregnant. It's not that bad.
It's not.
It's not that bad.
But in my case, I was sick. Nobody
Right.
ever asked me.
Well,
So good.
Well, Bubba, I hate to say this, you beat catcher so quick it didn't even take any weight off.
And that's it. That's it. I had no chance to.
Slightly insensitive, but a good line.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if you ask it though, and somebody says, "Yeah, I am," say, "Okay, well, I'm so sorry.
Right.
What's going on?" But if you go, "Oh, look, you lost weight," and you go, "Yeah, I'm really sick," then you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
I know. I understood it.
I hear your point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it did have me. I stood there for a minute, like looking off across the parking lot, going,
Then you start wondering, am I sick?
Right. That's what happened.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
She's upset about that. But Sherry, that's Tony. I mean, that's Pony Tony. You're from Tony, and her name's Pony.
This is confusing.
So Sherry, go ahead.
Yes, I'm not upset at you guys. It's her.
It's that doggone pony.
Yeah. Because let me tell you guys, it's getting to where we cannot get anybody to call any high school sporting events because of coaches and parents abusing.
Now,
verbally.
when you say calling, you mean refereeing, umpiring, that kind of thing?
Yes, I am. This is my 5th year to do Alabama high school football.
Turning left, I see.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you're a female official.
I think you got a blinker hung on there.
Yeah. Who calls male football?
Yes, I call high school football. Yes, sir.
Now, what position on the field do you usually?
I'm a back judge, and I work. That's just on JV and middle school. I've gotten on the field one time for varsity. Usually, I do the clock on Friday nights on varsities, but I've done it long enough now that I'm trying to make it to the varsity.
Okay. And now, I just want to be sure I've got this right, because this sounds like Deborah in the Bible when God said, I can't get a man to do what I need him to do, so I'm going to bring a woman forward to do it. Are you saying that there's so few men or so few people that are willing to persevere through coaches and parents to officiate, now more women are having to come in and do the job?
Well, I don't know necessarily more women, but, I mean, I enjoy it. I mean, I've been around. I love football. I can't play football, and I don't know. I love it. I love the game, and the only way I can do it is there's not a women football, so the only thing I can do is call the high school.
Now, there is a professional women's league that has a few teams. We hear from that from time to time.
And there's that lingerie league.
Greg, that's a different thing. That's different. That's a different league, Greg.
It had higher ratings than the Puppy Bowl, I'll tell you that.
As a matter of fact, I think a lot of people who just left the Miss America pageant are flocking there.
Right.
But anyway,
Right.
so yeah, but I think what Pony was saying is that, you know, there's certain things that men, you know, really probably shouldn't be doing, and there's certain things that women, you know, men and women are equal in value, but they're not the same, and we've talked about that a lot. And there's certainly places that I would prefer, and my wife, I think, would agree that I really wouldn't want her to be. And sometimes the things that go on a football field and on the sidelines and stuff like that are not a great place for ladies to be.
Or a shipyard.
If you hold women in high regard. You know, I've always said, when people say you got a problem with women, I say no. As a matter of fact, I respect women so much, I don't want to treat them like men. But I don't think that's necessarily respecting a woman to say, well, let's make her a man or treat her like a man. But in your situation, I certainly, you know, if you can get the job done and you don't mind being out there, and you know, that's certainly fine. And appreciate you doing it.
Sherry, do you ever have problem with people respecting you on the field?
No, sir.
Not long as you got that yellow flag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I try not to throw those. That makes the game longer.
Well, I appreciate
You know
that.
what? You just went up on the rung of referees
Boy,
for
you
us
did.
right there.
Yes, you did. So, well, if you and Pony want to, you know, like work it out, and you just kind of take that up with Pony.
Sherry, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because you are involved as a female. Do you enjoy Beth Moen's broadcast?
No, I was about to say, guys, I'm right there with you. I'd have to cut the sound down if I'm going to watch it.
Wow. Can I ask you, because we're getting such feedback that everybody really doesn't care for her style. I'm going to put it that way. Who in the world is behind her, and how did she get in this position?
Like y'all said, politics.
Yeah. You know, and I think we could have waited for a better person. I mean, if there's men that I don't like the way they sound.
Yeah.
And so it's not.
Yeah. There's some male announcers we don't care
The
for.
female voice is already going to be different, but then to take one that sounds like that, I don't think that was the best foot forward.
Rick and Bubba.
Her name is Florence, and now evacuations are happening. They're saying now maybe as many as 1.5 million people being asked to. All right, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Have you been to rickandbubba.com? Clicked on the store. You got stuff for Mama? A week from this Sunday's Mother's Day. Have you got Mama something? So if you haven't done that, go to rickandbubba.com. Some cool stuff there for Mom. Also some cool stuff for Dad. We got a lot of stuff there. Somebody help Daddy shirt and all kinds of cool things for Dad. A couple of things you might want to think about, too. Get him a copy, a signed copy of the 31-day devotional Transformed. Use the correct link for that. It's in show notes today, and we also have that link in our store. And you can click on that and get a signed copy for Dad. And also, don't forget the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up Father's Day weekend in Huntsville. I'm excited to be there. Mike Pence is coming to speak. David Jeremiah will be there. And I struggle saying the pastor of is it First Baptist Dallas? Is it Robert Jeffress? How do you say his last name? I've always called him Jeffries. All right?
Yeah, that's how I always say it.
But it's spelled Jeffress.
I think it's
Have you ever
Jeffries.
noticed how
he says it Jeffries.
You ever notice how he spells his last name?
Yeah.
But anyway, he's going to be speaking there too, and I'm honored to be speaking there. Phil Waldrop, of course, will be speaking too. Charles Billingsley will be there leading worship. Father's Day weekend in Huntsville. Go to gridironmen.com. Maybe get some tickets for the dads on your list for that too, and I look forward to being there coming up this summer. All right, so Bubba, we got a couple of things to look at, and speaking 8A, by the way, speaking of a men's conference, that's a funny right there. Look at 8A. But do y'all want to do this thing on 7?
Yeah, let's look at this.
Okay, this thing on 7, Adler. Let's go to 7.
You got Aaron Rodgers, the new quarterback of the New York Jets, and he's out on the town. He's and I believe this was at a Knicks game in the playoffs, and he's with Sauce Gardner, and Jessica Alba is also a big Knicks fan, and you see her at a lot of the games. And apparently Sauce Gardner did not know who she was, and Aaron Rodgers is making fun of it.
Can I tell you honestly, and I'm being serious about this, there was a chance. First of all, I do not know who Sauce Gardner is. And I will tell you, if I would probably need a little help as well on who Jessica Alba is.
No, I think I think she's probably pretty well known to the general public. Through acting and through her now business empire.
Yeah,
and being a big Knicks fan.
Okay,
so here's the story.
Okay,
it's something I ain't gonna speak about. Well, I got to meet a few movie stars. I got to meet Chris Rock. Who else? Dave Chappelle, Tracy Morgan. Who else did I meet? I met quite a few people. But when we were getting seated, he was just picking on me a little bit for being young. You know, like we was getting seated and he was like, "Oh, we're about to sit by what's her name? We're about to sit by Jessica Alba." And I'm just like, "Oh." You know what I mean? I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know who that is." And he just looked at me. He looked at me like I'm crazy. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was just great, just being able to sit over there, and I got to meet her, and one of her friends who was from Detroit, actually. You know, it was great vibes. But that whole night, he'd just keep asking me out of nowhere. He's like, "Do you know who that person is?" And I'm like, "Bro, that's Amari Stoudemire. I know who that is." Like, now you just.
Yeah,
that's something we would do.
He's so young. Aaron said he was just picking on him all night for not.
And what a
knowing.
great name, Sauce.
I'm telling you. Now, who is that? I don't know who that is.
Well, he's a player for the Jets, I guess.
Yeah, I had no idea.
But
that is funny.
he's probably the only guy named Sauce I know.
You know what? That's a great name, though.
It is. It is. I kind of hate I didn't think about it.
I know it.
Oh, wow.
You think his nickname's not Hot Sauce? Golly,
You know
Tabasco.
There they are sitting together in the and then there's Jessica.
Wow, she looks funny. Her head's shaped funny. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the circle. That's somebody's putting a picture in there. And then 8A. Now, Adler, what is this? I mean, why do we have a fake Chuck Norris driving a tank? Is this really the start of a men's conference, or are you just kidding around that it would
Rick,
be?
You might need to add this to the man church.
That's what I'm thinking. So is this really the start of a men's conference in a mega church, or it would be a good start?
From what I understand, this is the start of a men's conference in Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, wow. We got this may be a man church. There's a bunch of churches there doing man church. This might be one of our man churches.
And
all right, let's look.
This is pretty wild.
I present to you the Tide.
What in the world? What in the world?
Driven by none other than Chuck Norris.
This guy's supposed to be Chuck Norris.
Oh, so it's not really Chuck.
Yeah, it's a look-alike driving over cars. in a tank. Yeah.
Wow, it'll go right over them.
Yeah. That's a little different than a man church conference or gridiron. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
it's a little different.
Even like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know what? I think. Yeah, I'm just going to stay light. I think that is funny. It certainly would not be my approach, but that sure is funny.
Maybe you could add some explosives or something.
Right? Yeah.
Blow up
It's our approach to challenging is a little different, but yeah. But there you go. But now this also is this the video you showed me on 6 yesterday, Helmsley? Golf fight at Bailey Ranch.
So. Yeah. Is this the same one?
Is this the same one? Bubba, watch.
Well, I don't know if it's the same one or not.
It may not be. If it's the same one, we have multiple people.
It is.
All right, we have multiple people to watch. Now, Helmsley, help identify the guy you told me to watch. Bubba, there's one guy that starts knocking people out like you've never seen. Now, this is all about slow play. All right. This is all about slow play.
Yeah, you're not going to turn it up.
Audio.
Okay.
All right. So, Bubba, now look at the fight that breaks out on the golf course. Now, where's the guy that I need to watch that really is pounding people?
It's going to be on your right hand screen. Right.
The guy reaching down? No.
This guy right
No,
here.
this guy right here.
That's
Watch
the
him.
guy.
Yeah,
that's the guy.
He's got quite a punch. His left is incredible.
And
now watch him
dodge.
here, dodge, and he knocks another one down. Boom. But I mean, this guy is the real deal. He's good with his left and his right, and he's got a lot of power.
Yeah.
Bubba, this is all about slow play. That's the part that I love.
In a gentleman's game.
Now, watch that left. I mean, that's a stinging left. Watch him right here. Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's got a left.
Yes, he does. Goes back for more
And
too
it
with
just
the
looks
right.
like old guys beating up young guys, from what I can tell.
Which is what I love.
Yeah.
It's
This
like
is what
Nolan
our country
Ryan
needs.
and Robin Ventura all over again.
Yes.
Now, this is the way to start a men's
I'd like for you to watch Hot Pink, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Hot Pink shirt.
Yeah.
Okay. He has, it looks like a bottle of something thrown at him by a female that's with somebody and hits him in the head. And he stands there. He's about to be thrown right now.
So,
boom,
I'll say that,
gets
yeah.
hit. Now he's standing there like, what's up? She's like, yeah, what about that?
Uh-huh.
And then another guy's talking smack. He punches him. He gets up and goes, oh, you want some of me? And so then they stand there and they're like, oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh, bam, bam.
Yeah.
And he hits him twice.
I do credit that guy that he was hit in the head by the guy's woman, but he didn't go after her. He beat up her boyfriend.
She deserved it,
or
though.
husband or whatever he was.
I'm just kidding.
Right.
There's so much going on in this video.
So much happening.
I mean,
But I like big fella, old guy who's in shape.
Yeah.
That son of a gun can punch.
Yes.
I mean, he has a beautiful left.
He's very aware of what's around him.
Yeah. I want to say the
See him
original
duck,
story.
the duck is very impressive.
This was on the turn, so that means that they had about 9 holes of sauce, and so somebody was.
So
Again, I credit him with having such a good left.
What golf course is this?
It's in Oklahoma, Owassa. It's in Owassa, Oklahoma, I believe.
We'll take your phone calls
Which is
next.
Indian for duck.
We'll go phone trolling. All 10 lines are available. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were live on the air, and most years we look back by playing what is available on iTunes. We actually have it out there on one of our best of CDs back when this happened. These are excerpts of what was happening on the air and around the world when we were attacked 17 years ago today.
What once seemed unthinkable has happened.
The World Trade Center's on fire.
To grasp the enormity of it is almost too much for the heart to bear.
Really on fire.
September 11th,
Huge explosion.
2001.
Thousands of people in the building.
It is a date that will be etched in history, engraved in stone, and in our memories.
Look at all the fire.
The day of the
All right, as we come back, Eddie Van Adler, Rick and Bubba TV producer. Now, I'm already concerned that Rocky Balboa doesn't know when to quit. And, now we had the Creed movie come out, and now we're going to have another Creed movie where he continues to train, Apollo Creed's son. And who saw this coming, Greg? It looks like in this next one, everybody wants him to stop boxing, but he's going to box again.
Of course, Rick. His health is on the line.
Right. And so now Rocky is just his trainer, screaming. He's playing the role of Burgess Meredith now to Apollo Creed's son, but he's still in the movie.
Yeah.
Well, now we're going to mess with Rambo. Should we mess with Rambo?
Sylvester Stallone on social media said that starting soon and getting very excited, he wrote that with a picture of Rambo holding a hatchet of some type.
And
see, I wish we would go back and do a Rambo modern day with somebody else. You know how we'll do? I know Greg doesn't like that.
The reboot.
But I'd like to see a reboot Rambo.
Well, this one's going to be
You got to
kind
be
of.
careful of those two.
I know
though.
you do. I know you do. This is one
it's
of
all
those
dangerous stuff.
I'll give you that. This is going to be kind of weird. All right, so he is apparently going to be living in Arizona. He works on a ranch. And he finds out that some of the local women are getting involved and picked up with this human trafficking. Gangs are grabbing them and trying to take them to Mexico.
Rambo's not going to have no.
And he teams up with a journalist to try to figure out what's going on and get these girls back.
Rambo does?
Yes, and apparently, according to the early release, the plot,
bandana.
And
he does, Rick.
And so there's a lot of interrogation scenes. And pretty solid plot, they say, as far as this action.
Guys, it may be a pleasant surprise, Greg.
It could be. Don't know.
Yeah, buddy.
He says the world may be changing, but not him. Nothing is over.
That boy, Rambo.
Is it? That's not the picture you're talking about. That's from actual old Rambo, isn't it?
Well, I think that's what he put up on his Instagram. It was an old picture.
Yeah, him clutching that machete.
That's
now. Here's my question. This is Rambo 5.
Is it?
Yeah.
I remember Rambo First Blood, and I remember Rambo. But I'm missing 3 and 4
Now,
somewhere.
3
I don't know those either. Yeah.
3 came in just a few years. You had your first 3
What was
within
3
3 or
about?
4 years.
Does anybody remember what the
I don't
plot of 3
remember.
was? I'm going to bet something brings him back into a fight where he kills people.
1988.
Let's open the lines, people. Come on. 866 We Be Big. Let's hear from you. Come on. And there we come, 212. All right, so phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. We go phone trolling now. That means we speed things up a little bit, 30 seconds a pop. That's good news for those that are saying, I just have a hard time getting in. Well, if you'll dial us up now, we've opened up the lines, and most of them are available. Some are starting to fill now. But when we start talking, it'll be 30 seconds, and the buzzer will sound. There'll be no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, and we'll move through these rapidly. So if you're waiting and you're on hold, you should get in quickly. This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. Bubba, do you love beautiful North Alabama like I do?
Rick, why would you not?
Oh, sweet home, Alabama. Alabama the beautiful. Hey, did you know this, that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association has a new podcast? It's called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. So you can find out a lot about our state that we love. It's cool, something we want you to check out. Conversations with all kinds of interesting people, all about the wonderful things you can do in North Alabama. It's easy to get it. Just go to northalabama.org/podcast, or just go to wherever you get podcast and search it, and you'll find it there. So it's northalabama.org/podcast, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and find this new podcast under our sponsors button, and enjoy that and then find out some cool things you could be doing in our home state. All right, let's get started with Garrett. Garrett, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so just wanted to see what your guys' opinion was on Tucker Carlson, to see if you guys think he might branch out and try to do his own sort of podcast or maybe his own channel or something like that.
Well, did you hear his job offer he had yesterday?
I did not.
Yeah, he's got an online streaming service has offered him $100 million for 5 years.
$100 million.
And president
Oh,
of
he
the
ain't
company.
hurting then.
Nope.
President of the country and a spot on the board of directors.
President of the country.
Company.
Wow, that is a
company.
Step up.
How could they even make that happen?
Company.
You know what? I'd take him over what we got right now.
Oh, buddy.
Let's go to Jeff, Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, y'all know, I think it was yesterday that y'all had a segment about where all of you can't convince your wives that you really work.
Yeah.
Well, that segment y'all had just a moment ago with Speedy nursing, it ain't helping your cause.
No, you're right.
Great point.
Boy, that's a good point. Yeah. That's a friend telling you straight right there.
That is. Accountability.
Man, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, when you go home,
dose of reality.
When you go home today and they say, "So what did y'all do at work today?" I'll probably leave that one out.
Right. Yeah. Today especially.
I'll talk about like commercials we had to do and stuff like that. Phil, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Great.
Fired up and ready.
Good. I am I'm a waiter at a restaurant you frequent every now and then, and I had a little bit of an etiquette question.
Okay.
Now, which one of us
For a restaurant,
come in there?
Rick.
Okay.
Yes.
Hadn't seen you yet, Bubba.
Okay.
But for restaurant design, the men's restroom is in the front door of it is in eye shot of 80% of the tables.
Yeah.
And I cannot bring myself to go in there, whether I'm pulling a one or a two, to go in there and walk out to be making eye contact with somebody I'm going to have to go talk to.
Yeah, I think I know where you're talking about. That placement is unfortunate. Especially since you're actually one of the waiters. You know, everybody's got their eyes on you like, well, I hope he washed his hands. Yeah, I have to say, I thought we had it tough here. I think you may have it worse. Just the location, you know what I mean? Ours is bad, but
Yeah.
it's so man, that's all I'm going to see now when I come back over there.
Yeah, I think it's better if you have a turn or two, a hall
Yeah.
to go down something.
Absolutely. So, man, appreciate you. You always take care of me. Let's go to Tina, Louisville, Kentucky. Tina, go ahead.
Hey, poor little Millie, the stray dog,
Mm-hmm.
she has what they call pyometria, and it's due to hormonal changes in the uterus when they're pregnant. And she having 9 puppies, that's what threw her into that. And we had a dog one time, a little Chihuahua, and she only had 1 pup. And she started nursing right after her hysterectomy, too. So she'll be fine.
Well, Speedy took care of testing the product just in case.
Right. We have a backup plan. It's always important to have a backup.
It is. Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm still laughing about Speedy's product testing, and thank you for doing it, Speedy. You're a braver man than I am. The Army on the tank taught me not to volunteer, but there is no need to buy Speedy lunch. He's already been fed.
That's good. Dusty, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Y'all doing all right?
We're doing good.
Okay. First of all, almost read earlier listening to y'all laugh and hearing so he thought he needed the count.
I can't.
Oh my
That's
God.
tough.
I'm so I had to protect the audience. I'm so sorry, buddy. Your sale was rough. Atala, Alabama, Z93. Mark, go ahead.
30 years ago, well, 29 years ago, I had my hair shaved before anybody else did. And Rick and Bubba, y'all were sitting on a billboard and y'all were complaining about being hungry. And I brought by a can of pork and beans. And, of course, Rick goes, nice hair. I want an apology.
Yeah. You know what? I'm so sorry that happened. And because I'll apologize to any man who brought me pork and beans when I needed it. So thank you, man.
I thought it was going to be funny because I didn't bring you a can opener. And
I remember that.
Yeah, Bubba, you don't.
I do
remember being
that,
on that
Bubba.
billboard, but
Yeah.
you don't remember that incident.
Yeah, I do, because I thought surely we gotta have a can opener here somewhere.
Okay.
I think we started beating the can on some metal trying to get it open.
Probably, that sounds like us. JC, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, Bubba. I wanted to follow up with you on your remediation project down at the lake.
Mhm.
all the tips and emails I sent you, did they help you any?
Well, I've got a lot of information, and I'm not sure exactly which one you're talking about, but it has all been very
I'm the
useful.
Guy from New Orleans. I'm the guy from New Orleans,
right?
And it said, find you an old guy who has nothing else better to do, kind of like a retired inspector, and let him wear the contractor out.
Yeah, that's what I did with when we tell people at men's ministry, and of course I've got one. His name is Tom Haney. At our church, I said, find a retired guy that's always calling the church and going by and saying, why aren't you doing more for the men's ministry? and ask why there hadn't been an email blast, and ask why we're not on the website. I said, you got to have that guy. And he's saying it works for you guys as well.
Well,
you got to get somebody
I think we've got a good team together, and it's always good to have somebody, as I call it, holding the clipboard.
Absolutely.
Running, flying 50,000-foot cover.
Lisa and Dothan, News Talk 1039. Go ahead.
I got to say real quick, he's right about the old guy with the clipboard. I used to work at a church, and we had an old guy who was a master electrician.
Oh, yeah.
He wore out some builders when they were adding on.
You gotta
anyway,
have
I'm calling to say this. Speedy, oh, my gosh. Yesterday when you were talking to Sean Hannity's producer, I thought it was Speedy. I mean, he was falling all over himself to make you guys feel welcome, and
I see
think
what you're
he was
saying.
Just over greeting.
Do they teach that in producer school?
Yeah, some people call it charm school, Rick.
Yeah.
And
You're right.
There's
Lisa,
a lot of things they cover there.
Yeah. Chris in Hartsville. Chris, go ahead.
Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Let's get with it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Travis Womack is a friend of mine, and I would be glad to put y'all in touch with him. He is a phenomenal musician and a great entertainer, if y'all would like to have him on your show. And I have tagged him on Facebook the last 2 days y'all been talking about him. So I could set that up for y'all if y'all need some help with that.
Yeah, email Speedy at rickandbubba.com and give him the contact info.
I will do that.
Thank you, Chris. Jake from State Farm. Jake, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, this is not what I'm calling about, but Travis Womack is a friend of mine. Country song or it ain't? How about that?
That's good.
Rick,
I think
we know you'll take and wear something out, but I think this segment with Speedy, you're just going to milk it for all it's worth.
Yeah, that one will stay with us. That one will forever be in Rick and Bubba history.
Yep.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More stories to unpack today. We'll jump in there, and we'll get some more of your phone calls coming up later in the program, too. Thanks for your participation. We'll be right back. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com. All the information about the Rick and Bubba show and then some can always be found there, so you're always in the loop.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 one that came out. That was just called Rambo again. I saw that one.
You did?
Yeah.
Now, what was it about? What
I didn't
was
go
the
to the
theme
movie
of
and see
it?
it.
Any count?
Oh, he's in some land, and I don't know, killing.
He's
people.
in
It was
some
really-
land killing.
I
But
don't
can you give me a
remember.
little more of the plot
Did you just
than
say
that?
he was in some land killing people?
Yeah, some
You
country.
mean a country?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
meant
okay.
that. And it's like, I don't know.
Greg, I need just a little more of the plot. Just a little
I
more.
remember there was some type of, maybe Korea or somewhere, because it seems like they were Asian people that he
There
was
we go.
killing. But I remember
which one was
I do remember that the special effects were very
Three, I
graphic, real graphic in it.
Really? Was
You
it?
talking about
You
three,
talking about,
right?
you know,
No,
you talking about
the
Quentin Tarantino
2008
graphic?
one.
Okay. In 3, the 1988 one is where he is he's working, trying to rebuild some kind of temple or something like that, and they visit him, wanting to put him on a mission in Afghanistan.
I was done at that point.
Okay.
I never saw that one. Then that one in 2008 came on like one of the movie channels.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember he was older and he was still trying to be sharp. And,
Well, Greg, he's 10 years
and it was
older now.
extremely violent.
You talking about Quentin Tarantino?
Yeah, I'm talking about like meat flying everywhere.
Greg.
During explosions and stuff.
Wow.
Good night.
All right, so now what are you showing, Speedy? This he looks young here. Which Rambo
That's the
is this?
first one.
That's
the
the
first
yeah, that's
blood.
that is First
The
Blood.
best one. That's the best one.
Brian
Yes,
Dennehy
it
was
is.
in that? I didn't
Yeah,
remember
really.
that.
He's a sheriff, man.
Then you got First Blood Part 2. Then you got Rambo 3. Then you got Rambo.
I don't know about 3 and 4.
In Part 2, he went back to Vietnam to find the prisoners that had been held.
Which was also good.
I thought
That
2 was a
real
good one.
good.
I thought 2 was the best.
I don't know why I didn't watch
Bubba,
3.
I'm with you.
The best?
I think 2 was the best.
The first one, they did the thing, but
Selective memory.
they realized they had a good theme, and they made him go back and get these prisoners out, and that was the
It
best
was
one, I
good.
thought.
Yeah.
It was good. Better than
I
the
think
first
better
one?
than the first one, yeah.
Oh, you probably think
I
Rocky
think-
2 is better than the first one. You
Which
probably
one
do.
was it when they captured him and they dipped him down in that?
This
he
is
was
that
hanging in
same
that
mindset
water?
that makes you think Hysteria was better than Pyromania. It's the same mindset.
The Rocky movies all kind of run together to a
Oh,
degree.
no, I got the Rocky movies.
2 was good. 1 was excellent. Nobody, but you realize they wrote it and it was a bigger hit than they thought. And they go, we got to
Oh, yeah.
expand
No
on
doubt.
it. I thought 2 was good because they went back and fought.
I don't
3
have a problem with 2 at all.
I thought 3 was pretty good with Clubber Lang.
It was good.
After
it was.
the 4 got a little
The
weird.
Russian got a little stupid.
Yeah, it got a little
now,
weird.
now we're getting stupid.
Yeah.
And
But
then
Clubber Lang was
5
good because I think anybody who the whole theme of when you get to the top's one thing, then trying to stay there.
I like
and,
it.
And that I thought
I
that
got
was a
no
good
problem
plot.
with that.
I, thought it
I
was
don't
a-
acknowledge 5.
The one when,
Now, what, is
when
that
he lost
Tommy-
everything, or was that 6?
Was which one had?
Wait, we had
4 was the Russian. 5 was Tommy
Gunn.
Tommy Gunn on the street. So I didn't even go see it.
And the one I didn't go see
He
at
lost
all
all
is,
his money too. Don't forget that.
I'll tell you the one I didn't go see because you know how one actor plays 2 different people. Is the one they had where Rocky fought Rambo. That one I didn't want.
Yeah, I didn't like that one either, Rick. That was the worst of all of them.
And the winner took on Predator.
And then there was
By the way, they're rebooting Predator too. Saw a movie poster.
I did. I saw that too.
They're gonna reboot Predator.
I know it's got the guy from This Is Us in it.
Yes.
Randall.
Randall's in it.
Randall's in it.
He doesn't belong in Predator.
I know. He's in it though.
He can't be in. He's not one of the guys fighting Predator, is he?
Yes.
Randall. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rick and Bubba's show, 29 years and 4 months, and still here. All right, so working our way back, Joe Rogan makes an interesting comment. Now Adler's going to have to edit because Joe he's got a mouth on him. And but are you standing by ready to edit, or after Speedy's deal, are you able to gather yourself to do something that requires precision?
I got it.
Okay.
I'm on it.
All right, so we'll be editing this, but he's floating up a theory, Bubba. You were telling me that Epstein was involved in some sort of intelligence operation.
Yeah, I have not heard this. This was the first time that I had heard about.
And this is creepy
Maybe-
Epstein, right? Jeffrey
maybe,
Epstein.
Yeah, maybe there was some other information out there, but Joe Rogan floats the theory that Epstein was involved in an intelligence operation.
Okay, so here is the quote. and then Karine Jean-Pierre will be asked a question about what we're about to hear.
Yes,
Okay.
and will not comment on it.
All right, here we go.
I had a conversation with a scientist who didn't buy into that Epstein stuff and wouldn't go to the meetings and stuff like that. And he said that he was really shocked at how little money he actually donated.
Interesting.
Yeah, he goes, it wasn't that much money. He goes, it was really like he was more than that. He was bringing them to parties. Like it was an intelligence operation. Whoever was running it, whether it was the Mossad or whether it was the CIA or whether it was a combination of both, it was an intelligence operation. They were bringing in people and compromising them. And then when they would compromise them, they would use, whatever they had on them to influence their opinions and the way they express those opinions. Here it says, Epstein regularly visited, had card key access to, and was provided a designated office space within the program in evolutionary dynamics until 2018. So that means they gave him that at Harvard. Girls.
Had an office.
Yeah. Granting him that level of access raises serious questions about the compliance with Harvard's policies, and beginning in 2017 about whether or not the Professor Nowak acted in deliberate circumvention of Harvard's security procedures. So he was arrested and he'd already did time by then, which is crazy.
It's also like, at first I was like, oh God, he was on campus with all these like girls. How scary, but they were probably too old for him.
So look at this here. Harvard University said Friday that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein donated more than $9 million to the university over the course of a decade and had an office on campus after his 2006 arrest.
Nope.
So he was arrested in 2006, and then after that, up until 2018, still had an office there. That is wild.
So there you go. So that's at Harvard.
Yes.
And so they still had an office on campus after all that. And he says that all that Epstein would do is get people there, compromise them, and then they would be able to manipulate them because they had that hanging over their head.
Do we have the question to the press secretary?
We do. So here is Karine Jean-Pierre now
Karine Jean-Pierre.
now fielding a question about this from the press.
Have any reaction to CIA Director William Burns meeting with Jeffrey Epstein in 2014? This obviously was after Epstein had served time for a sex crime and was registered as a sex offender.
I'm just not going to comment on that from here.
Well, she'll not comment in the second one.
Wow.
I mean, just
pleading the fifth, I guess.
Not going to comment on that from her.
That's an interesting theory.
Not going to comment on that from here.
Or was just he a creep with a lot of money that got access because people wanted donation?
Yeah, and you heard Joe Rogan, and I don't know the numbers. He said, but when you look at the donations, they really aren't large enough to warrant that kind of treatment.
To have an office.
Yeah. So, I don't know. So there you go. All right, so Karine Jean-Pierre also, we'll stay here, Adler, still is now having to deal with questions about her saying that the Biden administration has cut down illegal immigration by 90%.
Last year, Rick, the facts are last year we had a record year.
Yeah.
This year we're tracking ahead of last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
90%. So Ducey wants her to answer that question. And so here is 12A, whenever you have it, Adler. Here's Peter Ducey.
Said yesterday that when it comes to illegal migration, you've seen it come down by more than 90%. Where did that number come from?
It was.
Because
I was
CBP
speaking.
is telling us the number is.
I hear you. I'm about to answer.
136,000 people more.
I'm about to
this
answer you.
fiscal year so
If the dramatics could come down just a little bit. If the dramatics could come down a little bit.
What's dramatic about asking a question about?
Okay, I'm going to answer
what you said.
So I was speaking to the parolee program. As you know, the president put in place a parolee program to deal with certain countries on ways that we can limit illegal migration, and we have seen the data has shown us that it has gone down by more than 90%. That was what I was speaking to. No, we're going to go. We're going to move.
We're moving on. Listen,
you know, Rick, you know what that's like saying. We have all these people who are breaking the law, so we're going to now change it so they're not breaking the law. Now we can say there's less people breaking the law.
Exactly. They play these games.
I mean, what are we, third graders?
Right.
Is that what we're doing?
You know what my favorite part was? a press secretary that said illegal immigration was down by 90% under this administration got mad at a reporter for being dramatic.
Yeah, dramatic.
What?
He's asking a question,
You're the
and
queen of dramatics.
He's trying to quote the numbers
Right.
that you need to comment on. And she doesn't want him to say those numbers.
She does
So
not.
that's why she's putting on her little stunt with that.
And 12C is going to, from Fox News, is going to make the point you were making, Bubba. Now let's look at some real numbers about illegal immigration, and it's going to be hard to come up with. It's down by 90%. I'll tell you. She says more than 90%, which, by the way, we're talking about 100. All right, go ahead.
I don't know for the life of me, Neil, what data she was looking at, but let me show you CBP sources exclusively sharing with Fox News the fiscal year to date of people who have illegally crossed our border and are illegally in the country and encountering our Border Patrol officials. It's up 136,000 this fiscal year compared to last fiscal year. Last fiscal year was the highest ever on record with more than 2.2 million.
Wow. Now,
I mean, come on, man. I mean,
and just to show you what hypocrisy looks like, when President Trump mentioned sending federal troops, soldiers, to the border to help out, the demos lost their mind.
Yes, they did.
Joe Biden announced this week he's sending 1,500 to the border because the title. Section 42 is fixing to end, and we're going to have a massive wave like we've never had before.
Yeah.
But let's hear, in her own words, what the good VP said back in 2018 when we were talking about deploying troops to the border.
I thank the men and women who serve our military and serve in the United States Marine Corps. I also believe that the administration made a decision to deploy them based on a political agenda, and I believe that it is inappropriate to require the limited resources of the United States military to be used in such a way when it was, these folks who are being deployed there, they're going to leave they've left their families. They will not be home, looks like, for Thanksgiving. And all because there needed to be some demonstration for the TV cameras based on a political agenda instead of what is a national security threat.
And I think we got time out. It's only 24 seconds. Now listen to 12B when they're asked about it, and she basically says, ask somebody else about what we just heard about. Isn't it the same thing y'all got on Trump about?
A big critic of former President Donald Trump's immigration policies, but isn't this sending troops to the border another example of where President Biden has taken President Trump's policies on immigration?
So to your point, my colleagues at the Pentagon are going to brief on this at 2 o'clock in less than 40 minutes. So definitely make sure that you all take a listen and hear what they have to say.
Say President Biden.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Do you think anybody knows that that's Mark Wahlberg? Like youngsters,
Long ways
like
from that,
youngsters.
bro.
Feel it,
bro, Marky.
Do you think youngsters know that?
When I hear that now, I want a hamburger.
Greg, I have a couple of things. I have a couple of things for you that will tie in here on this. First of all, Greg and I watch the movie Rockstar every single time it's on.
Every time it's on. Still dragging, baby.
And then when they show the behind the scenes, they start playing this song through the PA, and
Yes.
he wanting him to move to this song, which is funny.
And he's in his Rockstar.
And he's in his Rockstar stuff with his leathers on. But let me say this: did not know this till last night, and maybe you did. The song from the movie Rockstar, starring Mark Wahlberg, who was also Marky Mark from the Funky Bunch. That song that you do, the stand up and shine. Did you know that is written by Sammy Hagar?
I did not know that.
How about that?
Oh, really?
How about that little?
Where'd you find that out?
Found that
I
out.
have no idea who's singing it, though. Because I'm telling you, it was not Marky Mark.
I saw Zach Wilde.
Yes.
Who plays
Ozzy's guitar player
and plays one of the guitars
He does.
in that.
He does.
And he was being interviewed by Sammy Hagar last night on Access TV.
Okay.
And he talked about him being in that movie And then he looked at Sammy and said, by the way, stand up and shout. Great song you wrote.
So he wrote that song.
And he said, well, y'all changed it a little bit. He goes, yeah. He said, that is my song.
Sammy got a check for that.
Did you know that?
I did not.
And, Greg, I thought you knew all things.
I didn't know that, Rick. They slipped that one
Shame.
by me.
The minute that I heard it,
Greg.
I got excited and almost called you, and I thought, look, that can wait.
But I forgot Zach Wilde was the guitarist, and the drummer was,
here we go,
Jason Bonham.
That's right.
And the bass player was the guy that played in Dockin'. I can't think of his name.
You know Dockin' rhymes with rockin'.
It does.
So anyways, so there's a little flashback to a little rock trivia here on the program that was brought on by a hip hop song by now a very, very successful actor.
Who we just read his daily routine on the air.
Wait a minute.
Unreal, by the way.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
All this, I didn't even know about that.
That's why. That's why we were
Is that why y'all were
singing
screaming,
it.
feel it,
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
it?
yeah.
And then Bubba heard it and then said, you're going to play that. And then I said, yeah, of course.
yeah.
Boy, it's
the
funny how
whole
this thing
reason.
works.
I know.
The breakdown of his day is pretty impressive.
Yeah,
of course,
he's on
Greg
top
thinks
of
he's
it.
lying about it.
Well, if somebody asked me to break my day down, I would write something like that.
It really is close to Bubba's day.
It is.
It really is.
A lot.
Minus a few things. But
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
You know what? Good for him.
Yeah, let's be honest. If somebody says, am I at liberty to give you my day and you can't check on it, it's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a really impressive one time I'm done with it.
Well, I can't tell you.
Start off with 10 miles.
Right. Well, it goes back to the funny, hilarious line when the first time, and I know it's an old joke, but I had not heard it, which is no shocker there, when someone said, you know how you know when somebody's doing CrossFit? And I said, no. And they said, they'll tell you.
So
That is correct. I thought, what a great line that is. All right, so a lot to do as we jump in. And obviously, as I mentioned, we'll get an update. Hurricane Florence, evacuations galore. I mean, I was getting texts from friends last night that live in these areas. Please pray for us, and we certainly are and will. We'll update you on that with Span today. Yesterday, the tributes to 9/11 all day long. A lot of things to see. I got to watch some of that yesterday as we never forget that attack. And then, of course, stories that are new to today and your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All going to be happening on the rest of the Rick and Bubba show. We'll take a break right now, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Say, hey, From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, it is another Rick and Bubba hour. Glad you're here. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, making it happen. Greg out, back on Monday. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on what is now International Star Wars Day.
Yes.
May the 4th be with you.
There it is. There it is. One of the things about people who are celebrating May the 4th be with you, one thing they probably don't have to worry about is dinner reservations for their date. As we start, Bubba, would you like to go to a golf clinic with Tom Lehman? Would that fire you up?
Rick, I really would. I actually was in his group at one of the regions, and we had a great time. He's a super guy.
There's a free event going on next week with Regions coming up. We'll do the show live on the Pro-Am on Wednesday, and Bubba just told me Gene's called him again privately. I'm telling you, he's gonna have you swing a club. I'm just telling you.
Well,
I mean, you can't take his calls right now. You need to turn off.
This is what I want to do, Rick. I don't want to risk liver damage.
Block his number. Block it.
But I do enjoy the event. I enjoy the people.
Absolutely.
I enjoy the fellowship.
Sure.
I enjoy the broadcast.
Yeah.
And, most years, Speedy goes with me and does play-by-play as I'm teeing off. So I'll get to return the favor this time.
You will.
Can I ask?
You'll give us play-by-play of Speedy.
You're throwing around something pretty loosely, and I just want to see if this is a real thing. Can you damage your liver by swinging a golf club?
I've had the discussion with two doctors, and one of them said, let pain be your guide. And the other one said, it probably wouldn't hurt to give it a rest this year.
Okay.
Because the liver is regenerating. It grows back. And there was a lot of cutting in here to get down there with the liver turn and all that. And I've tried it, and there's some, there's some uncomfort. There's some discomfort.
Makes
Let me
you feel
use that
strange.
word.
Makes you feel strange.
And I think Nurse Betty summed it up best when she said, if you were on the tour making a living, I would not let you play in this tournament this year.
Yeah.
So why don't you give it a rest? Go do what you do and meet everybody and have a great time. Just don't swing the golf club and irritate that and get inflammation and all that. Let it have a year to heal, and then you go out there and you tear the course up.
See, my wife would have said this. I don't want you to do it because you're not on the tour making a living. If you were on the tour making a living, then I'm sorry, we'd have to do it.
Well, she was saying even then, probably give it a rest because, there's no need to over.
Sure would have been. Now, how much you going to get if you play? So anyway, Tom Lehman, part of that week on Monday, and you can do this if you're coming to our state or you're already here, go to Pelham's Ballantrae Golf Club with Tom Lehman and challengegolf.org. They're doing a free event, 5 to 8. They'll feed you. There's going to be live music, and Tom will be talking to you about there's a putting contest that'll be going on and all kinds of stuff. So and a hole-in-one contest, and it'll be all to benefit colon cancer awareness, which is one of the things he's very passionate about. So if you want to do that, make that part of the week, and it's free on Monday, and then we'll be there on Wednesday, and then the actual tournament starts on Thursday, right? So anyway, enjoy that all next week. All right, so one of the things I wanted to ask you guys about. So as you know, and this is gonna have a big impact on my life. And right now I'm not bringing any of this up because we got people going through a rough patch. So this is certainly not a rough patch. This is just hassles that just life brings.
Oh yeah.
So
I got a few of those a day. Right?
So this year is featuring some transition as well. There is a desire and meetings going on to build a house at the farm that would be where we live all the time, and then move out of where we've been for over 20 years, and now our new home, instead of having a place you go to every now and then the place you stay, is you go to one place, and that's great. But that leads to a lot of sherry at the farm. Okay. We now have not one but two sons getting married this year within 30 days of each other, and so that's young Broderick and Blake are both getting married this year, and so we have one of the gatherings, and we talked about this the other day, and we don't know who these people are that started this. There's now something called a couples shower.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where that came from, but it's now part of it now is women continue to drag men to more and more things that at one time we weren't even invited to. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so there's prep. Anytime there's prep for something to go on at the farm, that brings Sherry down to the farm. But now we have a new Sherry. It is, I'm not just here now to get ready for upcoming event. Every time I'm here now, I'm also planning for the long-term stay here.
Right.
And she's made it very clear, and I understand, this place would be set up one way if all we did was come here for recreation. To live here, there's a new sheriff in town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. The nesting instinct is strong with that one, right?
Understood. Okay, so I had some pretty traumatic things happen yesterday as we worked there. Like I said yesterday, she worked me all day like a rented mule.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and she does a lot of work, and she's a hard worker. And there's certain areas she don't want me in, but I'll get my assignments. And what I'm going to say, there's one thing more lighthearted that's out here in my truck, but there's one thing that was a bit traumatic, and I'm okay with it. Is she said for living here as a regular place, there are far too many deer heads, far too many.
Like in your barn?
Yes, and
I don't think so.
And she says, so we're gonna go to a deer head playoff.
Oh wow!
And she said the best of the best.
I don't like this, Rick.
The biggest of the big are the ones that have the most stories. And let me tell you, yesterday what happened. She would escort me to a borderline deer head, and would she say, "Tell me the story of this one?" And if I couldn't remember the story, she just reach over and take it off the wall.
Rick.
And so, but here's the thing: they're not.
What are you gonna do with them?
They're not going away. It's actually pretty cool. I did it with Big Six. Is they will all the ones that cannot make the cut will be made into antler mounts with that leather in the middle. For a it doesn't take up as much room when you do them all like that.
But that costs money. You already got them.
Yeah.
fixed.
Well, of course.
You can't leave them out in the barn.
Well,
they look really
the
good.
barn now is going to become a focal point of gatherings, even more, even this shower coming up. So I had to if I couldn't produce a story, it would just be pulled off the wall.
Did you find yourself making up stuff at one point?
I did.
Okay.
I did. On those that meant stuff to me. I said, now that's the
you
one.
won't believe.
I said, if you remember
the
that's
woods
the,
we were
I
in.
said that if you remember that's the one that was the remember that time.
You remember when I went to Saskatchewan?
Yeah, and so. So anyway,
What about Save Camp House? Could we move them there?
Well, there ain't no room in Camp House.
I'm talking about
those deer.
Is Camp House made the cut? Yet?
So far good. So far so good. Camp House has got deer heads everywhere.
I know.
You
but
could put another. You can put another deer head.
Put them in
together.
the
gonna have to
bedroom.
find
You gotta
open
put them
spots.
in the Rick. You got to put them in all the bedrooms.
Yeah, I don't like this,
All the
Rick.
bedrooms are full of deer
I
heads.
don't like it
Have
at
you
all.
been in those bedrooms lately?
Yeah, they are. But I mean, we might have
Well,
to add one or
surely
two
you can
more.
get them in there.
Do you realize the number of deer heads you have when
What about carport?
when your dad has given you all his?
What about carport?
When you have three, not one, but three sons that have all killed deer.
What about laundry room?
And then every now and then Greg would get in. He'd be
Let
told
me
he
ask
has
you
no more.
this.
Then he'd give you. I've got so many deer heads.
Rick, what if you add a room onto the barn and just make it the trophy room, and you just hang? I mean, you hang them in there.
Trophy
you
room.
got 15 on each wall. You know.
Well, what we did is the barn now features the elite deer, and I have to admit it does look better than it did.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
And then these will go into what will be my man cave at the new house, the ones I'm getting antler mounts of, and then I can also put the biggest deer I've ever shot's going in the man cave.
All right.
Okay, so it was saved, even though it's being repaired because its ears is getting kind of bad. But one of the things that did happen, all kidding aside, is when I first didn't have anywhere to put all the deer heads, and I put them in the barn, I put some of them in there before the barn was weatherized.
Yeah.
And so they paid a price for that. They got split ears and noses that are coming off, and so that didn't help. And then she says, now there's certain things in here that I don't even know why we even have these things in here, and they need to go. And there's a couple of old filing cabinets in there. I mean, honestly, these two cabinets had stuff in them from the guy that I bought the farm from.
Are they in good shape?
I've never even looked in them. And so, but
I love a good filing
But this,
cabinet.
Bubba,
I'm about to make your day, friend.
would you like to look out the window at my truck? Because I got one for you. And if you want it, you can have it. Anybody wants this filing cabinet, it's in the back of my truck, they can have it. And
Can't tell much about it.
It's hard to tell because of the way it's laying.
Yeah,
but
yeah. It's so.
You got the keys to it? Is it locked?
It doesn't lock.
It doesn't lock.
I mean, it'll shut pretty good.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but it won't lock. No, I
Betty
don't.
claims I have too many filing cabinets.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Does anybody want that?
Now
one?
you're starting to make me think I need it. I'm thinking
because
right
it's
now,
headed to the dump today.
All right, I'm gonna go look at. I'm gonna go look at it in the break.
To the dump.
Anybody want it?
We'll go look at it.
Yeah.
In a minute.
Huh?
We'll go look at it.
But this is the new thing now. She'll go, okay, this is gone. Put that in the truck and either take it to the dump or give it to somebody. So, yesterday, a pretty traumatic day for me down there. and poor old Gary. Poor old Gary. Gary and I had a conversation, and I said, Gary, you know your days are numbered. He said, I figure I got about a year and a half.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Illinois. John, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick. How are you guys doing today?
Good, John. Hope you're doing okay.
Oh, doing fine. I was looking at some different videos yesterday, and I think it came out of Minnesota, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but during one of the 9/11 celebrations, there was a fire department that had its ladder put up in the air, and a bald eagle actually flew in and landed on the ladder during the ceremony.
Yeah, you know,
there is video.
Yeah, we're about to look at that. Adler said he's found it, and we're about to show it on CRTV, and we're about to look at it too because I heard this. Bubba told me about it. I heard the guys talking about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Well, here's the setup, Rick. There's like two bucket trucks. They have a line tied between them, has a flag on it, and they're setting. It's not like during the ceremony with the national anthem playing. At least the one I saw, it was not that.
Okay.
It was they're setting up and one landed on it. So it's still really cool, though, to see it.
Yeah, but still, a bald dude comes out of nowhere and lands
Look,
while you're setting up for this
If you've
trip.
ever seen a bald eagle in the wild, and this guy
Hey guys, we're out here live on the Highway 10 bridge. I want to show you what's going on here on the bridge. Look what landed on top of the aerial on 9/11. Isn't that unbelievable?
There you see it. That is pretty
this
incredible.
Eagle just landed on the aerial.
He's going to show you the area they're setting up.
While we're doing the 9/11 memorial, phenomenal.
See the flag?
We're all set up here.
Yeah.
So nobody forgets. And there goes the Eagle. Landed right on top of the area.
Guys, look
Have
at the
a
flag.
good day, everybody.
Wow. Look at the
Yeah,
flag
that's
as it
really
goes
neat.
by. I'm sorry. I mean,
That'd give you chills there, boys. That's pretty neat.
Look out.
Wow.
Yeah, I guarantee I'll show that to my wife today. She'll cry like a baby.
Yeah.
Bubba, you're misty over there.
Oh, I love it.
I know.
You how
I know you are.
I've
but
seen
I-
several in the wild.
Sure.
They're really majestic.
Believe it or not,
a lot bigger than you think.
I know you keep waiting for the day I'll have tears. I want you to know I did have chills.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, let's get
That's-
close.
that's really
Okay,
neat.
that's
getting
close.
Back to Mark Wahlberg. He did. He was scheduled to be on the flight from Boston to Los Angeles that crashed into one of the Twin Towers. Where he messed up, though, is that you remember he had to come back and apologize because he said that if he would have kept his ticket, that 9/11 would have been played out differently. He would have stopped the terrorist when he came out, and then in 2012 he had to come back out and say, "Hey, I shouldn't have said that. That's on me."
Right.
But he was scheduled to be on the Boston to Los Angeles flights that crashed into the Twin Towers, but canceled his ticket a few days before the tragedy struck. That flight was the first to hit the World Trade Centers. He claimed the events of September 11th, 2001 would have played out differently if he would have kept his seats.
Well, I'm not
and then
blaming
then he
him.
had to apologize.
I'm not blaming him for that. He
was
probably
just
got
speaking
fired up, and
emotionally.
and you know what? May have.
Yeah.
I know when it was going on, and I was just rereading some of the transcript from Andy Card, who was chief of staff at the time, about what they were doing, and the fact that as they were literally walking into the school, the president got a notification that something had hit the World Trade Tower, and they didn't know what it was. They assumed it was an accident. So the first one had already hit, and then when the second one hit, they knew it was an attack, and that's the one we saw on TV. But reading Andy Card's recap of this is it's almost comical now because he's talking about that nobody had cell phones. There were no cell phones then. There wasn't iPhones. There wasn't things that could make pictures. He had a pager. He had a two-way pager. The chief of staff with the president, had a two-way pager.
Wow.
And the best intel they had on it was a guy who actually worked for the administration editing clips together, was in New York, and he had actually seen the plane hit the tower, and he had got word to Andy Card that he was an eyewitness to it and was trying to tell him what was happening. And all of this was as the president was walking in. So they knew there had been an incident in New York, but they had no idea what was coming. And Andy says what he remembers about that day is they had a press briefing before they left. And he said he even goes through what they were talking about. A lot of it had to do with Middle East and the Israelis. Nothing really about terrorism. It was more about, relationship country-wise. And he remembers President Bush telling him, said, look, we're going to Florida. We're doing an education stop today. I'm going to be reading a book. And his quote was to Andy, said, we'll be back. Said, it should be an easy day.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's what it looked like. You know?
Let me tell you.
It was
It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. All right, so did y'all go out and look at the filing cabinet?
I have a question. Is that a filing cabinet?
Whatever it is, it's something you put stuff in.
Yeah, it's not a filing cabinet.
Yeah, don't you
Isn't
put
it just
stuff
a
in the
cabinet?
shelves?
It's like a two.
What is
I
it?
would call
It's
it like
10.
a storage locker.
Is it
like
a locker?
two-door.
It's like a
two-door.
cabinet.
It's not
Yeah.
filing cabinets like you pull out.
You turn and the doors open up and you got shelves
And
in
you
it,
put
right?
stuff on the shelves, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not technically a filing.
Well, whatever it is. It's something you put stuff in.
It's been well used.
Yes, it has.
And
yes, it has.
You know, just judging on the initial investigation, you probably are headed the right way with
Yeah.
that.
I couldn't say
I
any
told
better.
y'all they were rough.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think they'll stay shut.
Yeah.
You know, but here's
All your files are going to fall out.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I found. There's a
Since
lot.
they ain't in the drawer.
I found some cool coffee cups in it. But let me. You realize the things that are in those. There's another one just like the things in there were things that the person left that sold us the land.
And you never even looked in there.
Never looked in
See,
there.
that would be day one for me.
You realize I've been there for 15 years. I've never even looked in them. They were just over up against the wall, and I was like, "Well, there's those things against the wall." You know, every now and then I'd sit something on
I'd
top
be
of
so
them.
intrigued with what was going on in there.
No, I've never even looked in them.
It's
I remember looking one time to see if I could put stuff in it, and saw that the shelves were crowded, and I just shut it.
There
back.
might have been a Mickey Mantle rookie card.
I found a Mickey Mouse cup.
Where were they located?
One was up against the wall. If you come in the big doors on the front of the barn and you would look to your right, it was up against the wall. The other one, as you go out into where the vehicles are, it was up against the wall there. And we still got to clean that one out.
Ain't no telling. Be careful cleaning that one out. Never know what you'll find in there.
Sure.
hiding.
That could be the old
Snake
old
nest.
serpent hotel.
Yep.
Can I tell you where I ran into a bind when she said I need a story on any of these deer? The deer that are huge, obviously we're keeping those, but these that are kind of borderline, mediocre deer, what's the story with these? And because if they don't have a story.
Did you make up stories?
Well, let me tell you where I got in a bind. I forgot that I only have 3 sons that have ever hunted with me. And about the 5th time I said, that's Brody's first deer. She said, you've already mentioned Brody's first deer. And I was like, okay. Oh, no, that's that one. Remember, I'd recovered from surgery.
Do you write
and
something
I didn't know if I could ever hunt
on the
again.
back of the mound? I try to write on there what the deal was.
Sometimes
like what
I do.
Field and
Sometimes I
how
do.
long it was.
If it means a lot, if I remember that, I'll do that.
Right.
Like I honestly I know where the boys' first deer are, and they're still intact. But and then I kind of know what their biggest deer is. I was a little gray on one, but then I started saying things like, well, that's the one that Dad and I shot after he had heart surgery, and she's like, Rick, and I was
This is
like,
a tough playoff.
I know,
There's some
yeah,
really
right.
nice.
It's a very tough.
Yeah, I don't like.
That's
this.
why I don't.
I
like
said,
it
I
all.
remember. I said, I remember that day. That was that day that I saw. Remember that time? And then I was just rambling.
Yeah,
Sure.
And she was like, "Okay, that one's gone." And but no, can I
give me
tell?
a total.
Can I? I probably took 10.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, probably 10.
All right, so the laundry room you never go into?
All right, there's no need to talk about this.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just saying in
Right.
an old camp house.
Yeah.
It's a lot of room in there.
Yeah.
Scare you to death if you forget about them.
Yeah,
but,
that wouldn't fare well now. They'd have spider webs on them all the time.
Mm.
Look, sometimes I don't really mind it. Honestly, can I be just real? You want me to just be real? I went ahead and went antler mount on a lot of them that you sometimes go places, and there's almost if you kill a buck, you have to mount it. and you probably wouldn't have if that pressure wasn't on you, and you probably would have just done the antler mount or something on them. I tried to make those the main. This is a deer that I felt obligated to mount, but I probably wouldn't have.
Okay.
And you know what I mean. Some people who don't hunt probably don't know what I'm talking about, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
So you have a Mount Rushmore of deer heads now,
and the Mount
versus,
Rushmore's up.
Yeah, versus just they're all up.
And Big Daddy, my 158, is going to get his ears fixed, and he's going in the new house in the man cave.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never really had a good prominent spot for him, but he'll have one now.
Would you do me a favor and mess with people that come hunt and go, that one was on trash field there?
Well, it is funny. On Camp House, we have out in the main part the only deer that were shot on the farm.
Right.
But as you journey through the bedrooms, there's one that Big Love shot at Dream Ranch that is gargantuan, and I'll watch people go, "Was this here?" and they'll always go in and point at it. This here? And I'll say, "Yeah, over on 42 feet."
I can buy there.
I tell you one thing: one got out of a high fence situation last year, and boy, we were trying to find him.
Mm-hmm.
We never did. I bet somebody did.
Yeah,
somebody kind of kept that down home, cuz. So nobody wants my cabinet.
No, no.
I didn't even go out and look.
How do you want it? This sounds like your thing.
No, he didn't even want that.
I've got one in my basement exactly like that, and it's just.
Or you could put it on a rope and punch it or something.
Yeah, everybody want the cabinet.
Yeah,
put it on a rope and punch it.
Nobody wants a cabinet.
I bet if Greg was here, he'd take it.
All right, put puppies in it.
Put puppies in it on that bottom shelf.
I'll get a closer look at it.
Yeah,
after the show. Now let's not get crazy.
So am I good with the dump? Will they take out the dump?
Oh yeah.
Oh, of course.
That's what the dump's for right there.
And I'm gonna tell you, you're not
go to the dump.
You're not gonna have to go to the back.
No,
they're gonna tell you to go to the dumpsters up front.
Oh, good.
Not stepping out.
It's
there,
one of those
but
things.
I think you're right.
It's one of those things. It's not all that heavy, but it's a little cumbersome to do it by yourself.
Let me ask you a question. Could somebody use that at a thrift type situation? No. Is that something that somebody?
I've got a thrift place right by the house, but I don't know if you're allowed to leave that kind of stuff.
This would.
They would take it and they would look at it and see.
This may have seen its better years.
Are y'all just saying Rick go to the dump?
Okay, see, I haven't seen it.
It's going where it needs to go. Bubba said it best. It's going where you were originally.
How are the hinges on it?
Not good. I don't even think it'll shut.
Is it kind of rustic looking? I mean,
it's hard to shut.
No, it's rustic.
It's got a lot of rust.
Yeah.
Does it make a loud sound when you open it or close it, or is it like a good jakunk?
No, it's noise.
You know, that stuff like that's in now.
A lot of noise.
Somebody kind of could refurbish it a little bit. That's something like that.
It would be good for a camp house, but
repurpose it.
Originally, I was going to put it where you said I should put the deer heads. I was going to put them both in there in case we need to use them for shells. But I got shot down on that.
Yeah, I can see why you got shot down on it.
Well,
I would be with her on this.
She made a good point.
Unlike
she said, all you're doing is moving a problem from one place to another. Take it away.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
One day we're going to have to move it anyway. Guess do it today.
Somebody's trash is others' treasure.
Yes,
I'm just thinking if you take it somewhere.
And in some cases, somebody's trash is just trash.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
No,
I hope my dad was listening to that, Bubba.
Paint it and flip it, Rick, for a profit.
No, thank you, buddy. That's not me.
You could do it.
Yeah.
Make a planner out of it.
I actually couldn't. Bottom of the hour. We'll take your phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Being in and out to Sarasota, Florida. So
wow.
But he said back in 2001, no one had iPhones or Blackberries.
Wow.
He said, I had this high-tech pager. It responded 2 ways. It sent 14 pre-programmed responses back if I chose to do so. Isn't that wild?
That
Just
is.
Think about how. And when we were watching on little TV. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Tiny
I think
corner.
we had one computer in the studio. I had a laptop to get email on. That's the only computer we had.
Yeah, you're right. Mark
and it didn't have internet. You had to plug up to a dial-up on it, I think.
Mark in South Carolina, welcome to the show, buddy.
What's up, Beckham?
Buddy.
Hey, are you a part of South Carolina that may get a little Florence action or no?
We are the power coming from the big city of Atlanta.
Oh, I got it.
Charleston last night. We want to know if our buddy Greg, when you saved my room, he going to help us out or he going to wimp out on us this time?
I think I'm going to let you boys handle it. I think y'all got it.
This creeper?
Oh, come on, buddy. You can make that best of memories, man. Come on, help us out.
I'll tell you what, I'm heading that way. I'm
That's
going to have to find my boots,
Mark,
so I don't know
Mark,
what I did with them.
in times like this, isn't it good for some of the old guys to
Yes.
come back and pitch back in?
There you go.
Get a little IBEW going.
He could come show us a few tricks, you know. I'm sure it's something he knows that we don't know. He can show us something, you know.
Well, Mark, but don't you think that he kind of got soft? I mean, his last years with the power company, he was a troubleman. I mean, he's out there riding around.
He didn't have one callus.
Got his flashlight, looking up there saying, "Here's trouble. Let me call the people that's going to do the work."
No, that's not true.
No callus. No callus on a power man's hands.
On Greg.
That is soft.
They're talking about now. I had them then.
Brother.
Mark, thank you.
Mark, I'll be there.
Be careful, Mark.
All right, we're going to let him have off the rest of the week. He's headed that way.
I'm heading that way.
And Rick, the thing I don't understand, because we know Greg knows a lot about this, is he keeps talking about if they just bury all the lines underground, they wouldn't have so many problems.
Oh, boy. Watch it. Don't start that, man.
You are like this figure within the power company.
Yeah.
If I ever bump into hard hats and workers out there, they're like, "Where's Greg?
Oh, yeah.
Where's Greg?"
Me too. Greg, what you saying, underlying power lines is like car insurance? It's fine unless you need it.
Yeah.
Unless
it goes bad.
It's all good unless you have a problem.
Check your power bill out, the cost of it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, it was a high school football game. We know how controversial those can be. You know how they do themes for the games. For some reason, they chose the Friday before 9/11, I guess, as opposed to this coming Friday, which would be the Friday after 9/11, to have the theme red, white, and blue. They also were going to do a tribute to the victims of 9/11 there at the game, and they encouraged all the students to come out and be pro-America, wear red, white, and blue for the game. I can't even pronounce these two high schools that played each other. Their names are kind of complicated. But anyway, one of the teams undoubtedly that was playing, they say that their student body is almost completely Latino, and that they say they received a racist welcome to the other team. The other team was chanting USA. There was everybody was draped in red, white, and blue. Now, I want to be fair because, first of all, you think, well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, and it is. They were upset that every time the team they were playing scored, they chanted USA. And they said it's like it was a game against one country against another, like it was Germany, or they were playing Germany or Mexico, one of the complainers said. They said it all had to do with the theme that night, and said one of the complainers said, "I don't understand this USA pride thing when you score, and if I hear it one more time, I'm walking off the field with the team." And so that must have been an opposing cheerleader because she was talking to a cheerleader for the home team. They did say that it was the team they were playing. I love what we've come to now. One team says we're 99% Latino. The home team that was doing red, white, and blue night, 56% white, about 19% Latino. Have we really come to this? I mean, we're at a football game now, and we're breaking down the ethnicity of the student body, and we're gonna, we've been through this as before. Sometimes signs don't mean anything other than they're just whatever the topic of the week is or whatever. A sign that isn't always directed at you. It may just be topical. You know what I mean?
Well, Rick, we're teaching our kids to be hypersensitive and to have thin skin in everything they do. I don't think we're doing them a favor by doing that. I know that in some far reach of some people's heart and mind that they're making a better society, but they're
Speedy tomorrow, no tickets, he will need it. He's not letting me get to him. All right, so call us 866-WE-BE-BIG. We want to chat with you and find out what is on your mind today. You're running the show. Put on your programmer hat. Program the show. Make a comment, ask a question, come on in. It's time for us to chat with you, and we look forward to that. TheraBreath is our sponsor. If you want clean, fresh breath, I went and, look around on the shelf. I was looking for the TheraBreath lozenges, and I had to look up.
You need to find them.
They had moved them. They don't make one for that, by the way. They don't. I told you, that was your mistake. I think you'd been better off if you just left it alone. No. If you just left it alone. TheraBreath.com, their products are fantastic. I mean, the toothpaste, the mouthwash, and the lozenges, and now they've even come out with a whitening oral rinse that is so much better than whatever any of the other stuff on the market. All their products are designed to actually take care of the problem, not just cover the problem. There's no added dyes, no artificial colors. It's gluten-free. It's even been certified kosher, and Bubba always asks, and I don't have the answer how that took place. But anyway, also don't forget that they have a gum rinse too, because you want to be sure that your gums are healthy. Has a lot to do with your overall health, and it's FDA approved and ready to go on the shelves wherever you get TheraBreath products. And if you can't find them at retailers, just go to TheraBreath.com. TheraBreath.com. They're all there. Bubba, before we go to the phones, you had a little anniversary shout.
Well, that's right. Good friends of ours having an anniversary today. Phil and Shay Snyder, 32 years of wedding bliss.
What? Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Wish them many more. By the way, it's Andy Blank's birthday today.
Is it really?
How about that? Oh, Team Man Church on Andy Blank's. So happy birthday to Andy, too. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy in Sweet, Tennessee. Jimmy, how you doing today, buddy?
Doing good. Spoke with you gentlemen the other day about Walmart, and they I was going to see if y'all could possibly pull up Pride ice cream and Juneteenth ice cream and look at those products, and then you make your decision.
Well, let me ask you this, Jimmy, because this Walmart thing's really been a burr in Jimmy's saddle. Are you done with Walmart? Do you not shop there anymore?
Rather keep all that to myself.
Well, do you shop at Walmart?
There it is. Yes, I do.
Well, then why are you telling us to worry about it? You don't seem worried about it.
Well, I ain't telling you to worry about it. I'm just saying.
I mean, what am I going to do about it?
Well, you ain't going to do anything about it. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out the fact that everything. I mean, LBGT.
Does that surprise you? Does that surprise you after all the things we've already seen?
Well, it's yeah. There's no getting away from some of it. And
unfortunately, I agree.
Look,
I'm as disgruntled as you are, but this is a path that they've chosen, and if these products, if they want to go out and appease certain groups, even though they know that the market share, but here's where they do okay. The people that they're trying to cater to, they might sell some to them. The people that are indifferent, meaning it's not really their thing, but they're not really bothered by it, or they want to be seen as being, patronizing a group of people, they might buy some. You and I aren't going to buy it. Nobody, until it hurts them. But I think Walmart's the kind of people. Let me tell you the concept, Jimmy, as far as Walmart's concerned. Walmart's concept has always been we lose on some items and then we win on others. They don't even care if it sells. All they're doing is catering because they're making their money on other products.
Well, I think a lot of this goes back. You could say that about them. You go up the street to the next big box store and they've got shared bathrooms and all that.
Where are you going to go?
I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, to your point, Rick, I don't know if they're going to make money on it. I think they're trying to satisfy these
they're not going
ESG or whatever you call them scores.
Yeah.
And by the way,
absolutely.
Several states are passing laws now to not allow that to go into any kind of bid process. So that's going to square off with the feds too.
Yeah,
but and Alabama's got one that they're drafting right now too on that. So
and Bubba's right. I mean, Jimmy, the world you're living in. I mean, this government is moving forward in this country, is moving towards socialism, feel-goodism. Wokeness right now is more important than even making good decisions for the good of people everywhere, like the cost of things and all that. And to Bubba's point, it's going to come up where they're going to go, look, how can I get the federal government off my back? Hey, we need you to have a certain amount of this, this, and this, and then we give you the thumbs up. And like you said, Bubba, there's a fight going on about that, but it's sad there has to be that fight. So,
well, it's based off what the Chinese communists do. They give everybody a score. And right now, the U.S. is implementing this on corporations, and they use it when they're buying product. If you sell to the U.S. government, and your price matches somebody else's in the great playoff of how they decide what to buy.
Yeah.
this score has a lot to do with it. So that's why you're seeing a lot of movement to this.
Yeah. And if you think about it, it's really the way that Bubba and I ended up getting our first ever really good contract. There was a time in the market where it's our home market, which this is before we were really syndicated in any big way. And everybody kind of looked at everybody and said, hey, let's all be radio companies that own stuff. You do your thing, I'll do our thing, and we'll all make money together, but let's don't any of us oppose the other. And then a new product came to town, and it was going to give one of the groups an advantage, and that's how we found ourselves, and we think God ordained, to be in a situation to actually have access to the audience we now have today. That was step one. So right now what's happening, to Bubba's point, Jimmy, and you certainly can be disgusted about it and say, guys, do you realize where our world is going? And you know what I'll say to that, Jimmy? Roger that. I do, but what's happening in the world that we live in is Bubba's point. All of them have gotten together and said, we're all going to do it. So if you decide that you're saying, well, I'm not going to go anywhere that sells anything like this, then you won't eat or drink or have clothes or, I mean, the very phone you called us on is made by a company that's either one or two companies that are more woke than Walmart probably will ever be. So what are you going to do other than stand by your principles and go out and say, I stand on these principles, this is who I am, and then the only way we're ever going to change the society that we have right now is through spiritual solutions, and that is the most important thing any of us can do, honestly, that's going to make any difference whatsoever, is to be a disciple of Jesus and make other disciples of Jesus. Raise our children and grandchildren up in the faith. These other things, the political things, you think you may have something going, and then all of a sudden they'll sell out on you, you know, to get some votes.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying you give up on that, but if you want to really make a difference, you'd make that like the little boy with the starfish throwing them back in the ocean. You do it one person at a time, and you do that by them being redeemed by Christ.
And to a more direct,
that's where I spend my time
of what he's doing, or what is it, Jimmy? Was that who?
Yeah.
Jimmy, you have to pick the battles that you're willing that hill to die on, because you can't fight all the battles because you just don't have enough ammunition. But and the only way to totally be removed from this is to live in a compound, grow your own food, have your own septic tank, have your own well to draw the water, and generate your own power. And that's just a tough way to live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And remember this, Jimmy, and it's a part that's often left out back.
But I understand what you're saying.
Of course, back to my original point. Remember when Jesus was pushed on taxes, and he said, look, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. But then we leave out the second part, and give to God what is God's. He basically said, be about God's business. This stuff's going to fall apart all around you. And I got bad news for you, Jimbo. It's only going to get worse. And I don't say that in a defeatist attitude, because I think that there's going to be a glorification of God, because when there's so much darkness, light illuminates even more. That says this throughout Scripture. I think spiritually, for us getting to all this being resolved, it's actually very exciting times. It's sad that it has to be like this, but to me, it makes me appreciate the redemption of God and the life that only He provides, because I cannot be satisfied, thankfully, by this world, because all it does is disappoint you. Let's go to, so I don't spend much time bogging down on those things, because, buddy, it'll take you in a dark place. Stephen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all today?
I'm doing good.
Good, man. I got a solution for you on your deer mount problem that you're having. If you got all those antlers laying around, won't you have someone make you some chandeliers or some grab handles or some knife handles, make something out of them?
Yeah,
that way you still got them around the property, and you got a story behind it.
Well, I'm going to do some antler mounts, no doubt, and those are really cool the way they look. You know, you can do some cool decorations with that. I do like that. As a matter of fact, Sherry even mentioned to me yesterday, she goes, in any of them that you don't like, let's do something cool with those, like the famous bowl of antlers. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where you just,
or the antler chandeliers. I think those are cool.
Yeah, they are cool.
Rick, you could build a gate out of antlers.
How about that? Well, I'd need a lot of them.
Sound like you got them.
Emily, hello. Welcome. Auburn, Alabama.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call, Emily. Hope you're well today.
We're good. So I can't get enough of this Greg and puppy story, and so much so that in your 2018 flashbacks, I'm looking at Greg thinking if he only knew. about 2023, Greg.
Isn't that funny?
But I think I've enjoyed it too much because last night we found a stray kitten in our neighborhood, and guess who was out during the night feeding it out of a syringe with some kitten formula.
Look at Greg and Lisa making a difference.
I know it.
Making a difference.
I mean, listen, I love animals, but not so much that, I'm going to keep it. My kids are very disappointed. I have an appointment to take it to the shelter today, but.
So you kept it alive to put it in jail.
I know. Isn't that awful? Well, I got my HOA president to send out an email. I'm like, look, I would love to find where this came from. There's no sign of a mama or siblings, and and it is so tiny, and it does break my heart. But
Well, God
I have
love
allergic
it.
people. I know. My husband and oldest are severely allergic, even though my husband still has a huge soft spot for it. But my neighbor's like, well, they can just take Benadryl. You should just keep it. And I'm like,
Yeah, right.
My child is not going to be on drugs forever, so I can have a cat
Let's
now.
put the kids on drugs so we can have a kitty
See,
cat.
maybe if they're around the cat,
Right,
their
yeah.
allergies will get better.
But you know what?
Well, like the honey, right? I mean,
Right.
is that how it
Has
works?
to be
I
a
don't know.
local cat. Is it a local cat?
Well, local fleas.
Well, you know what? I like that Greg and Lisa have made a difference. You've nursed
Again.
a kitten to health, and then you're going to try to find it a home. I think that's precious. We'll be back. We'll look at anything we missed this hour, 13 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look, we used to have a thing that we used to tell people, and I think we could use it a whole lot right now. Hey, get over it.
Right, yeah. Well, and plus, if you walk around with this
Toughen
attitude,
up.
right? I mean, guys, I remember that the opposing team signs. I mean,
They're meant to. That's part of the whole concept of a football game.
You're right. I can remember one of the greatest ones I saw in the playoffs. Tell your girlfriend you're available next Friday.
Rick, that's
you know what I mean?
Rick, that's a classic.
Right, it's a good one.
I mean, you see that every year, and I laugh every time I see it.
The great one. Let's just get this over with.
Yeah,
meaning you have no chance against us.
Right,
Speedy,
right.
That was
We
good.
see, yeah, that's a dandy.
Yeah, but
we have a local high school here who uses that one a lot.
Right, and then if you have anything going on at your school, it's going to find its way on those signs. You know, but anyway, this one was supposed to be not directed at any team. It was supposed to be let's be patriotic about our country, because it is the anniversary of 9/11 coming up, which would be part of this. But the opposing team, because they claim, are they not Americans?
Right, that's what I was going to ask.
If they're not,
is this a visiting team from Mexico?
Right.
That's what is the deal?
I don't care what you're.
And then even when we do that, we chant that in the Olympics.
Yeah, I don't care what the ethnicity of your student body is. If all of you are now Americans and your high school is an American high school playing another American high school, and we're all going to wear red, white, and blue for 9/11, that's not directed at anybody. As a matter of fact, I would think that should be the one thing that unifies the two teams, that they're both celebrating the country in which they live and hopefully want to support.
And Rick, here's the bottom line that we forget, and we're just afraid to tell our little sweet things because they'll have their feelings hurt. If you don't want the opposing team to do any cheer that you dislike, it can be this, it can be whatever, don't let them score. They won't be doing it.
Can I tell you how they can't chant USA is never, ever get across the goal line.
They won't be chanting if you continually sack their quarterback in the backfield.
Yeah,
that will cut out chants. As a matter of fact, it might cut out all the cheering.
I don't even know if I've ever mentioned this on the show, but I played little ball. And I remember, I don't know if we've ever covered that, but I remember saying if we had a player on the opposing team that was a hot dog, and we would say, I'm sure any sport any of you guys ever participated in the same thing, if we don't want this person to hot dog, then don't ever allow them anything that they'll get the hot dog. You know what I mean? If you don't want him to do the bow and arrow when he throws a touchdown pass, sack him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Pick it off. Knock it down. Whatever the case may be.
That is the American spirit. That's how we overcome. It is not to tell everybody to be sitting on eggshells because one person out of 1,000 might be somewhat offended by something if they go looking for a reason to be offended.
Hey, I don't like that this running back does that first down thing every time he gets a first down. Well, then stop him for a loss.
Get over it.
How about break his will to continue through contact?
Get over it.
I mean, it's just So anyway,
hey, play ball. If you're concentrating on the game and your assignment, what you should be doing, you ain't really worried about what everybody's cheering.
So now the principals had to come out on Instagram because, that's where all things are resolved.
Right.
The principals now had to go out and say, we regret any perceived disrespect. We were at the game, and so were the assistant principals, and we did not witness at any time overt racism. There's a report of some political banner that read Trump 2020. That one was removed when we saw it because we know how controversial Trump can be. And says, I'm deeply saddened that anyone would categorize our students or our community as racist. I've made it very clear we have nothing but respect for the opposing school and all schools. We are not a racist community, and we regret that we've been cast in that light because we had a patriotic theme. I mean, come on.
Again, let's go back where the first mistake was made. Get over it.
Right. Well, let me tell you what this is. This once again shows you how good it is if you can ever become part of America. Your life is so good, you actually think a high school football game and the home team's theme is something that you have to persevere through. Mm-hmm. That's your toughest battle. I've got to go Friday night and play at somebody else's stadium, and not that they're against me. They're celebrating the very country in which I'm also supposed to be part of. I'll tell you what part of the dream is. If you're a dreamer, isn't the dream that you would have the red, white, and blue on too, and you'd be jumping up and down with everybody else tonight talking about when our country that you're now part of was attacked?
I would say this. The first thing I'm thankful of is I've got it so good I'm at a high school football game.
Thank you very much. So
I'm not out foraging for food for tomorrow's breakfast.
Well said. Yeah. I'm not in a dumpster.
I'm not in the dumpster. I'm not in the woods looking for berries. I'm not trying to find a cave I can take.
All right, so wrapping up the hour. So let me hit everybody with this because I know this is the new thing. The political campaigns are already starting. That's where our country is. We run for president as much as we serve as president during the term, and the Biden administration are placing ads everywhere. There's nothing we can do about that. Okay, and here's the way Bubba and I look at it. You can't turn down political ads, and you have to take them. That you don't have any choice. But here's the way I look at it today. Is the Biden administration dropping ads on some of our streaming stuff and everything and our different commercial breaks? I hope so, because that son of a gun has taken enough of my money. I'm ready to take some of his.
Yes, absolutely.
That Biden check will cash. I'll take it. He's taking enough of mine.
I think they know where there's a big audience, and that's what they're doing.
Right. But there's no control over that, Sell it out.
No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, we don't have any control over that. And again, look at it this way: we're getting some of his money for a change. Of course, it's not his; it's his donors in his campaign. But you know what we mean. Yeah. All right, so we got a couple of stories. Let's do the one here about the baby carriage. We now have it's a heart-stopping video and now a news story. A California man catches an out-of-control stroller with a baby inside.
Can you imagine?
Before it rolls into a 4-lane highway. Here's the package. Here we go.
Cars travel pretty fast on Bear Valley Road in Hesperia. The speed limit here is 40 miles per hour, right in front of this car wash where Monday afternoon, gusty high desert winds rolled a stroller with a baby inside of it right out toward the road. That's the little one's great aunt struggling to get back on her feet after falling as the nightmare plays out.
She sees nobody. She sees the child going into the street, and that's all she sees. She can't do nothing.
Ron Nessman was waiting on a bench outside the car wash when he saw the woman in her 60s go down hard on the asphalt while trying to catch the stroller.
Didn't have time to even think about it. You just react.
Here he is on camera, running over with the Intercept, saving the baby boy before he made it all the way down the driveway and into the passing cars.
And I said, I got it, you know what I mean? Because I felt so bad for the lady. It was like, I couldn't imagine. I got nephews and nieces. I couldn't imagine something like that.
But Ron says he can imagine being in that kind of distress because he's felt it before.
My girlfriend passed away in 2018, and yeah, it was sudden, so I didn't want to do anything.
The former truck driver says he became homeless after that heartbreak and only recently moved to Hesperia to reconnect with his family. He had just wrapped up a job interview when he unknowingly stepped into a new role as this little boy's hero.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I did nothing, of course.
Amen.
I'm just glad I realized it and was on it,
That's great.
That way to go.
Yeah.
That way to step up.
The raw footage is, bless her heart, she hits hard too.
I think she may be injured.
She fell
because that first fall was a hard.
She has no strength in her legs. She cannot get up, and she just is helpless. Just watching it.
Oh, down again.
Oh my! I didn't realize that.
Yeah. It's all.
I think that's.
Yeah.
They blurred it out on the newscast, but I think that's just hips.
That's her back. That's her
the
back.
small of her back.
I don't know what you call that.
That's not butt crack.
It's the small of your back.
They didn't have to blur that. That's not butt crack.
But
thank you for that clarification.
It looked like it for a minute.
It did.
And
You just don't know. You're
right
thinking,
there.
It does.
Yeah.
That's just some hips.
They
don't
lie.
The thing is on. I think she got hurt.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, she is hurt. She can't get up. Bless her.
This is one of those things too.
Do I think she needs to do some squats? Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe for the future. For the future.
Okay, got it. Security cameras are great.
Mhm.
Okay, and
Yeah.
I'm glad we got one. If we could
Right.
just get ours working, but Speedy's on it.
He is.
But here's the thing.
It's not on me.
This is one of those things.
I'm the closest to
This
it,
is
though.
one of those things
Funny.
that
Let it go,
cameras
Speedy. They're just messing with you.
ruined this lady's story when she gets home because, hey, here's what's happening. Hey, how'd it go with the kids today?
I know.
And and I'm sorry, I don't tell this story. If it's not on camera, I don't tell it. I'm like, everything went great.
Now there's a whole new
no
story.
problems.
Yeah,
But now, if you say that and then this story comes out, that's a bad meeting.
Let me ask you this: if you're the parent of that child, do you let her babysit anymore?
I don't think so.
That'd be a tough one.
Well, the problem.
I mean, that's a major fail.
You got to
right
know.
there.
You got to know the deeper than if this is a one-time occurrence.
Yeah.
But my
Yeah.
get,
Maybe stay
well,
at the house.
the key was
not out in town.
where the error was, and it might have just been because you do have to think this stuff through. She's probably done this 1,000 times and just didn't think to herself, "Hey,
Wheels roll downhill.
I'm at a car wash and there's an incline right here." You know what I mean? There's
Yeah, I mean, that'd get away from you.
Yeah, there's an incline here. So
Yeah.
I've had it happen to with a grocery cart one time.
Well, I've had to turn them several times unloading.
I was taking my groceries out
and
and roll them.
I've even had some start rolling and just try to beat it.
Yeah.
And hurry before it gets out of range.
Right. Yeah. So
You think we can get that other video in? I really want y'all to see.
I don't think so. No. There's
it's
only
just, it's not a story. It's just footage.
It's
We can do it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Y'all not ready for
Remember
this.
what happened? We did the Kamala story.
Watch.
Okay.
Watch. Turn and watch.
Scary.
Oh, you can see it coming, and he's running from the car.
Oh my goodness! That's a 17-year-old driver that got acting like a fool, and the car got out of control.
How does he survive that?
And now the officers got somebody pulled over, and I got look, watch it. See?
Wow, you can see it coming forever.
Oh no!
I think he ran the wrong way.
He did run the wrong
He
way.
should have jumped the rail, but
Oh
people
my
are
goodness!
the comments are on him about that. But I mean, come on.
Well,
I mean, it's such a reflex.
By the
You
way,
don't
I've
know what
noticed
you do.
everybody's got the answers when
Everybody's an
it's
expert.
over, and I wasn't there.
Clearly ran the wrong way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey man, I would have never done that.
You should have jumped over the rail. You should have jumped over the rail.
That's easy to say when you're not there.
Yeah.
That's right.
But
Wow.
People like to give their opinion. I've noticed.
Yeah, there's a lot of perfect people out there that do everything correctly when they never were in the situation.
And that's scary.
Yeah.
That is a scary situation.
Well,
I
the
can't
other
believe he
car.
was not hurt.
The other car that comes from this way, look how close it was to T-boning him.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't know, though. If he gets caught up on the rail, that car actually hits him.
I know.
Yeah.
And he's done.
How's the driver of that car that's been pulled over?
I think everybody's okay.
They took a big hit.
Yeah, they did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.